Hi, Drew. Which item were you here for?
Good afternoon. I am here representing Kwantlen First Nation for the um, Resilient Waters.
Okay, great. Thank you. We weren't aware that you were joining us as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. Just wonder if members of council, all get your cameras on to start the meeting. Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional territories of the Coast Salish peoples, and in particular acknowledge our relationships with the Katzie, Kwantlen, Matsqui, and Semiahmoo First Nations. At this time, I'd like a motion to adopt and receive the agenda items with a couple of additions. We'd like to vary the agenda to move E2 right after B1 because of a time constraint from the auditors, and also add C1, a delegation, Rachel Cachado. So with that, I'd ask for a motion.
So moved.
Councillor Arneson moves it, and seconder, Councillor Whitmarsh. All those in favor? Opposed? And that carries. Thank you. And next item is adoption of the minutes of the regular council meeting of May 31st, 2021. Could I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councillor Arneson, second by Councillor Long. Errors or omissions? Councillor Richter.
Yes, item on page 9, G1, I believe I voted in favor of that particular item, but I'm recorded as being opposed to it.
Okay, thank you. Clerk will take note of that.
Thank you.
And check the records. Thanks. Okay, with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that carries. Thank you. Well, now we move on to E2, and that is the 2020 audited consolidated financial statements and the motions to receive. I'm going to turn over to Mr. Backen, who can then introduce the report.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for varying the agenda. The agenda variation was so that the auditors could be at least present in terms of being able to address or answer any questions. The report provides for effectively what we call the clean audit. It went very well. There was a lot of long hours for staff and the auditors in regards to that. But I think the results, as they usually do, worked out very well because of those efforts. I'll let Sandra or Sam have any comments if they'd like to say anything about it or bring anything to council's attention. Otherwise, it would simply be the motion itself.
Thank you.
We have no particular comments. It is a clean audit report.
Great. Well, thank you very much. And I do appreciate every year when this comes forward, all the work that our staff do and the auditors to go over their financials. Thank you for that. If there's any questions, I have Councillor Richter with their hand up. Any questions before we entertain the motion?
Yes, I do have a question, and it's not about this particular set of statements per se, which I believe are quite thorough in how they've been prepared. But in view of the recent ransomware attacks that have been going on institutions, and particularly in the US, but Canada, of course, is not immune to this. I'm just wondering, do our auditors cover risk regarding IT systems? And by risk regarding IT systems, I'm referring specifically to ransomware risk. And was this done? And if not, why not? Is it beyond the capabilities of the auditors? Is this, or is this something that could be included in years going forward? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ruff?
I will defer to Brandon Lee, the audit partner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. The question of ransomware and the IT environment is certainly one that we've heard from many organizations. We do consider the IT environment as part of the overall control environment in performing a financial statement audit. However, a detailed review of IT controls is outside of the scope of the financial statement audit that we are engaged to do.
Okay, is it something that could be included in future years within the scope?
That would be a separate engagement, but KPMG certainly has the capabilities within our IT group to assist the township if they so choose to do a review in that regard. And I would defer to management in terms of that process.
Okay, so I guess my question goes to you now, Mr. Mayor. Is this something I should bring up under other business, or is this something that I could request a report from staff on after we've adopted the consolidated financial statements that the engagement next year include IT protections against ransomware?
A risk review. I'm gonna ask Mr. Back and just maybe perhaps it's a risk assessment basically is what corporations are going through at this time. As
Yeah.
you stated, Mr. Back.
No, that's correct, Your Worship. And I think in answer to the question, it's probably simply something a report could be requested for later on. The matter crosses over between the auditors and IT in terms of the safety, I guess, protection that we actually have. Some of which can be discussed publicly, and some of which cannot be discussed publicly, of course, because it would be detrimental to our protection. As such, because of that hybrid, I think it's something that would be certainly worthy of a report to consider, but it would be probably done outside of this topic.
Great, thanks. So perhaps another business, Councilor Richard, would be the
Okay,
to bring it up.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, at this time I'd ask for a motion to receive and accept the 2020 audited consolidated financial statements. A motion, please.
Moved.
Councilor Whitmarsh moves. Seconder. Councilor Long. All those in favor? Opposed? And that carries. Thank you. We now move back to delegations, and we have Ms. Rachel Cachado here.
Just Mr. Mayor, obviously I'm going to jump in and just side on the edge of caution on this one.
Okay.
If there's a conflict, even though it's borderline, I just side on the edge of caution.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for having me today.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Froese and the council for the opportunity to speak to you today about the future of the Fort Langley outdoor pool. You may remember.
Sorry, just before you get started, thank you very much. Welcome here. And I know you probably will introduce yourself just for the record, and you'll have 5 minutes to present, and I'll let you know when it gets to the end there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
No
My
problem.
name is Rachel Cachado. I live in Fort Langley. Again, I want to thank you, Mayor Froese and council, for the opportunity to speak today about the future of the Fort Langley outdoor pool. You may remember in June of last year, my daughter Nora delegated to council following the information that the outdoor pool was going to be removed and replaced with a splash park. The decision was made in the special closed meeting of council without public consultation. So she, at that point, initiated a petition that garnered over 3,000 signatures in support of saving the pool. Following that delegation, Councillor Richter brought forward the request for public consultation, and I want to thank her for that, because without that motion, we wouldn't have the information or the public input we now have. I also want to thank Councillor Ferguson for reaching out today to discuss the issue further. We were very relieved to see the public input survey and the results that showed support for the pool at an overwhelming 78% of those surveyed. If we go back to even what happened in Aldergrove, that project faced some of the same challenges. The community there and the taxpayers wanted somewhat of a different facility. The committee report for that project came back with a consensus support for an indoor pool, and many councillors even promised an indoor pool in Aldergrove during that 2014 campaign. Once elected, voted for a facility that so many in that community didn't fully support. Now, I do understand that there is an issue with financial capacity to fund this capital project. And I also understand that staff has been directed by council to move forward with the splash park. But I do think there is an opportunity to fix this. There was an initial direction again in Aldergrove that was finalized in camera without public input on the final design. And it was in a rush to get it done before an election. And I just don't want to see that happen here again. We do want to make sure that we don't rush this process so that we get something for our community and amenity that our people here really need and want. I also have some questions, like, do we know where the splash park is supposed to go on the land? Is there a map? Like, how many trees are potentially going to be removed? Also, the initial report cited the facility replacement would cost between 2 million and 3.5 million. And this new report cites 7 million. So I don't know where this increase is coming from. So it'd be great to get some more information on that. I also believe there's potentially other ways to fund this. Is it not possible to look at a model similar to Yorkson Park or the sidewalks on 96, where it was funded over a number of years? Also potentially looking at federal funding options, which happened in Aldergrove as well. One of the big things is that we do have the opportunity here in Fort Langley for up to $100 million in economic development. And it's been proposed for areas in commercial property, and it could generate up to $500,000 or more in municipal property taxes. millions and millions over years, which would totally solve this problem. But we're at a never-ending standstill here. We don't get responses for revisions for applications within sometimes 6 months. So these funds for these developments would easily pay for a capital project like this, for Fort Langley, for all of North Langley, especially being that major infrastructure in Fort Langley is already built. So that would essentially be like free money, which could easily fund a project like this. Now, this is the shortest point of my delegation, but I also feel that it's the most important. There are no community amenities at all for adolescent kids in Fort Langley. We have zero programming at all. The closing of the pool would take away the only thing that our kids have, our older kids. My kids are 10 and 13. It's the only thing that we have for them here. I just, you know, the kids in the surrounding areas like Glen Valley and Forest Knolls, they need to have something close by. So I would ask council today, my desired result here is that this is an issue I'm really passionate about, obviously. My daughter's really passionate about it. We've been talking about it since her delegation last June. You know, this isn't about me wanting to get this on Facebook or getting a, you know, soundbite in the newspaper. This is actually about doing the right thing for the community. So I'm asking for your help to not necessarily do what is easy, but to do what is right. Because we do have public consultation that shows that overwhelmingly a large majority of our community wants to see this amenity retained or improved, but at least, you know, have something here. So I'd like to ask if it's possible to either refer this to the Parks and Recreation Committee or potentially create a special committee or task force that would give us at least 6 months or so for all the community groups in Fort Langley to work with the township and have the opportunity to find a solution that really represents the desires and the needs of our entire community. We need to think bigger for Fort Langley. We should consider an alternate location, perhaps behind the Lions Hall. There's a huge area there. I just think building a splash park for little kids next to a cemetery is not ideal. So, you know, in closing, this has been a bit of a rush process. You know, the community only found out about this a year ago, but I think if we can work together, gather more information, and give the community a chance to really work with the township, we can do the right thing and really ensure a legacy for our community and for this council. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. You still had 13 seconds to go. Could give you more time, but that was awesome. Very, very good presentation. Very, very succinct. Thank you. I will now turn it over to members of council who have questions. We'll start with Councillor Richter.
Yes, and thank you very much, Ms. Cachado. How much extra time do you think this process is going to need? Are we talking like 4 months, 6 months, 12 months?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. You know, I think especially with this being an item that would probably need to go into the next budget, that 6 months would be reasonable.
Okay. And I admire your intestinal fortitude on wanting to bring all the community groups together to work together in Fort Langley. That's going to be quite a challenge. But I did have a question. Do you think that Township of Langley assistance would be needed in order to make this happen?
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely think that all the people that have an interest in this pool, whether it be staff at the township or the community members here, or even people that, like I said, live in surrounding areas, Walnut Grove, Forest Knolls, Glen Valley, that there should be an opportunity for some sort of specialty committee to really look at what the best option is here. And I do believe that staff needs to be involved in that process.
Okay, so you're suggesting then, and I'm not wanting to put words in your mouth, but are you suggesting that having a special task force or some group created to review this would be the best solution?
Absolutely, yes. I think that would be the best solution. Similar to the committee that was created for the Aldergrove Credit Union Community Center.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Cachado, for coming today. And I do appreciate the enthusiasm and the passion that you and your family, your daughter in particular, in helping to spearhead the petition have put forward. I think what you're suggesting is something that might be considered. And I actually, depending on the council discussion later on today, with respect to the agenda item, have a motion to put forward that does look at opportunities to consider alternatives other than what is being currently in the staff report. So I do appreciate that you are bringing to our attention, based on the engagement, the community desire to explore different options, which from my point of view would consider a relocation as opposed to where it's currently being proposed to be sited, as well as providing an enhanced pool amenity for Fort Langley. So thank you very much for coming. I hope that that would come to fruition. And I do like the other suggestions about how we could sort of round out the community engagement and opportunity for people to participate in that process. So thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for coming today and presenting for us. Have you had conversations with some of these other groups that you referred to that would work together to come up with a plan? Have you had these sort of conversations with them already?
Yeah, so actually when Nora initiated the petition last year in June, we were invited by the FLCA to come up and work with them. We spent the day at the farmer's market. In fact, Councillor Arneson was there that day. And they helped us to get more signatures for our petition. And I know that they're definitely supportive of saving this amenity as well. So I'm very confident that there'll be some opportunity there.
Right, and so that's really helpful, I think, and I certainly appreciate that sometimes having more time to organize that can be helpful. I'm sure you're aware of the different sort of options that staff have looked at, and of the options that are there and the conversations you've had, are you sort of more in favor of the expanded pool or something that's similar to what we already have?
Well, I think there's definitely room for improvement with the current facility. I mean, I don't think anyone argues that. Even if you read the comments that came back on the township survey, most people do want to see something a bit bigger and better. So that's why I think taking some time to examine where there might be potential relocation options, and also looking at, different ways. I mean, obviously we're not going to build the same sort of facility we built in Aldergrove, but if we can look at some opportunity for federal funding, I do believe that we could build something better that would still, that we could potentially find a way to fund that would really benefit the community and give us something here, as opposed to having to go, ride our bike 5 kilometers down 88th Avenue, which is totally unsafe, to go to the closest pool.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's helpful. Thanks for coming today. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councillor Ferguson. You're on mute, or it's not working. Yeah, there you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cachado, for coming today. Had a technical problem there. And I wanted to ask you, when you filled out the survey and your people filled out the survey, I noticed that there were some initiatives for the majority, I guess, filling out that survey were in favor of a pool. Now, my question to you is, you just mentioned it to Councillor Whitmarsh, is the fact about the pool, inadequate, the envelope which they have right now. What about keeping the existing facility? And I don't know much about pool construction, expanding that a little bit, I don't know how much, and within the same envelope, using creative design, putting a small spray park along with the existing pool. Have you thought about that, if I may?
Yeah, I've definitely thought about it. As I said in my presentation, I personally think that this is the wrong location in general. I mean, I definitely believe we need a community amenity here. But I think, putting it, especially in, throwing additional money at something right next to the graveyard, when we know that we're going to need to expand that at some point. I remember that from a couple of years back on council, a presentation coming from staff. So I think right now we're really given the opportunity to take a hard look at what assets and land that we have here in the fort. Like I mentioned, for example, behind the Lions Hall, there's quite a large area there, which would actually be more centrally located in town as well. I think that is probably, in my opinion anyway, a more reasonable direction to look at. And I think, again, to look at some federal assistance on that to get the best facility we can get for, the best for our bucks, essentially.
No, I appreciate that. I mean, I don't know, and probably neither do you know the engineering behind that Lions Hall. I don't know whether there's environmental concerns or whether there's agricultural land reserve concerns or whether it's an elevation that drops down, as you know, because I've been to the Lions Hall many times. So no, that's good. I think that what you're doing is the right thing. You and your daughter, her friends, the community and others are certainly reaching out. I was just looking to see what we could do with the existing envelope as well in the meantime, because building pools and going through that process takes one heck of a lot of time. And your daughters could be in university by the time we get the construction to the keys done. Anyway, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Council Long.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just you confused me quite a bit in your presentation, because you mentioned a bunch of things, like first of all that we rushed the pool in Aldergrove. Well, I've been there 20 some odd years, so I can't see how it could possibly have been rushed. You talked about people campaigning on it, and that the community doesn't like it, and this and that and the other thing. So I don't know how that really pertains to this, except I guess you're trying to say that we don't really know what we're doing in Fort Langley either. But you were also confused about the amounts. So why would you be confused? Have you not seen the report that is you're delegating to council today, and there's a report in today's meeting? So can I help you go through that report to answer the questions that you had? You said you were concerned about some costs and that they didn't quite make sense to you. So which part of the report don't you understand?
Oh no, Councillor Long, I do understand the report. What I was referring to is that the initial report that came out had a much less cost involved. So, you know, this is kind of the same thing that we saw with the when the Langley truck route came back, where the contingency was increased and that almost doubled as well. So I'm wondering if that's potentially a bit of what we're seeing here. It's easy to increase a contingency and to inflate a number so that it makes more financial sense to not do something, versus even if it is going to cost, like I did my research in Maple Ridge, they just put in a new pool outdoor. It costs $6 million with all the facilities, the outbuildings, parking lot. So, you know, I think if that's what it's going to cost and those are the real numbers, that's reasonable. But I also think we should have the opportunity to find some additional funding so that our community can have an amenity, just like Aldergrove, just like Walnut Grove, just like Willoughby.
Well, we're all one community, but those figures have not changed as far as I can see. There's been an addition of an option 5, but the other, you're saying that the other figures have changed, but I don't believe that's the case.
The initial report replacement was cited at $2.5 to $3 million, or 2 to 3.5, excuse me.
Oh, the like-to-like replacement. But you're not going to favor that anyway, right?
It didn't actually say specifically if it was an exact replacement in the initial report.
Because I see the words like for like in the report. But what about option 2 then? Just keeping it going, but you're not really here advocating for that. You're not saying let's just fix the pool up and use it another 10 years, which is about, you know, maybe 2.5 times the cost of putting the spray park in.
Yeah, if the choice is to remove the pool completely and not have a new one, yes, then I would support retaining this pool. Ideally, I think, again, as I mentioned, that this is a real opportunity for all of us, whether it be Fort Langley residents, council, to come together, Walnut Grove, anyone surrounding areas, like you said, anybody that lives in the township, to come together and look at a project that we can be proud of. Like, we need to think bigger, we need to think better. If we're going to be spending money on something, why not take the time to get more information, to make sure that we're spending money in a way that people for the next 25, 30, 40 years will benefit from, just like they will in Aldergrove. I think that's all we're asking for, is the same treatment.
Okay. But you're saying that perhaps there hasn't been enough input, but on page 3 of the report, it talks about thousands of people that have 983 in the survey, 756 in social media impressions of 18,000. So I'm just curious to know what the expansion of time is going to do to change the results that we have in front of us, which is, of course, would you like to keep the pool? Yes, people say they would like to. So
yeah, I never said that there wasn't enough input from the public. That's not what I said at all. What I said was that I think we need more time to examine the options on how to move forward in the best, and come up with the best plan to either save the pool, build a new pool, whether we build a splash park. I don't think that we have enough information on what the best option is for the community at this point. We have the consultation that shows that 78% of the people want to see it saved. So to me, voting for council to vote today to put in a splash park, you're not representing your constituents at that point.
Well,
thank you.
It depends on how you do the math on that.
We should move on.
Just one final question. You said you were also confused about where the spray park would go. Wasn't it pretty obvious in the report that it's going to go on the footprint of where the pool is?
Again, like I said, I don't see it reasonable to put a spray park next to a cemetery when we know that we need to expand that cemetery anyway. So that's why I'm saying, looking at all of these options, whether we retain the pool or put in a spray park, don't we need to make sure that we're planning for the future as opposed to just putting a Band-Aid on something?
Right. Okay. Very good. Thank you very much.
Councilor Richter, you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, I found Councillor Long's comments about reading the report quite interesting. And I wondered if perhaps page 35 in the report wasn't clear to Councillor Long. 77.5% of the respondents want a pool, an outdoor pool. 34.79% want an adventure or parkour park. And 27.87 want a spray park. So it's clear to me what options 1, 2, and 3 are from the public's perspective. And I think Ms. Cachado has made it quite clear that if we're not willing to look at a pool closer, we're not listening to the residents that have participated. I did have a follow-up question, 2 follow-up questions for Ms. Cachado. First of all, it seems to me in the detail that's come through on this report, there's a great deal of resistance to losing any trees, and expansion of the pool on the existing site would result in loss of trees. So is that why you're suggesting perhaps we need to find another location? And if it is, another location that I can think of is perhaps adjacent to the Fort Langley Art School, the high school. They seem to have some open field areas there. Has there been any discussions with the school about perhaps partnering or being a partner in this? Because I could see a pool being a great addition to the Fort Langley athletics program up there.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. I agree with you that I do think that putting in a new pool, this is not the right location ideally. Again, right next to the, it's just not ideal. We need to expand the cemetery anyway. You know, back when I was a kid growing up, my grandfather was actually a councilman, and one of the things he did, which was part of his legacy, is he did the same thing. He built an indoor pool, but attached it to the high school via a tunnel, and then they ended up being able to increase their aquatics program quite strongly. So, you know, I think that that's definitely an opportunity to talk to the Fine Arts School. I haven't done that at this point, but again, that's why I'm asking for more time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. There's no further questions. Thank you. Okay, so now we'll move on to presentations, and we have Ms. Zosia Ettenberg here to present on accessibility issues. Welcome here.
Thank you very much. Can I just share my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. This is one of my first times doing all this complicated Zoom stuff, so please be patient. First of all, I want to thank you for allowing us to come and present to you. This is not the first time we have over the years, but I've always found our reception has been very warm and welcoming, and I appreciate that for sure. The presentation today is in 2 parts. I will do the first part, then I will pause and then do the second part. And I'll ask you if you want to sort of continue and do the second part first or talk about it first.
I think if we could go through both, council can take notes and ask you questions on both.
Okay, super.
Thank you.
So we're working on access for all, push for accessibility. And to that end, we want to present, first of all, the introduction into the project, who is Access for All, and how does Access for All work and how you can help. So I love doing all these little pictures. I know the mayor has been recipient of several, sort of what's wrong with this picture. And obviously this is not in the township. I'll just assure you immediately. But here's the parking lot with lines to go across and no ramp. So where are you supposed to go? How are you supposed to get on the sidewalk? So what we want to do is empower users by providing accessibility information for user communities. And we're starting with the Langley community. I'm not going to read all the little extra stuff because you have access to that, and I believe you may have a paper copy as well. So we want, like 1 in 5, or approximately 22% of Canadians live with at least one disability. And out of the 130,000 residents in the township of Langley, that means about 28,000 live with a disability. So what we have planned is an online platform like Google, well, we're using Google Maps or Yelp to search for a location, then click on the report if they want to submit a report or complete a questionnaire for the location. And each location contains 3 sections, a collection of symbols that signify the presence of accessibility features. And we're calling it disability friendly rather than accessible, because people automatically think it's wheelchair accessible, but there are people with other disabilities that have a different set of needs. So we have 2 forms of accessibility scores: location reports and user reports. And so what we are doing is we are collecting the information and from the owners, or let's say we're doing a township building or facility, then we would be sending a questionnaire out to fill it out and report it on that. And then people who visit the facility. And the reason we're doing that is because a lot of people, if they're not living with a disability, do not identify barriers. So for example, I have on occasion phoned a hotel to make sure I'm staying in the hotel, I'm in a wheelchair, can I access my room and your hotel amenities? And I'll get an answer, oh sure, yep, we're accessible. And I arrive there and I find stairs. And they sort of looked around and no, that's fine. So that's why we're using the 2 types of reports. And so this is the type of thing that they would find. There would be the mobility, vision, or hearing impairments. Each one, you would click on one or click on the other, and it can give you the report for each. Their accessibility features, what they have there. And then we do a disability friendliness score. And the little tick mark up here is if we've been asked to go in and check it out. And then the tick mark will be that we've checked it out through our audit, the audit tool that we use. So users have the option, as I mentioned, to choose the disability relevant for them. They can also quickly see which accessibility features are available. And the score shows how accessible, and the users want to know the specific accessibility information. They can see the full report by clicking on the button. The icon signals that a location has had the accuracy of their location report verified. And each user can submit a report as well if they would like to. And we're also going to not just have it on the computer, we're going to have it on your telephone. So if you're in the middle of something and you want to go let's say to the township offices, you want to know, is it accessible? So that type of thing. And so as we're trying to make it easy to use and simply search, click and view. I like that idea. And we include the accessibility features. We want text to speech for vision impairments and more. And we will be continuously expanding. User and business reports will continue to grow the database. And we're starting in Langley. And once we've got Langley done, then we would like to expand into the Fraser Valley and other communities. And so what we have done is we've secured the initial funding. We received $25,000 from the New Horizons grant this year to do this particular project. We've approved a strategic plan as to how we're going to proceed along with that. And we have a software developer that's doing that. And we've been working hard to create the online platform. And at this point, the initial version of the website is near ready to be demonstrated. And so, as I said, our goal is to have the access for all platform available and ready for users by the end of 2021. So what we need, because it's really, really expensive to, to get software developed, even though we've got one that is giving us a nonprofit price, which is great. But, and also I have the tendency to have more ideas and sort of, well, can we put this in or can we put that in? And so we really want to emphasize the fact that this is not just for wheelchairs, this is for all disabilities. And so we feel that this is a valuable service that we can offer the citizens of Langley Township. And we're asking the township to provide $5,000 to help us make a robust launch of this project. So now I will go on to the second part, which is Brookswood Plaza accessibility. And I have a little video here, and please let me know if you cannot hear the audio. Hello, my name is Sasha Edinburgh, Executive Director and Founder of Langley Possibilities and longtime Brookswood resident. Here at Possibilities, we are working to create a more accessible community for persons challenged by disability. One fixable challenge impacting our community is the lack of accessible walkways around Brookswood Plaza. Our goal is to bring this matter to the Township of Langley Council so that we can collectively improve the safety and ease of access for everyone in Brookswood. To do this, we need to rally the many voices of our community. Brookswood Plaza has been a staple in our community for decades. This plaza holds over 15 businesses, like the beloved destinations Cravings Coffee and Bakery and the Brookswood Florist. However, the 5 sets of stairs create a safety hazard for everyone. The way these stairs are positioned, it creates the need to move into the middle of the parking lot to get to your next destination. What could be an easy task if there were ramps turned into a potentially dangerous trip into a busy parking lot? Parking lots can be dangerous places. Nearly 20% of car accidents occur in parking lots. This danger increases substantially for those in wheelchairs. In addition to reduced agility, those in a wheelchair can be nearly invisible to drivers. How quickly did you notice the person in the wheelchair? How about now? Can you see that it can be a tall task to be able to quickly spot someone going behind
problem not only impacts those with a mobility disability, but also moms and dads who are stuck wheeling their children in strollers into the middle of the parking lot to navigate this mall. Thankfully, there is an easy solution to this issue, one that helps every member of our community, driver or pedestrian. The answer is to change the stairs into a gentle ramp by making accessibility a non-issue. The mobility challenged no longer need to put themselves at increased risk. Drivers no longer need to fear hitting a pedestrian. Customers can go easily between stores, businesses thrive. It's a win-win-win-win situation. You can help the Brookswood community by signing our petition.
Hello, my name is Ahmed Mehta. I'm the pharmacy owner of Township Council on Leonard Street, where the plaza right next to McDonald's. And we supported that petition to get more rent on the payment for sidewalks that private folks company groups that are really actively businesses over there. And very helpful to respond to that. Okay, thank you.
The other, one of the things, this is a picture of the Brookswood parking lot. And we sort of did a little bit of research and found out that even though the parking lot is a private lot, they are considered to be highways, meaning that the rules of public roads also apply to private parking lots. And so that the difficulty is to try to get whoever is responsible to make the changes. And as we talked about the solution, and I'm sure the engineers can have something more to say, but this to me looked like an ideal solution. And if they replace the stairs with the ramps, I mean, you can only attend 3 stores, and then you have to get to the next one to attend the next 3 stores. So, and just for your information, we made multiple attempts to contact the owners and those responsible for the changes. Unfortunately, we've not been able to contact those people, despite retrieving their information from the land title. So we are now asking the township to help us in our attempt to make Brookswood Plaza accessible for all. Thank you very much for listening to us, and hopefully we will have some solution.
Well, thank you very much. There are several questions from council. Just before I move on to the questions, I just want to get some clarification. You mentioned that it's a highway, but and I'll double check with staff, but as I understand it, that's the definition under the Motor Vehicle Act, which allows private property, such as this parking lot, to be under the definitions of the highway for the purpose of enforcing the Motor Vehicle Act. And I believe it might also be for the criminal code for impaired driving, that sort of thing. But I know for the Motor Vehicle Act, it's a highway, but it doesn't allow municipality to go onto private property to make changes once it's been built and approved. So I just want to make that clear, but we can double check. But I think it's more for enforcement of the Motor Vehicle Act and Motor Vehicle Act regulations. That's why it's a definition of a highway. It's still private property. So just to help clarify. But I do have some questions from council. Councilor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Ms. Edinburgh, for coming today. It's very much appreciated. Having responded to your original email and concern regarding the Brookswood Plaza that you referenced today, I think it is a very interesting question with the degree to which the township could effect perhaps a liaison role to help work towards a positive resolution with respect to the ramps. I have been to that plaza, so I do know what you're speaking of, and have had relevant experience with my mother in wheelchairs, so I know what you mean. My other question has to do with whether or not, further to your delegation, we have an age-friendly business recognition program, so I'm wondering if there was some possibility that what you're doing could in some way be dovetailed through that. because it is a program that gets funding from the provincial government. And I know there's a separate ask that you have for the program that you're now doing. I think it's embedded in your delegation, the $5,000, but I'm just wondering if you could speak to that opportunity that might be there. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm just trying to shut off my phones. That they always seem to want to ring when, but anyway. Sorry. Which provincial?
Oh, the age-friendly designation, community designation. So they have a number of umbrella type of programs, and one of them is the age-friendly recognition program for businesses. So we've actually implemented that in the Township of Langley so that people can go and find out that if they want to go shopping or use that commercial entity, that there are certain attributes that make it more accessible for people that are either elderly or have some kind of physical impairment. So I'm just suggesting, since that program already exists in the Township of Langley, as well as the age-friendly program, so we're a community that's designated that way, that there could be some collaborative or dovetailing of those things with the great ideas that you have with respect to going forward.
Thank you very much. I was unaware of that, and I'm glad for that information.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Great, thank you very much. Thanks for coming, Ms. Edinburgh, for your presentation today. I'm somewhat intrigued by the discussion you had at the first part about the online accessibility map. There was a number of things that were quite intriguing on that, and I had a few questions for you. On that map, is that a unique and separate app that that people have, or is that something that gets built into the map programs that you might typically find on, say, an iPhone or Android or that sort of thing? Or is this a special app that's being created around accessibility map?
It's an app that's being created by this program. The actual home of the program will be on our website, but on separate, like it's be affiliated with our website, and we're developing the app free of charge.
Okay,
so anyone can download that app.
Yeah, that's great. So what is what's the plan to promote that, especially since you mentioned 20% of people have some form of disability? How would they get to know about your app so that they can make that a regular part of their lifestyle?
Well, we're starting with Langley City, City and Township, and with the idea of growing. One part of we've been doing as a society is we've now been collaborating with all sorts of other organizations. We just finished making a video on parking with Spark that was launched 2 days ago. So we've got access to a whole lot of other disability organizations, and we also have we've been approached by several other nonprofit organizations representing other diseases or disabilities, asking to collaborate with us as well. So it's they will spread it through their networks, as well as we have access to Google Ads. We have access to we do a lot of social media these days. So I mean, it's interesting how COVID has forced us to learn stuff that we didn't know before. So that's the plan initially. What we need to do is get it actually up and so that we can start showing people. This is the live version. What you saw were pictures of, and we still have a ways to go, but that what you saw is pictures of it. But I'd like to be able to show you the live version as well, but it's not ready yet for that.
Right. One of the other things I was thinking of is that this might encourage businesses to think about how they provide accessibility to their business, because as you showed on the app, as a business gets looked up to see how accessible it is, people will be able to look to see what that is, and businesses will want to be able to promote their accessibility and how accessible their business is to people. So I think there's some real possibility here. So I was excited by and intrigued by it. So good job on that. I appreciate hearing about it. Thank you.
The one thing that businesses don't recognize yet is, or a lot of them don't, is the fact that this doesn't just benefit people with disabilities. It benefits mothers with young kids. It benefits seniors. It benefits a whole lot of people, not just the disabled population.
Yeah, right. Thanks very much. I appreciate your presentation today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Richter.
Yes, I think this is a fabulous idea and certainly a wonderful add-on to the ratings that we find online for different businesses. I'm just wondering, is there or will there be a cost of this rating for businesses? So if I have a business and I want to get it an accessibility rating, do I have to pay a fee to do that?
No, you don't. If you want to have, like, let's say you as a business rate your business in such a way, and the users who have come to your business don't agree with you, for example, and say, well, yes, I had difficulty, I couldn't get into the bathroom, or there was a step in front of the, things like that, which people don't recognize when they're doing their own. We have an audit program that we could come in and audit them. We did the Blair Pool in 2019, and with our audit, we're now refining it even more. But yes, there will be a cost to the audit, but there will not be a cost to be put on the map or, to put your own report on.
Okay. And do you have an idea of what the cost for an audit would be?
Not just yet, because we're actually developing 3 levels of audit. One which is a very basic one, and then one which is a little bit more measuring things for code and stuff. Like our basic one is how can you do the economical fix? And I know that I saw Raman here, and we had a long chat at the Blair Pool when we were doing it, and so that that was the initial audit. Now one of our board members is trained in doing audits, so that he's helping us develop the robust audit form. So I think there will probably be 3 different levels of pricing.
Okay. And with regards to the $5,000 that you'd said you'd like to get from the township, what would that $5,000 be used for specifically?
What we wanted to use that for, because that's something we didn't build into our original application, and also the New Horizons grant, the maximum they give is $25,000. So, but that's to help make it visual for the visually impaired and the hearing impaired, to make those changes so that we're that people with those disabilities can use the app.
Okay. And now the $25,000 that you've gotten right now, is that going to cover all of the costs, or do you anticipate that there will be more ongoing costs that won't be picked up by grants?
It will not it definitely will not cover all of it. And so what we've had to do is, because of what we want to put into it to make it really user friendly, we will be applying for a second one next year to continue. This is phase 1 now. We realized we've had to divide it. We thought, oh yeah, this is easy, let's do this, and then it didn't quite work out that way. And so we've divided into phase 1 and phase 2.
Okay. And the last question I have, and I don't think I can get it answered here because this is a presentation, and I think it's a question I need to ask staff, is does Township actually have the legal authority to go in and force compliance measures on private property like that? I'm not sure we do. but I'd need to get more information from staff on that. But wonderful idea. I'm glad you guys are doing this, and thank you very much for your time and your presentation today.
Yeah. And I sort of semi-answer that. I don't know about the legal responsibilities, but certainly pressure from the township might help, you know, and because I mean, I know the township stands for accessibility. So, yeah.
Thank you. All right, Councilor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mrs. Edinburgh, Zasha, for coming. As you know, you're joining the technical world. I see you doing all too. And I haven't forgotten. I told a friend of yours and ours that I need to get an envelope to you. So I haven't forgotten about that, all the work you and your society does.
Well, we really appreciate everything.
Thank you, Zasha. I did want to say that we need to, you know, do the best we can to suggest to all those, not just Brookswood, to be as friendly for those in need of ramps. And I know that plaza you got missed because my insurance broker's there as well. So you're right. Going up behind trucks and vehicles is not a safe way. Safety is important. I think that the owners, as been mentioned by other members of council, should be at least approached to do the best we can, even though it is private property. When you're doing the work you're doing, I know you've done it through with the township and others. Is it widespread between the public and private sector, or you basically kind of reach as many people as you can and doing with the personnel and the staff you have, if I may?
Sorry, what is what?
Well, when you're reaching out to accessibility and you're kind of like a questionnaire and other things, do you try to reach out to all businesses, or as many as you possibly can?
We would like, the challenge is to get a list of the businesses, and also to we want all the government buildings. We want the recreational buildings and stuff like that. So, but we already have a good relationship with the township. We already have a good relationship with the city. So through that, I know that the township would like us to come in and do more audits, but with COVID and all of that, that was a challenge, but hopefully that's easing up as of today.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much for what you do, and we have to do our part as well. Thank you, Tasha.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Kunst.
Hi, Zosha. Thank you for coming. You did a great job on that presentation, navigating that this new technology. Congratulations. I'm wondering, are you aware of the group? I think it's called Measuring Up. It's in Surrey, and I think they do the same kind of work that you're doing, but they do it and they're focused on Surrey businesses. And I just wanted to throw that out there because I remember at one of these, I don't know, it was UBCM, I sat in on a talk and there was a gentleman there who was in a wheelchair, and he was just talking about all the different ways that they're, doing, addressing accessibility in Surrey. So I just wanted to give that little piece of information to you. And yeah.
I'm well aware that I'm not particularly aware of the Measuring Up one, but I'm well aware of the Surrey's attitude, and we've applied for funding from Surrey as well, because one of the things, especially with our relationship with Spark right now, they have done an assessment of wheelchair parking spaces throughout Surrey. And so what we're hoping to do with the funding that hopefully Surrey will give us, that we are hoping to be able to use their because Spark has already agreed to share their data with us, that we at least can put in parking in Surrey. And we haven't, so that would be that first expansion. And we've asked Surrey for $5,000 as well.
So one other question I have is around like parks, like sort of our regional parks, and there must be other and information for people who are disabled that will want to access, our Butterfield Parks. Will this be included in your?
I hope so.
Okay.
I had a little challenge. I was on my way to the Okanagan and I had to find a bathroom quickly.
Oh.
And I was at Bridal Falls and I went there and I have never been in such a washroom. I mean, I literally had to go with the door open because my wheelchair wouldn't fit in.
Wow.
So it was, that definitely we would like to get all those kind of things in there.
Yeah, for sure. That is a huge issue.
It is, and it's a huge job, but it's
huge job.
well
Whether
worth
we're talking about transportation or, that bathroom issue is huge. It comes up all the time. So thank you for the work that you're doing in your advocacy.
Thank you.
Yeah. Take care.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
Yeah, thanks very much, Sasha. And just for because we're running out of time a little bit, I just wanted to thank you as well. But I wanted to say, did you approach the owner of the food store and some of the other bigger tenants in there to get a hold of the owners? Because this is going to have to be a voluntary. This is the right thing to do, I think, coming from the mall ownership.
Actually, the Brookswood Plaza is only that one bit.
Yeah.
Like, for example, Bilo Foods, Bilo Foods. I keep wanting to call it G&H, but Bilo Foods and the other. I've spoken to several of the people there, but they are not part of the same plaza, and so they're under different things. And and then we just had a car go through the Coast Coast Capital Bank.
Oh yeah,
there.
I heard about that.
Yeah, just this weekend.
So the part of the plaza that you showed in your presentation
is just the one across the street where the Super Safe store, Super Safe gas station is. Yeah.
And so we have to get a hold of you. Well, the mayor will write them a nice letter, and I'm sure we can get them to get
Do
something.
my best.
Thanks very much for coming. Appreciate it.
All right. Well, thank you very much. There's no further questions. Thank you for bringing that to our attention, and we'll be asking some questions of staff on what we can do under what we're legally allowed to do and what we can do to help advocate. Thank you.
Take care.
Take care. Okay. The next item on the agenda is a presentation from Christy Jatto of Shared Waters Alliance. Welcome here.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to share my screen. Can everybody see this all right?
Yes.
Yep. Wonderful. So yes, I'd like to, Chief Harley is with me here as well. I don't know if that was noted in the introduction, but yes, I'm Christy Jatto. I serve as Conservation Science Director for Arasha Canada and live right next to the township of Langley in South Surrey and work on the Little Campbell River watershed. I've seen you all before. Thank you for having us, and I'll let Chief Harley introduce himself and carry on.
Ait Squachil, Onaschalacha, Nestli, Conosqual, Conosqual, Tiasquile, Hopocton, Sintasna. My traditional name is Hopocton. My English name is Harley Chapel. I just really want to thank the township for the opportunity to have our delegation speak. I've also invited some of the representatives from Kwantlen First Nations to be online with us today, as it's shared territory and shared responsibility. But this Shared Waters Alliance has been an organization that we've been spearheading for the past few years now. So I don't know if I just quickly let any of the representatives I know Drew's on here. I'm not sure if Derek was on as well. If anybody just wants to introduce themselves.
Sure, good afternoon. Drew Atkins here. I work for the Kwantlen Lands Resources and Sustainability. I manage special projects and resource development. And thank you, Chief Harley, for inviting me to this session here today. Of course, we're seeing impacts to our waters constantly, and it's affecting our communities in a big way. So I thank you for the audience today.
So just on that, I just want to begin and give a little bit of a background to our council. And again, thank you very much for the opportunity. We are presenting to all of our neighboring municipalities, hopefully before summer's out. But we presented to White Rock, City of White Rock, a few weeks back, yourself and Surrey today, and then moving on to Langley and Delta as well. But really, I just want to give you a little bit of a background on how shared waters came to be. In 1994, we actually had two of our community members that were charged with harvesting shellfish in Semiahmoo Bay, right out front of our community here of Semiahmoo in 1994, and they were charged with harvesting shellfish in a closed area, and that really sparked it obviously sparked a bit of a court proceedings, and fortunately Semiahmoo was successful in those proceedings. But really what came from that was the work that needed to be done. And I need to apologize. Sorry, I'm not at home. Usually I'm at home to do these offices. I'm in Semiahmoo right now, and I'm on my cell phone. So if I don't have the best audio or video, that's forgive me. But really going back to the origin of this work that we've undertaken is, when we started to investigate the contamination that has come into Semiahmoo Bay and ultimately closed harvesting of shellfish within our traditional territories. Most of the investigation that came back, one of the main contributors that came through that contamination was the Little Campbell River, or what we call the Tataloo. So really, part of our presentation here today and part of the talk we'd like to share with you, and ultimately at the end, I do have a bit of an ask for the council, and I'll save that. I'll keep the suspense for last, but really the knowing and understanding that the water quality that was outfalling from the Little Campbell and into the Semiahmoo Bay was a very, very high source of contamination. Very small background, and I won't give you I'll give you the Coles notes on it. We as Semiahmoo, we've settled here in Semiahmoo Bay, but we understand after the last large flood. And when we equate our traditional teachings and science, we understand that to be in the realm of 10,000 years ago. So we as Semiahmoo have lived off shellfish. We've lived off the harvesting in our traditional territory. Unfortunately, at present, we don't harvest shellfish. We don't fish any of the fish within our bay, and really looking to do some reconciliatory work with our municipalities and our neighbors to revitalize and bring back some of the importance of our traditional territories and harvesting within such. The shared waters was developed after our two community members had been charged through DFO, and really the work had begun then to really start a process to understand how the contamination is coming down through the Little Campbell and ultimately outfalling into the bay. I'm going to me and Christy are going to quarterback this a little bit. Sorry, I'm blind right now, but I'm going to let her do a little bit more of the technical aspects, and I'm going to do a little bit more of, if you can say, the political or traditional aspects. But I think I'll pass it over to Christy to do this slide. I just wanted to give you a short Coles notes on how shared waters came to be, and ultimately some of the partnerships and relationship that were developed through that process. One last thing before I pass it over to Christy is we did apply through Department of Fisheries Oceans for a share or a section, sorry, not section 119, that's a different thing. Appendix 13, which was a reclassification of the bay to investigate contamination. Unfortunately, and that was done 2 years ago, unfortunately, that application was denied given lack of information, which I still struggle with and I still am perplexed and challenged with. But really, really the work comes back to us as neighboring governments, all 5 municipalities within the area, 2 First Nations that ultimately call this watershed home. So I'm going to pass it off to Christy, and she's going to be able to do some of the work around some of the technical background of the Shared Waters Alliance, and then I'll pick it a little bit up after. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief Harley. So this group really started in the late 90s when after those members were charged, the Semiahmoo Nation members, and since then, there's been a transboundary effort. So partners from the American side as well as the Canadian side from all levels of government have been coming together to work towards improved water quality in Boundary Bay, as that water is shared. And as you know, and Harley mentioned, the Little Campbell River was found to be the most significant contributor of contamination, and that flows right through Township of Langley and Surrey and White Rock, and really connects us to this issue, the shared issue of water quality and also of reconciliation. And so Boundary Bay itself is a really rich habitat. It's recognized locally, nationally, internationally for its wildlife diversity and its importance as a biodiversity hotspot, really for birds and also fish and mammals. And so this area is important to be a thriving, healthy ecosystem, more than just for the shellfish, but we're concerned about it for other reasons as well. And we have this vision of a healthy, flourishing bay. So just to mention, these are a handful of the participants that have been sitting around the round table over the last number of years. And Township of Langley has been involved in the past, and Councillor Bob Long was able to join us for our most recent roundtable in the fall. Here's just a picture of the map of how we all fit together, and the Little Campbell River is highlighted there, as Langley covers about half of Little Campbell, as well as Nickel, as you know. So our goals are really to better understand where the water quality concerns are coming from, where the contamination sources are coming from, and to collaboratively address those sources to improve water quality and also to advance reconciliation. And lately we're engaging municipal leaders, like Chief Harley mentioned, to really emphasize our shared priorities of water quality improvement and Indigenous reconciliation. So lately we've been meeting as a roundtable 2 or 3 times a year to update on information that have been gathered and brainstorm next steps. And we have a water quality technical working group that I've been leading to monitor water quality monthly and get a better sense of where the contamination sources are coming from. And yeah, lately we've been doing these series of delegations. And we have identified a number of areas of overlap with Township of Langley. We had an SFU student do an assessment of alignment of the different municipalities of what initiatives and priorities already align with the Shared Waters Alliance, and Township of Langley got full scores, top marks. Actually, there's lots of good things that you guys are already doing and that we overlap with. So sustainable agriculture initiatives, water quality enhancement protection. I've been really impressed with what's been happening in the Brookswood Fern Ridge neighborhood plans in terms of infiltration and rain gardens and encouraging green infrastructure. And so, yeah, we've identified already there's areas of overlap. So here we come to the ask.
So
pass it back
so the $1 million question. Really, Shared Waters has taken a little bit at really working from that grassroots organization that had a lot of local support. We've done a lot more work with Fraser Basin Council as of lately, really starting to strategize and start to understand how do we grasp this together. And really, I believe it's an ideal time as the province looks to implement DRIPA legislation, and how do First Nations and municipalities and provincial government all working together, obviously federal as well in there. And part of our request and part of our ask was to have a delegate appointed from each municipality to attend an intergovernmental South Fraser water quality working group. First, it'll be a gathering, basically a gathering to see all the municipalities represented from each municipality come together and really start to discuss how do we overcome an issue of water quality, and ultimately with the highest goal. And I know I will set the highest goal in shellfish and shellfish harvesting, given the understanding of how bivalves absorb contamination into their substance as creatures. So really our ask here is that the municipality or either delegate or put forward a representative that will attend a South Fraser watershed gathering that will probably be more towards the fall. We're going to take a little bit of break through the summertime. And once we're completed with that, then we will have the ask to each of the municipalities that we've presented to come back to the table, to basically sit and have a very large scale discussion, very high level discussion around how do we address the issue of water quality in the Little Campbell and ultimately Sinyama Bay. So I think that's that's our ask right now is for the municipalities to be participants, willing and active participants in our watershed group, and obviously our relatives at Kwantlen to be present at that time as well. But really, this is a project that we've undertaken over the past few years, and really trying to find. One of my struggles, and I'll just be kind of blunt and honest here, is one of my struggles here with contamination and water quality that coming into our bay is I have a real difficult time with finding teeth, if you will, in legislation, in direction for who is responsible for this gap that has happened over the years, and how do we claw back as neighboring governments to really bring this to the forefront, because obviously clean water and clean estuaries is good for everybody, but obviously being able to rekindle traditional food sources is a true act of reconciliation. I always hear my one cousin that's on council here with Sinyama. She said, if human beings could be on an endangered species list for food accessibility, Sinyama would be on it. Our bay is unfortunately, the extent of or the contamination in the bay, and ultimately we don't have the access to those resources like we used to. So really trying to look at that and make that a priority for our community to have traditional food sources acceptable or accessible to us as Sinyama. But really the ask is there in black and white to an informal engagement of staff. So two asks, sorry, I forgot about that, Christy. Two asks. One is that a staff from the township to be involved in the working groups, as well as to have a elected leader to be part of our South Fraser Watersheds working group. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We welcome your questions.
There we go. As I started to say, thank you very much for that presentation, and really interesting. I had the opportunity to kayak in Boundary Bay last summer, and you really got to watch the tides, that's for sure.
That's true. It's lots of sandbars.
Oh yeah, but beautiful part of the world, and the wildlife there is just fantastic. So hope to get out there again, and look forward to an invitation, formal invitation to attend this in the it sounds like the fall. So I think everybody takes a break in August, but look forward to that. I think it'll be very interesting. I've got several questions from council, so I'll start with Councillor Richter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the delegates for your very informative presentation. You mentioned that the Little Campbell River is the most significant source of contamination. Do you have any idea what type of contamination is coming from this river? Is it agriculturally focused? Is it industrially focused? Is it related to septic systems? Like, has there been any work on that done? That's my first question.
Yes. Would you like me to answer that?
Yes,
Oh,
please.
yeah, go ahead, Christy. Yeah.
So yeah, the main contamination of interest for shellfish is actually fecal contamination. So we're looking at bacteria that could be pathogentic, and that's the indicator that they use, that the federal government uses to close or open shellfish harvest. So we're basically talking about, yes, septic systems, agricultural runoff, any waste out of a warm-blooded animal. So pet waste. Also, what we've found, there can be cross connections in stormwater with sanitary sewer, and that can be a problem. And we found that stormwater itself can be quite contaminated with fecal coliforms. So the sources are widespread.
So it's the main focus is going to be trying to narrow down where the fecal is coming from?
That's correct.
Okay. And my second question is, you've requested a designated staff member. How long will this designated staff member be required for? And will this be a shared requirement amongst all the municipalities involved? So will Surrey be designating a person, as well as Delta, as well as, I would guess, City of Langley, because they've got Nickel Meckle running through there? Yeah.
Yes. Well, unfortunately, the time frame is hard to designate because this is a long-term solution issue that will likely require long-term efforts. And so I would say, yeah, it's hard to put a time frame on that, but we are asking each municipality for a designate from staff, and we already have one from Surrey and White Rock. So we're just asking now from the township and the city and Delta as well. Delta actually has a staff person that's been coming as well.
Okay. And is the intent of this staff person to be 100% on this project?
No. They would just need to come attend to the roundtables at a minimum, which would just be, yes, 2 to 3 times a year, in order to create that linkage between the township and maintain that connection, and keep communication lines open. And if it made sense, they may also participate on the water quality technical working group, that if they were also to be involved in collecting water quality data and including that as part of township's work. So that may be appropriate as well. But
and when you're talking about the technical group, will there be a requirement that the township put monies into financing that technical group?
Not at this time.
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation.
And I think just one thing to add to that question was, through our Appendix 13, that was my hope, was through the application with Department of Fisheries, was that we would get some baseline testing done here in the Bay, so that we would understand whether, if this is a 2-year project, is this a 5-year project, is this a 40-year project? And unfortunately, because that application was denied, we never got that off the ground. So really, taking that step back, that we understand DFO doesn't have an interest at this time, they may in time, but really starting to look at what is the political essence and what is the political flavor and taste to be involved in an organization like this, or a group. I won't say an organization. Yeah, I guess we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Kunst.
Yeah, thank you for coming again. It's great to see you. So I had a question about our shared waters with the United States. Is there any collaboration or relationship with the communities just across the line? And does what they do have any impact on our waters? And yeah, would we want them to come to the table as well?
Yes, good question. Yeah. It is a transboundary watershed, and they have been coming to the table from the beginning. They've been quite committed. So we have Whatcom County representatives as well as Washington Department of Health. And they've actually, on the American side, they've seen quite impressive improvements in water quality after really concerted effort to improve and address the sources of contamination in the Washington side. and they've actually been able to reopen over 800 acres of shellfish harvest just south of the border in Drayton Harbor, which was part of the impetus to kind of relaunch. Shared Waters went dormant in about 2011, and we were able to revitalize the group kind of at the end of 2017, early 2018, when Chief Harley was in leadership, and the American side just had the success. And so we thought, it really is actually possible to do this. We should apply ourselves again and get together and see what we can do. So yeah, they've
from an agricultural sort of question, we actually had a lot of farmers that we used to deliver shavings to across the line. So did the farmers there have to make any changes, and is that what you saw? Like what kind of what kinds of actions are we talking about here that would make a difference like that would have an impact?
Yes, farmers have been making changes. So things like manure management, ensuring piles are covered, and having wider buffers along streams to enable that filtration before the runoff hits the stream. All those sorts of things. In the States, they've been doing all these workshops to try and educate farmers on better practices. And one thing that's really worked on the American side too is they have provided some incentives to doing some of these, taking some of these better management practices on, and also they've the whole conversation about farmer to farmer is one that's worked well, because there are oyster farmers, right, in the bay that have been speaking to the upper land farmers, so your livestock farmers, and saying, hey, we're farmers too, and you know what, your poop is our water, and let's work together as farmers and see if we can improve.
That's great. Thank you.
Well,
that's really great information.
And one piece I'd like to add to that is this is one of the things that really perplexes me, is we have direct relatives both in Lumian and Nooksack on the other side of the line. And I have relatives from Nooksack. Actually, when my cousins were charged in 1994, our relatives were on the other side, the American side of the bay, harvesting. But yet it was closed. Like somehow this crazy imaginary line holds all the contamination on the north side. And the south side is open. And even today, just a couple of weeks ago, one of my relatives from Nooksack, who will hopefully be bringing some of his water quality sampling to the technical group, he was down there harvesting. And I'm going, this makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense that on the south side of the border, it's open for shellfishing, open for commercial harvesting of oyster farm in an enclosed bay in Blaine. But here on the Canadian side, we're just not getting the traction. So really as Shared Waters, we've taken that little bit of a switch. Instead of going to Department of Fisheries, who in my eyes, that's a responsibility. Right. We're now approaching some of our neighbors through the municipalities to say, okay, as a larger group, perhaps this could have a little bit more, as I said earlier, a little bit more teeth.
Right. Well, just last point, we do have an agriculture advisory committee, so it might be something to bring up there at some point. There might be a good opportunity to chat with them. So thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Worship, and thank you both for coming today. It's very much appreciated. I have been somewhat aware in my background knowledge, I guess, of the activities, most particularly around the sensitive watersheds that we have. And I know that there are a number of different contributors, and the challenge always is in situations like this, it's multi-jurisdictional. So I think you've really done an amazing job of bringing the parties together. I just want to, I do have a question, but I want to give a shout out to the Township of Langley for their green infrastructure. I think it's really critical. I've recently come across information that was sort of as a result, and addressing the fact that many of the mortalities and the challenge of salmon is because of roadway runoff from tires and these toxic chemicals that are there. And it turns out that there's a lot of research that's being done about the biofiltration capacity a green infrastructure and how much microplastics and other things it can take out of the water. So my question actually then has to do, I guess, with the role of the federal government. So we've talked about the US and our relationship and them being on board, because I honestly think this is the only way to address it, is just to get all the parties together, and that is a common thread of what really seems to be successful situations like this. But in terms of boating and other things that happen where there is, I'll call them marine discharges of things. So would that be like the federal government who would be responsible for that under fisheries or navigation? How would that be addressed?
I might be able to take a quick stab at that, Christy. So we have done circulation studies here in Semiahmoo Bay. And we see that, and over the generations, we've seen the foreshore begin to change here. One of the unfortunate things that we've noticed over the past few years, well, I've noticed obviously in my short time being in leadership, is there is no environmental assessment, complete environmental assessment done on Semiahmoo Boundary Bay at present, because it's enclosed by international waters at Point Roberts and at Blaine here. Basically, any environmental concerns that are coming out of the mouth of the Fraser per se, or in the Sailor Sea, as soon as they hit Point Roberts, that assessment stops, which is a huge challenge. It's a different table that I'm at, trying to deal with an environmental assessment here in Semiahmoo Bay, so that at least we can get baseline data. At least we can get the fundamental data that we need to be able to say, this is where we were and this is where we've gotten to, or this is where we're getting to. Really that, whether it's a lot of talk now about shipping lanes and very large capital projects that are happening on the mouth of the Fraser, the lower Fraser. We've really been rattling the cage at the federal level to start with Environment Canada, to start saying, we need that environmental assessment here in Semiahmoo Boundary Bay. We have three main outfalls. That's the Little Campbell, Nickel-Mackle, Serpentine. And it's kind of unfortunately, it's kind of a gray area. So that we are doing a lot of work on that end from a rights and title perspective to say, we need to have that information done here in our front yard. Because as we see projects happening and as we start to see the foreshore and the sedimentation start to change here, whose jurisdiction is that? And that's been bounced around a lot from Metrovan to the municipalities to DFO, and really nobody wants to take an ownership on whose responsibility is water quality out in the bay. I was told it was Department of Fisheries and Metro Vancouver. I think I'll let Christy tap in on that one because they didn't like my answers on those.
Yes, it's a good question about the boats and their discharging in the bay. I understand that it's federally, marine waters are federally regulated, and Environment Canada is the one that monitors water quality in the bay. But I think in terms of discharges from boats, that it's under a different act. I think it's maybe the Shipping Act or something else that regulates boats, but maybe pleasure craft is different. I'm actually not totally certain of that. So and you're right that the jurisdictional issues are a real challenge in this issue, because there's a lot of finger pointing that happens, and because there's a lot of shared responsibility. So yeah, DFO is responsible for shellfish, but actually in partnership with Canadian Food Inspection Agency and Environment Canada, the three of them regulate shellfish harvest, but they don't have a mandate to restore shellfish harvest once it's closed. They have a mandate to close it when it's unsafe to eat, but not to restore, which is the main difference from our American partners. And then most of the contamination sources are coming from freshwater or stormwater inputs, which are regulated by the province. Freshwater is regulated by the province, but they don't have a mandate for shellfish, right? Because so they're regulating to recreational or livestock standards, which is 200 CFU per 100 mil, but shellfish is 14 CFU per 100 mil. So they can regulate their freshwater sources, but it's not addressing the marine, tighter standard for shellfish. So it is a multi-jurisdictional issue. Yeah, and we do need to work together. I knew that the whole boat discharges one is a good thing to raise, though, because I should have a better sense of who regulates that. So thanks for raising that.
Well, thank you very much for coming in. I just want to put in, for the environmental assessment, I think that's critical, because the point is that when things incrementally change and get degraded over time, you need a baseline understanding of, scientifically where you're at in order to make those improvements. Because I've noticed that unless you have a goal and a standardized way to go forward and make something change, then it's really difficult to make any progress. You have to be able to demonstrate that your policies are actually resulting in something that is going to be identifiable and empirical, that makes sense to people. So thank you very much for coming.
Yeah. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I know a lot's being said today. Certainly Chief Chappelle and certainly Ms. Chenu, and of course my friend there, Mr. Watkins. Drew Aikens is here. Hey, Drew, and I know that if you looked at the screen, you'll notice that you showed in your presentation, that's our back bureau that Drew, your wife Phyllis, she drew that one. That's her thing. And I know, Drew, that you and Phyllis did the title today, Shared Waters. You did that one, The Rivers That Connect Us in Surrey, for the Surrey Museum. So excellent presentation, excellent thing. Back to the Shared Waters Alliance. I know that was this also an initiative launched through you folks with the Fraser Basin Council folks? Was that something that were they at the initial stages? If I may throw a chair to somebody.
No, they
yeah,
sorry.
go ahead, Harley.
Go ahead, Christy.
Okay, yeah, they weren't there right at the beginning.
Yeah.
But they've been helping us in terms of coordination and facilitation in the last few years.
Okay, so back to the questions. I won't re-ask the questions about what's happening in the U.S. and what's happening in Canada. I know a number of years ago there's a concern about sewage at on the U.S. side, and I know they did an awful lot to improve that. I still can't believe, I go down to White Rock every once in a while. My wife and I were there the other day. We came down on the motorcycle because we got insurance and we got a nice day, so we went down, and people, they're still taking crabs and things like that off the pier, and they're doing whatever they do, and I'm still not sure about what they do with clams and other shellfish. It doesn't make sense to me. What the science would say, it's been mentioned already. You lost me at the parts for billion and million. Those things, the science and nature of that, and how we measure that. I actually think if we all come together and start asking for the specific answers and directing them, if enough pressure gets put on those people, then we can consider openings again. Because maybe, and Harley, maybe you might be able to help me, maybe they're just keeping that closed for convenience, because I don't know what the new standards are. I sit on a Metro, what they call it, the sewer committee is called liquid waste now, and we're measuring all the time. And our numbers are getting better, our treatment's getting better, and we're finding that there's other sources of contaminants in the water. And if we need to address those as well. So, certainly I myself am very, very interested in sitting on the committee. I'm sure, I think many council members might be as well. The more the merrier, I'm sure. My last question would be, have you approached Metro Vancouver? Because they have a department that looks after that as well. So they might want to sit as well. Have you approached them, if I may?
Yes.
Yes, we have. And,
okay, well, thank you very much. We've got a lot of work to do. Everybody's got a lot, because we're all in this together. So thank you. And Drew, can you see me? See ya. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Long.
Yeah, thank you very much, and Chief Harley and Christy for coming, and Derek and Drew as well. We really appreciate you being here. I see that in today's package, we got the presentation that you gave us in writing, so there's more background there should we need it. It's so appropriate, I think, for the township to be involved with this. We are the headwaters of a number of of the rivers and streams and water courses throughout the region. So we're connected already, and we should be practicing as best stewardship as we can. The mayor's already said, you send the invitation and we'll be there in the fall, I'm sure, all of us. And as far as the staff request, just to be clear so that we can get this correct, it's not a huge time commitment. And I understand, Christy, maybe you can answer that our staff has already been working a little bit with your efforts here. And so when you're not actually asking for a huge amount more than we've already been giving and perhaps need to give in the future.
That's correct. There should be a small ask, and yeah, it'd probably be best suited to the water group. So that would be Kevin Larson's group.
Right.
And yeah.
Well, I really, really thank you for being here and for the work that you're doing. I really enjoyed the meeting that I was asked to be at in last November, and I'll keep an eye on things. And it's just a real interest to me and the rest of council too. So thanks again for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions, so thank you again for your presentation. And
yeah, if I can quickly just add to something in support of this initiative. You know, we've seen real decline in our salmon stock in the Fraser River recently, and food security and traditional food security is something really serious. It's like we see our people, we see our elders that we see a change in them when they get a hold of that food. It does something to their soul. I often call it Indian soul food. So, you know, we really need to work towards being able to create traditional food security for our communities, because it really has an impact to the overall health and well-being. And so I appreciate the time with everybody here today, and all the work that you're doing here with this alliance. I really look forward to some positive outcomes moving forward. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Good to see you again, Chief.
And other than that, I just really want to thank the township for the opportunity to be able to share, and our relatives from Kwantlen to come and hear and support us in this initiative. You know, for Simiamo, it is our livelihood. So really, any support we get is well appreciated. And I just really want to thank the opportunity for today. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to the next presentation. This is a presentation by Catherine Gray, the committee co-chair of the Tree Protection Advisory Committee, to present proposed changes to the tree protection bylaw. And welcome here.
Thank you very much. Your worship and members of council, I'm very happy to be here today representing my TPAC colleagues, and they are Christine Bishop, John Evanochko, Matt Muller, Al Neufeld, Hannah A. Sakurai, Trevor Smith, Amber Stewart, and John Turner. These committed individuals chosen by council came to TPAC with expertise in the fields of biology, education, climate technology, landscape architecture, municipal parks management, and the 4 ISA certified arborists on TPAC have a combined total of more than 60 years experience in public and private industry. So I'd like to thank, while I'm here, I'd like to thank the council co-chair, Councillor Whitmarsh, and the alternate, Councillor Arneson, for their timely advice and their vital role in the committee's work so far. And as well, we have appreciated the attendance of Councillors Richter and Woodward at our meetings. And of course, on behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank staff members for their ongoing support. So I'm just going to go through the executive summary and then review the recommendations, and then we'll open up to any questions that you may have. So I'm sure you've all read the report. So just in the executive summary, it's in April of 2019, council asked staff to bring forward a tree protection bylaw based on the City of Richmond bylaw, and also to bring forward a tree canopy protection standard, which we are now calling a community forest management strategy. And council obviously also appointed a tree protection advisory committee for an 8 to 12 month term with broad-based community representation to review the tree protection bylaw after the first year of implementation, and also to participate in the development of the community forest management strategy, which has been created by consultants. So council adopted the bylaw in July of 2019 and appointed TPAC in September of 2020. And in October 2020, council received a 1-year review of the tree bylaw from staff and referred that to TPAC, and I believe that was in our first meeting. So unfortunately, as with many township activities and activities for most of us, the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted our timelines to bring scheduled work along in the way that we originally forecast. And in light of this circumstance, we have worked very closely with township staff in a collaboration to facilitate this critical review of the existing bylaw in a time-sensitive manner. Now, over the last 8 months, our conclusions derived from the ongoing review generated a consensus among committee members that the proposed changes to the bylaw needed to be expedited so that tree protection would be the foremost consideration based on staff experience in the past year administering the current bylaw. So based on this information provided from staff regarding implementation challenges, TPAC is therefore supportive of accelerating the process of bylaw review, and the review has resulted in the proposed changes, which we are asking for immediate implementation. TPAC has reviewed the bylaw, and the proposed changes to the bylaw have been prepared for council consideration. The proposed amending bylaw includes the following key 4 area changes. One is revised definitions within the first part of the bylaw. The second one is increased tree protection and tree conservation under the bylaw by changing protected size from 30 centimeters and up to 20 centimeters and up, diameter breast height, or as we call it, DBH often. Third item is we have specified that tree removal can be allowed in cases where a protected tree can be demonstrated through an arborist report to be dead, dying, damaged, diseased or in decline beyond expectations of recovery, in imminent failure, or have unresolvable conflicts with buildings or utilities. And finally, a tree might be inappropriate for its location due to its size and species. And the fourth item in the proposed bylaw review is updated tree replacement planting guidelines. The intent of the proposed amendments is to shift the bylaw towards a prescriptive and more comprehensive approach to tree protection while maintaining a balance to relieve any undue hardship to homeowners. Input on the bylaw review and the proposed amendment has been a collaboration between TPAC, township staff, and a review of International Society of Arboriculture best practices to tree management issues. It should be noted that Metro Vancouver is in the process of developing a toolkit for tree bylaws for member municipalities. These are intended as best practices for regional tree bylaws and will relate directly to canopy cover policies. As noted in the October 2020 staff report, an additional arborist and support clerk are required to administer the bylaw, both in its current form and with the proposed amendments incorporated, in order to maintain service levels for existing programs. The changes proposed in the amending bylaw will continue to generate additional workload on staff, and future staffing requests may be required based on the monitoring of application volume. So I'll just go up to the recommendations. The recommendations are that council give first and second reading to tree protection bylaw, and that council give first, second, and third reading to bylaw notice enforcement bylaw, and that council give first, second, and third reading to fees and charges bylaw. And these are all in conjunction in relation to the changes that we are proposing. And the fourth one is that council authorize staff to schedule a public input opportunity to solicit written submissions for the tree bylaw. And there are 2 other recommendations within the report. One is that it is recommended that council refer additional staffing requests to the budget process for 2022. And finally, it is recommended that council extend the terms of service for TPAC until the community forest management strategy is presented to council. This is to allow the committee to fully engage in the analysis and review of the strategy, as well as to present the strategy to council. So this really concludes my formal remarks. So I'm happy to move to questions at this time.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And I would like to thank the committee for all their hard work over the last few months working on this. I certainly do appreciate the input from all those.
Well, thank you very much. We've had many spirited discussions.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. It sounds like trees are always one of those issues where you can have spirited discussions. I'm pretty sure. So,
yeah.
But do appreciate all the work that you've done.
Thank you. I'll pass that on to them.
Great, thanks. I'm going to turn it over to questions from council and Councillor Whitmarsh, co-chair. Go ahead.
Well, thank you very much for coming today and presenting to us. I just wanted to, of course, thank you, Ms. Gray, for your contributions, your ability to chair this committee. You've done a wonderful job of chairing it. And certainly want to thank all the members of the committee for their incredibly hard work on this committee. I have not been in my 6 years on council on an advisory committee that has put in this kind of time and effort to do this, and many meetings, many more than the once per month. So I really do appreciate the efforts that people have made, and people have really taken it serious, treated it as a very serious topic, which it is. And so I really appreciate it, and thank you to you, Ms. Gray. Just a question for you, and of course, you know, I've been at all the meetings, so I know a lot of what's happened. But I'm wondering if you could maybe summarize in your words sort of the changes that you've recommended. How do you think that would impact in terms of tree protection? What would those changes do in compared to the bylaw that we currently have? What would that do for tree protection? Do you have any sense of what impact these changes would make for tree protection? And not talking about budget, we recognize there might be some implications in that, but just from a tree protection point of view, can you just maybe speak to it again and expand on how this would help to protect trees?
I'm happy to. Firstly, thanks for your compliment. I'll share that with the committee. And of course, I just want to mention that our motions to bring this forward at this time were unanimous within the committee. I would summarize this bylaw upgrade as more prescriptive. It gives staff the tools with which to administer the bylaw in a more proactive way. It allows staff to work with the residents, to ask questions, to make sure that staff have the right information, that it's correct and that it's valid, and also to educate residents in the process. And then it also gives staff avenues to ask for more information and so on. So I think it's much more streamlined approach for staff. And I think it's going to result in a more educated township residents. I think that because really what we're pushing for is recognition that every tree is important. It has ecological significance and often functional. So we just want people to consider these things much more consciously. And of course, there are, as you know, clauses within the bylaw that allow people to apply to remove a tree if it's impractical to keep it. So it's not like we're tying people's hands, but I think in certain parts of the process, say, if someone's applying for a building permit to build a new house, for example, and they want to put it, they've assumed that their driveway would be on the right side, that maybe staff would say, you know, there's some really nice trees there. Have you thought about putting the driveway on the other side? So that there's opportunity, I think, within this bylaw to have a dialogue and a discussion and to get people to think more consciously about trees and their value, especially larger trees. They have tremendous ecological significance. And also to think about trees as a community resource, because really they are, especially our big conifers. I mean, it's more than something that's sitting on something's property. They're important to neighborhoods, they're important to our communities, and they're important overall in terms of our overall canopy cover. And that, of course, relates to a whole bunch of other things: ecology, biodiversity, the climate strategy, et cetera.
All right, great, thank you. One other question for me, and I know others have questions. But the issue of private owners and their rights to their property, can you just speak to some of the opportunities within the bylaw for, and I know you sort of addressed it already, but maybe more specifically, and what are some of the options that a private owner might have if they wanted to remove a tree? And we've talked about this being more prescriptive, but what are some of the, I don't know what the word would be, opportunities that they might have, or the ability for them to discuss that with township?
Well, I think that, well, first of all, I know that there are private property concerns, but I will point out that we have demolition bylaws, and we have soil bylaws, and we have provincial stream regulations, and we have other regulations, and tree bylaws do across Metro fit into this policy framework. In terms of how private owners would work with the township, they can apply under a number of categories to remove a tree, and it would be considered by staff. You know, the staff send out an arborist to do a site inspection, so it's not just based on a report. And as well, if there's a rationale that the homeowner presents for the removal of the tree, it would be considered by staff. One of the things we've added to the bylaw is a definition of undue hardship. And it really recognizes that sometimes property owners they can be restricted by trees. So if you had a small lot and you wanted to have a vegetable garden, and you've got a tree that doesn't allow you shade or the ability to garden or so on, that might be an instance where you would apply to have the tree removed because of size and species. So there are these mechanisms within the bylaw that should not restrict property owners. And the other thing is, because I think because we have a number of arborists on the committee, it's about practicality, and it's about keeping trees in good and excellent condition. So it's not about, keeping some of the weedy thing in the corner and being unreasonable about it. I think we all look at the day-to-day operational aspects of it, but we also see the larger framework of what we're trying to do here. And that's been really one of the really interesting things about the committee discussions, as you know. Did I answer your question?
Yes. No, that was great. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you again for your presentation, and those are helpful answers.
Well, thanks for your help too.
Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much, Ms. Gray, for coming to represent the task force as a whole. I think that you've done a really amazing job of giving us a synopsis of the changes, and I know this is an agenda item that's coming forward, but I just wanted to echo some of the comments of Councillor Whitmarsh. It's been an extraordinary process with an incredible group of people. I just can't say enough about the expertise and your ability to what I call marshal the forces of all of those individuals who have a variety of knowledge bases and experience, and bringing them all together. I think it's like an orchestra. You need somebody really to lead the process and to put it together so that it's a symphonic wonder rather than a discordant kind of sounds in the background. So I really appreciate that. And also Councillor Whitmarsh, who I feel has also done an amazing job as the other co-chair, in particular as a result of the extraordinary meetings and the liaising between our committee or task force and staff, in order to, because both sides were really needing to be getting together fairly often because of staff's obvious expertise in the area of bylaws and protocols, etc. I do have a question. So, further to this, and you touched on it just briefly about the climate action, because I think that in addition to having a tree bylaw that references what can and cannot happen, or is, prescriptive as to what's happening with trees on private property, which is limited based on the fact, I would point out 75% of our land base is in the LR. So could you just briefly talk about how you feel this, I'm not going to put words in your mouth, how this relates to our climate action strategy in terms of tree protection? Thank you.
Thank you. It was very kind of you to call it an orchestra. Sometimes when we finished a meeting, I called it herding cats. But in answer to your question, within the report there's overall, there's a goal in the climate action strategy calling for creating resilient natural systems, and trees are an integral part of that in dealing with water runoff, providing shade, and all of those things that we know about. And under the green space and ecosystems part of the climate action strategy, there are a number of action items that relate directly to trees. One of them is to complete the tree canopy study, which is in process, to develop a tree voucher program for private properties, and to develop a biodiversity strategy, and update planting lists of trees, and so on. So, because one of the things we want to do, this is not just, the tree bylaw is not just about regulating tree cutting. It's about getting people to be more cognizant that there are best practices and ways that we manage trees optimally, and that we want to encourage them to do so. So one of the examples is that we don't want people to top trees, because it's a very destructive thing to do and actually shortens the life of the tree. The other thing we want people to do is we want people to plant trees. So in terms of climate action, it's actually really important. We want people to plant trees, or I do, on the south and west sides of houses and buildings, because they provide shade. So they're important. Trees are an important part, both of climate adaptation and mitigation in various forms. And as well, of course, as you know, trees are a vital part of any kind of biodiversity or ecological aspect that we're looking at. So the trees are really a thread that run through these strategies. And they're a really key component of that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's great.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Richter.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I also wanted to echo the comments that have been made. It's been a real privilege to watch this committee work together, and the amount of detail and considered thought that they have given to the review of this bylaw makes me feel very comfortable that this is a good change going forward. It may not be the final change, but it's certainly a very strong first step to move us into a bylaw that does provide more protections for the tree canopy. So I would like to thank Ms. Gray and all of the members of the committee for the outstanding job that I believe they've done on this. I did have a question with regards to continuing the TPAC mandate, and I'm fully supportive of this, as I believe that TPAC should also be responsible for overseeing the community forest management strategy, and for providing council their input and guidance on that strategy as well. I also think it's important that TPAC continues through until the strategy is completed, because of the recent interest by First Nations in participating in this strategy through the TPAC. And so I would urge council to please extend the committee's mandate in order to complete the canopy study and the tree management strategy. So the only other question that I had, and I think that Catherine Gray did answer it, was is the committee comfortable now that there are in fact more teeth, more protections in this revised bylaw than there were initially?
Thank you for your compliment and your questions. Yes, we are very confident of this, and we went through this with staff, basically line by line, over the last 2 weeks. Now, some of you have not been participating in the process. TPAC's been meeting for 8 months, and so we've had these very considered and very detailed discussions, but also high-level discussions about policy, about other bylaws that reference trees and other strategies within the township, and as well these very detailed discussions. So what we really accelerated was the finalization of a number of things that we knew about. So we knew from staff and our review of projects and other things that we knew there were specific things that had to change, and we knew what they were. Staff was conducting their own review. Recently, the city of Surrey reviewed their bylaw. And so township staff were coordinating with them and getting some information from them, and talked to city of Surrey staff about how they came to decisions about parts of their bylaw revision and how they were finding it in terms of operationalizing it. So, and then we had a back and forth between staff and TPAC. So it's all been very collaborative and very healthy. And I mean, at times it was quite, spirited, I'll say again. But I feel like I'm very happy with this bylaw. There are things that aren't in this bylaw that are things that are important to TPAC members, but they don't fit into this bylaw right now. And they may fit in the strategy, we're not sure. So I'll give you one example. One example is the high ecological value of dead trees or wildlife trees, but we don't know how that fits into this bylaw. So for now, it's not in there. So it might show up later in a final report to council from TPAC, or it might show up in the strategy. We don't know. So because the timelines aren't syncing up, so we hope to have more input into the strategy. And as well, I know that many of us are really looking forward to reviewing the draft strategy and then coming to council with that. So I think if you can extend it, I think you're going to get a better result overall. And I think you're going to feel more confident in those results.
Okay, and you're basically looking for an extension then through to December of 2021?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think staff will have to confirm that. I think it sounds reasonable. I know that the consultants needed extra time because one of the things they had to negotiate was how to do a public consultation process in a COVID situation. So it took a little bit longer for them to get that up. Now they've had the first round. I don't know what they're doing with it. And I know that they still have interviews with staff to do and so on. So I think it's just, if we can line up their timelines again, I think we'll be in really good shape.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kunst.
Yeah, thank you for coming and for your presentation. I think if I would have showed up to the meeting, it might have been considered a council meeting. So it sounds like we had some great work were done there. So just a question about the additional staffing that might be required. Did that come up at all? And did our staff, give you any insight into the workload that they currently have, or what might come from these changes?
Staff have talked about how they were working on the existing bylaw over the last year, what parts they were struggling with, what part they need staffing with. Now, they did put forth a staffing request, which was fulfilled by council for this year. I think there's actually a job opening up right now to hire another arborist and a support staff. So I think one of the things I think we'll find out fairly quickly, just because, again, where the timelines have worked out, that if we can get the amended bylaw up and working, we can even have a few months where we look at that and say, how's that working? How's the workload shifting around? So I think that going into the 2022 budget, I think staff will be able to provide much more specific information.
Okay.
I think I just wanted to say though, we appreciate that, that there are financial considerations and staffing considerations, and we hope the council will support those.
Right. Okay. Well, thanks for all the work that you're doing on that committee.
Thank you.
Okay. And thank you very much. No further questions. So again, thank you for your presentation.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Before we go on to reports to council, just take like a 5-minute break. Come back at 3. What we've got here. Come back at 3:15. So a little 7 or 8 minute break. Thank you. opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you. Move on to E2 we dispensed with. Move on to E3. Climate Action Review Incentive Program. And this is a request to send a letter to reinstate the incentive program that was
I'll move it.
taken away. Councillor Whitmarsh moves it. Councillor Kuhn seconds it. Any discussion? I do appreciate this. This has come to our attention, and it was a program that was very valuable to all municipalities in British Columbia. And I think all municipalities are really concerned about this sudden departure of the funding, which really seems it wasn't in the original discussions and original agreements. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Oh, I got it. Councillor Arneson, you had a question.
Thank you. I had a little glitch. I just wanted to comment about this and just to let council know that this was quite broadly discussed at the last Climate Action Committee meeting. And so that staff there is working in collaboration with staff at the provincial level to try and make amendments to an improved program at this point. So they're basically trying to take this unilateral decision and make an improvement so that we can carry on with the really important work that we need. So everybody's very supportive and is on a campaign to try and get the provincial government back on board with this program that we desperately need. Just want to comment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor and opposed? It carries unanimously. Thank you. Move on to E4. This is liquor license amendment application number 55, Camp Beer Company on 64th Avenue, and require a motion to endorse the request. Is there someone who'd like to move that?
I'll move it.
Councillor Whitmarsh and a seconder. Councillor Long. Councillor Richter.
Yes, I had a couple of questions about this, and the first one is really a question of clarification. We received 9 submissions from the public on this one. And in a couple of those submissions, there was reference to increased use of cannabis on the site. I just wanted to check with staff that this is not about cannabis use on the site. It's about whether or not we're going to allow them to add additional seats to their indoor and outdoor facilities for the purposes of consuming alcoholic beverages.
Yes, Mr. Seppi, if you can clarify.
That is correct, Your Worship.
Okay, so I guess
cannabis. This is to do with capacity loading for the existing operation. They wish to expand the lounge area as well as the outdoor patio area.
Okay, so I don't know where the residents are getting the idea that people are smoking cannabis there, but they're not smoking cannabis there.
Not in the premise, as I understand.
Okay. The second question that I had is the parking on this site has been somewhat problematic since we first approved the location of this Camp Beer Company. And there was parking provided in a lot across the street, which the professional buildings use in the area. But I see on our agenda tonight, item F3, that this parking is going to disappear because they're discharging the land management contract. And by discharging the land management contract, they're going to put a building in there. So that parking will disappear. There was one of the letters that came through which referenced parking. And I wonder if staff could comment on that. Where is the parking for this facility occurring now? And if any of it is on that site across the street, where will it be relocated to?
Thank you. Mr. Steffi, and perhaps you could enlighten us also on the bylaw that council approved for these types of facilities, maybe as part of your answer. Thank you. I'm trying to incorporate my question there too, Councilor Richter. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Worship. Maybe with your permission, Your Worship, I will just share some slides with council.
Yes, thank you.
So, Your Worship, the parking requirements for the subject liquor license application are being provided on the site itself. The staff report references the fact that the expansion of the lounge area as well as the, well, not the expansion of the patio space, but rather the I guess, the increase in capacity loading of the patio space do not result in the need for off-site parking requirements, in that the parking that is going to be required pursuant to the zoning bylaw will be met on site. That said, I guess, Your Worship, the reference was made by Councillor Richter to historic uses of other sites across the street that would have been used for accommodating parking on this site. But that was, as I said, historic, and it was related to the previous use on this site, which was a gaming facility and not the current uses, Your Worship. So that need, or that connection, if you will, between the subject site and the other site off-site across the street was essentially terminated when the subject site went through the land use contract discharge process several years ago itself. And as such, the current zoning, the current requirements based on the zoning bylaw are being met on site.
Okay, so there's no anticipation that parking is going, because basically we're taking it from an occupancy of 110 up to 160. So that's theoretically 50 more cars. Where are those 50 more cars going to go? Do we have any idea how many people actually walk to this venue as opposed to drive to it?
Your Worship, I don't know if staff have the ability to determine the number of pedestrian, I guess, clients or customers attending this site, as opposed to those attending using personal vehicles. That is something that would be subject of, I guess, research by traffic engineers or counters. What I can share with Council is that several years ago, I believe it was 2018 or 2017, Council did, based on requests from other brewery operators, Council directed staff to, in effect, reduce the parking requirements through the interpretation or through the requirements of the zoning bylaw. So had we had the, I guess, the former zoning bylaw requirements, there may have been additional requirements for parking, but based on the current zoning regulations that, as I said, were amended based on council direction several years ago, we no longer apply commercial, I guess, area, floor area to calculate, but rather industrial, and based on that, there's adequate parking on site.
Okay, well, I was a bit puzzled by this one because normally people have been very supportive of increasing the capacity for these craft breweries. However, I have to note that 70% of the responses that we got do not want an increase to this particular venue, so I'm not going to be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
Yeah, thanks. I'm just trying to get a handle exactly what's happening. So the existing patio isn't changing size, but for some reason it can hold more people. So I can start with that. The existing, because it says that they're going to extend the occupant load increase of the patio. So what is it now and what will it go to?
Your Worship, the overall increase in the occupancy is going from 110 to 160. Half of existing and half of proposed. So 55 existing and 80 proposed is outside, and the remaining half inside. And as Councillor Long referenced, the existing outdoor patio appears to be adequate to accommodate the increase from 55 to 80. However, the inside lounge area does not appear to have the same capacity, so there's a need for additional tenant improvements inside the building to accommodate the additional capacity loading.
So to be clear on that then, so they're just going to modify the inside, or are they adding on to it? Because it's very kind of confusing for me to see, you know, because it's all one big building, right? So I guess there's all the dividing walls in there. So are they actually increasing the square footage, or are they also doing modifications to the existing space on the inside?
Mr. Sevi? You might be on mute.
Oh, I don't see his name up there anymore. Maybe
Oh, yeah, he's here, but his mute is on, so maybe he's... There he
Sorry
is.
about that, Your Worship. So I was just saying, the building accommodates unoccupied or unused office building or office areas that are proposed to be converted through improvements to be used as an expansion to the lounge.
Yeah. Okay, I understand that. Now, two more questions. One is the COVID tent location. Now, this question might apply to all of them. Now, when the PHO lifts the emergency measures in the province, where will we be sitting with all of this extra seating that we've approved? Because I think this is part of the equation here, is these folks are going to have to look at when that temporary location in the parking lot, which I believe is on the bottom of that map, it says COVID tent location. I imagine that's an extended, maybe I should verify that first, Your Worship. That's an extension of the patio for COVID, right, underneath the tent in a parking spot. Looks like 3 parking spots.
That is correct, Your Worship. The temporary situation does not impact the capacity loading that the proponents are asking for.
Right.
The existing parking area being used for outside patio space is only in light of the current health restrictions.
And when are we currently planning? I hope it doesn't require a motion or anything like that, but I'm sure we had a formula by which the outdoor seating would, in parking spaces, that allowance would be lifted. Is there a date on that, or do we have a time frame on that?
Your Worship, my understanding is that, and maybe the clerk or Mr. Backen can have a better recollection. My understanding and recollection is that the situation is authorized by council to continue until such time as the current emergency status is lifted by the province.
Okay, and then it'll come to us and we can decide what we're going to do there. Okay, final question. Thank you very much for all that. Have we received any? I see the RCMP say this doesn't seem to be an issue, but I'm sure council will recall this was early back in this term when we approved this one, and there was some concern about hours. So the hours are not changing. And secondly, have we had any? I see the RCMP have said it's okay, but we had any bylaw complaints as to noise and parking and this and that and the other thing, because there was a bit of a concern when we first approved this in the terms of the operating hours. So has there been any complaints to our bylaws? And maybe I can get an answer to that.
So, Your Worship, staff is not aware of any outstanding bylaw issues or complaints. There may have been historically, but I cannot comment on that. What I can say is that there aren't currently any issues or complaints that staff is dealing with.
Right.
And also I can confirm that there's no request for expanding the operating hours.
Excellent. Thank you very much for those answers. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you. Councillor Kunst.
I had a question about parking. I guess it's too bad that lot across the street is now no longer going to be accessible. Because I was going to suggest that Camp Beer offer free beer to the people who park there. Just present a parking ticket and you get a free beer. But the other issue I had was actually when I've been in that parking lot now a few times, and it seems like people with big trucks really like Camp Beer or something, because that place is really hard to get in and out of. Is there, and that there's only one way in and one way out. Now, I think it would help if there was either another access or even to open up that area just by a couple of feet, because I know when I a few times I've had either be stuck on the road or people are kind of waiting for the truck or the car to sort of move out of there. Anyway, it's just something that I noticed when I was in there, and both of these places, Haven and Camp Beer, are amazing. So I know that that's very popular. So I think there's going to be potentially a parking issue there, but anyway, those are my comments.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And just to follow up on some of those comments, I know that we don't have a crystal ball to look and see exactly what's going to happen, but I see through the correspondence we received, as well as from particularly the concern around the parking from the neighboring establishment who already has to have a service in order to toll, because according to them, they have an issue with people that are parking to go to this establishment, and that's prior to us potentially allowing any enhanced patronage numbers. So I do have concerns, and I certainly don't, you know, from my point of view, the police report indicated that there was a certain number of concerns that were addressed, you know, so it may be nominal compared. I don't do business studies, so I don't know what's considered normal, but I do see that there's an uptick there. And I also would suggest, and I do have a question out of all of this to staff, but my suggestion is that there has to be an accommodation of the neighboring residences around there. I mean, it's great to have something that's local and people can walk to, but there are noise implications for people that live around there. So further to the staff report, it says, and Mr. Safi has referenced, that there is sufficient capacity for parking there. But I'm wondering, you know, if there are any alternatives that could be considered that we could put forward in terms of whether we endorse this or not. Because it may be the case that it doesn't cause a problem, because we haven't done a study as to how many people walk there. But I just like to have more of a sense of if we have any predictive capacity about what implications there would be and how to remedy that in the future. Because once we go forward with this, we cannot retract it. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe Mr. Sefi can assist on that, those comments. Just to remind council, there's a bylaw and they comply with the bylaw. So yeah, I think what we're considering is the noise impact on the community. The parking bylaw is there. If we were to make some changes, we may have to revisit that bylaw. So, but Mr. Sefi, maybe you could add some comments.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just, I guess, to not clarify, but maybe remind council, this is at this point a liquor endorsement application. So it's really the council's communication goes to the province, and you know, while the applicant will be aware of council's position, it's the provincial government that is requesting council's consideration based on our own policies. We have chosen to provide comments to the province in such cases. As you know, there are different types of liquor license applications, and this is one that through policy we have elected to get involved with. So it is actually beyond the scope to make this a requirement. That said, they can certainly suggest or request that the province request the applicant consider. So words of that nature could be incorporated, but it's not something that we can make a requirement of the process going forward.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any further questions. I will now call the question. All those in favor and opposed?
I'm opposed.
Councillor Richter and Councillor Arneson opposed. So the motion carries. Thank you. We'll move on to E5. This is a Fort Langley utility box.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
So I'm going to actually, just to clarify, I think a couple of these may or may not be on private property of mine, so it's probably best to step out on this one as well.
Certainly. We'll place you in the waiting room. Thank you. All right, so now Fort Langley utility box art wraps, and this is a project to, I guess, make them a little bit more attractive. So could I have a motion, please? Councillor Arneson, second by Councillor Coons. Councillor Richter.
Yes, I just want to say that the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee received a presentation on this, and we're very supportive of the initiative. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, just a question, Your Worship, to staff. When I went through the report, I saw sort of different pricing. I'm wondering if, just for clarity, what is the cost of these wraps? I see sort of an estimated cost, and then I see some grant funding. And so is the cost, am I reading it correctly, that 15 locations would cost the township $17,700? Is that correct?
Mr. Sefi.
Thank you, Your Worship. Even though this is a report from Mr. Tulumelo's department, Your Worship, I'll take a stab and say that is correct. Councillor Whitmarsh is correct. Generally speaking, that's the order of magnitude of the costs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson?
Yes, thank you, Worship. Well, I'm very happy to see this come forward. And I did have a question further to the information about the costing and also from the township timeline. And I'm wondering through your worship to maybe Mr. Saifi, whether or not this could be expedited in some way, because it does seem from the report that we have the remaining money that's available from existing operating budgets. So I personally would like to see this happen as soon as possible, because I do think it would be a great streetscape improvement. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Staff will take that into consideration. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Long.
Hey, gosh, I didn't know that back in 2015 when we deferred it, it would take another 6 years to come back. But in the report, it mentions that that's what we had to do. I would certainly like to see boxes wrapped in other parts of the township. So a question I might have to staff, this report is all about Fort Langley, and the examples I imagine are from Fort Langley. Do we have any others in the township, and what can council do to get those wrapped? Because I'm sure they're very pretty and that's nice, but we also have some graffiti issues in parts of the township, and putting a wrap on usually deters graffiti because art, I don't think anybody graffitis on an art piece that easily. So anyway, the question is, are we going to do this in other parts of the township, and when?
Okay, thank you.
So, Your Worship, I can respond to this one. Yes, indeed, we are planning on expanding this program to other parts of the township. In fact, this was something that staff had hoped to be able to do last year. It had to be put on hold, so to speak, because of COVID. We do have the ability to absorb approximately 10 wrappings per year based on existing available operating budgets. If council wishes to expedite that to more than 10 per year, then that's something that certainly we can try to I guess work through the budget process. The costs are about, depending on the size of the box, and there are different types of boxes. There are those that we own. Those are typically signal control boxes, but there are utility companies that own boxes. So typically it ranges between about $500 to $1,500 per box. And as I said, we do have the ability to do that approximately 10 per year.
Your Worship, that's a good point. I'm not sure, I don't mean to be smart here, but why COVID would stop us from wrapping a box, but it did, whatever. Can we escalate this year's program then? Can we double it up, seeing how we didn't do any last year? And then I do note that, as I mentioned earlier about the graffiti, that there's a cost reduction for us and for the utility, for somebody, when graffiti is reduced, that you don't have to go and clean it up. So there's some savings to be made every time you do a box. But Your Worship, can I make a motion, an amendment on this one to increase the program this year, considering we didn't do any last year?
I think that could be a separate motion, because this one's dealing with a specific one, and we could handle it as a separate motion to have a report come back from staff to get some sense. I'd like to get some sense of what's left out there too.
Are you suggesting a referral then? Because I was going to ask what staff feel that can be accomplishable. Okay.
That's right. Yeah.
So will you entertain that right at the end of this report then? I don't have to make the new business?
Sure, it could be part of this. It's related, but keep it separate.
Please put me on the queue for that then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Ferguson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that looking back at the original report, they talked about many different types of art forms in it, including a native and indigenous, but this particular one, I don't know if they missed it, it's probably included as well, but I just wanted to ask staff if is that part of the art program as well, if I may, through the chair?
Thank you. Mr. Tulumelo, maybe you can answer that.
Through your worship to Councillor Ferguson, yes, 1/3 of the project will be indigenous artwork for sure.
Yeah, and as we know, we just saw on the screen earlier today, Drew Atkins and his wife, Phyllis, who did our screen, that they might want to be involved as well, but it'll be up to them. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor and opposed? Carries. Thank you. I think before I go to Councillor Long, Councillor Woodward could come back in because this motion is more general. So we'll wait for Councillor Woodward. Councillor Woodward. Council Long, during the debate, Council Long talked about putting in a request for report on what is what's left to wrap and for the rest of the township. So I felt you'd be okay to come back for that part. So I kept it separate. So Council Long, I'll turn it back to you.
Yeah, I'm just on the fly, but I'm saying that staff report back to council on potential of increasing the, I better speak slowly so that the clerk can get it, that staff report back to council on the potential increase of applying RAPs in 2021 throughout the township.
And cost implications. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Your Worship, maybe I can just provide quickly comments for council, not to interfere with the motion, but just.
Are you seconding the motion?
No, we'll let Mr. Seffi just give us comments. Might assist with your motion. Thank you.
I did have this map available just in case, in anticipation of questions about what the current status is. So as you can see, the green labels indicate the ones that are proposed, and the blue ones, the ones that have already occurred. So it's not like we didn't do anything over the past couple of years. We have been doing some, and we plan to continue and utilize, I guess, the resources that we have at our disposal, not just financial, but also staff resources to complete these as quickly as possible. So as you can see, there are a number that are proposed, all the ones with the green label.
Okay, so these green ones are happening already then? They're going to happen in the near future?
That's right.
Is that what we're hearing?
Yeah, I think so. So I think it might not be necessary for your motion. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll just encourage staff to get it done. Okay. That's great.
Great, thank you. Okay, so now we can move on to E6. This is DCC front-ending agreement 1081760 BC Limited. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Kunst, and second by Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Richter.
Yes, I have some questions about this one.
Yes.
With regards to the fact that it's saying it's provision of off-site drainage. Now, when we look at the diagram on page 20 of the report, there's a fairly large area that's serviced by this, what looks like a very small detention pond. So my first question is this detention pond big enough for the area that's covered as shown on page 20? And my second question is, why are we fronting a detention pond on 200th Street, which is going to be a very major arterial road?
Mr. Seffi?
Thank you, Your Worship. I will share the screen again. So, Your Worship, the size has been calculated based on our typical standards, typical requirements, and as you can see from this screen, Your Worship, oops. Sorry, Your Worship, just bear with me. Yeah. So this is the pond area, Your Worship, along 200 Street. That happens to be the lowest spot for the catchment. That's why the pond is located there, based on topography. And as you can see, the catchment area is not, huge. It is quite comparable with other catchment areas for detention facilities. And the developers area is the one that is shown with the red outline, the red line. So this is the front-ending developers' lands along 27th Avenue. And the remaining area that will be subject to the DCC charge that will be then transferred over to the front-ending developer is the one that's shown with the sort of the beige or salmon background or shading. I hope that answers the question, Your Worship.
So the drainage pond or the detention pond is actually on the developer's property then?
It is currently, Your Worship, but it will be turned over to the township as part of the process because it's intended to serve areas beyond the development's land. So it will become a public facility just like all other detention facilities that we have. And we have other examples along Corner Street, actually in the Willoughby area, that are quite well used for recreational purposes, and they are I guess, buffered to application of vegetation and planting of trees.
Okay, and the property that's across the street is the Horn Pit area, I'm assuming?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Arneson?
Thank you, Worship, and through you to staff. Mr. Saifi, I'm wondering, I know we're looking at this, but it's not expressed in this staff report. I'm assuming that this proposal is based on gray or regular engineered stormwater infrastructure. Would that be a correct interpretation of what's happening? Because it only shows a detention pond there.
Mr. Saifi?
I'm not sure I understand the question, Your Worship.
Okay.
This is based on our subdivision and development servicing bylaw standards.
Okay.
Yeah, so we are, as council is aware, we are developing additional enhancement measures, but those are occurring as part of the neighborhood planning process for the neighborhoods in Brookswood. As far as this particular application is concerned, this is one of the few that were grandfathered by council some time ago. So this application has actually received third reading by council. So they're now dealing with the servicing requirements based on the subdivision and development servicing bylaw.
Okay, well, thank you. I do understand my question was a bit convoluted, so I'll try and be a little bit more direct. In adopting this plan, would there be any opportunity going forward that based on considerations for the rest of the entire area, so this has been grandfathered, I'm wondering what other options do we have other than a large detention pond? Could this subsequently be converted to achieve the same result with green infrastructure, for example?
So, Your Worship, I'm going to provide some comments, but the comments I'm providing are general in nature and have nothing to do with the subject application, because it's really, this is actually a cost recovery mechanism. It is not a technical matter in terms of sizing of ponds or location of ponds or how we deal with stormwater management. But generally speaking, I can, I guess, put some, provide some comments that might give some level of comfort to council, in that staff is constantly looking at how to best or better manage stormwater generally in terms of green features, green infrastructure, including infiltration possibilities, including underground detention, including rooftop detention. All of these things are being looked at by staff on an ongoing basis.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, thank you. I know there's a lot of questions regarding this and the detention pond. I wanted to ask if there's such a thing as I think they do it for other things like septic systems and other drainage systems. If there's an actual scientific perk test drainage analysis, because what I was wondering about is that there's a lot of drainage at where I live in the Brookswood area, and whether that's taken into consideration when putting together the infrastructure for drainage, if I may, through the chair.
Mr. Saifi?
Yes, Your Worship. As mentioned earlier, there are technical investigations that are done and are being done as part of the neighborhood planning process to determine what rate of infiltration may be possible, what amount of overland detention may be possible, and optimal. So all of those works are in place.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's very good.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any further questions, so I'll call the question. All those in favor of E6 and opposed? Councillor Arneson opposed. Carries.
I'm opposed as well, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Woodward opposed. Thank you. We move on to E7, budget transfer, Glover Road sanitary sewer force main. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Arneson and a seconder. Councillor Whitmarsh. Councillor Richter.
Yes, I had a question with regards to the original cost being 180,000, and now it's going up by an additional 350,000. What's driving this?
Mr. Saifi?
Your Worship, I guess several things. The first factor is that when, as staff have informed council previously, when staff typically puts forward budgets or requests for budget, in the absence of a design, it is essentially a conceptual design that has informed the estimating. In this case, this estimate was done several years ago, so it's fairly outdated. And also it didn't have the benefit of a detailed design. That's one thing. The second thing, Your Worship, because of the fact that this is under provincial jurisdiction along Highway 10, it had to be approved by the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure. As part of that process, as well as CP Rail, by the way, as part of that process, there were significant improvements or I guess additions made that staff did not anticipate. And finally, I guess because of the current COVID-related conditions that we are facing, the market conditions have resulted in this current estimate having been increased or requiring council's approval to be increased.
Okay, is this a cost trend that we're going to be anticipating going forward, or is this just a one-off case?
Your Worship, it really depends on the type of work. So this is underground utility type work, and you know, it's quite different from say a building construction. So each one is going to have to be reviewed on its own. Generally speaking, it is a trend that we are experiencing in all areas, but it's a function of two things. One, the specific timing, because depending on what else is available out there in terms of projects, whether from a federal perspective or provincial or other municipalities, it may drive the costs higher. And then the other part is having to deal with traffic, and those are typically significant cost drivers as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor and opposed? Carries unanimously. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, I'd better jump out of this one too. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, I'm just going to bring that one up to my. All right, so we're now on to E8. I'm going to ask Mr. Backen to do a bit of an introduction to this. There's certainly there's several parts to this motion. So before I take a motion, I'd like to certainly kind of get a feel from council on which direction we want to go. Number one is easy. We're going to receive the report. Number two, staff would appreciate some direction. Now, if council chooses to provide direction to staff to come back with a couple of options for the next budget, that's one thing that would be quite appropriate. But or we just receive it. But I think there's a desire from staff to give some direction. But Mr. Backen, perhaps you can provide a little bit of background and where staff are with this, because it's gone through a lot of public consultation. It's taken some time, and here we are discussing it. And I think before we go to the budget session, staff would like a little bit more direction if we could. Mr. Backen.
No, thank you, Your Worship. I was actually going to explain the receipt motion and leave it at that, but I guess if you want some more, we can try.
I can do that.
Mr. Seffi, if you're available as well, just because of the infrastructure implications, this might be something you want to chime in on. As council recalls, this is a bit of a lengthy history. The existing state of the infrastructure is such that it cannot. Well, it's at the end of its useful life, and now the question is: do we repair it given that expense? Do we replace it? Do we enhance it? Do we relocate it? Become some of the issues. Staff's suggestion originally was to replace the facility with a different type of facility, more of a spray park that has been pointed out would probably change some of the demographics of the users somewhat. The challenges we faced is that through the consultation process, we know that there's a broad range of expectations locations, and that the spray park, I would say, was probably not the most widely accepted solution. The matter is also complicated by the fact that there's a seasonal nature to it, that there's a locational nature to it, and that as well that it's something that has been there for quite some time historically, but perhaps, as was referenced by the delegate, not necessarily in the best location. So with that, we can go deeper into some of the components, but we're looking for council to advise in terms of what they wish to do. Technically, where we're at, the decision to move forward has been deferred until we get some further direction of council. Anything that's decided now will require budget approval or budget envelope. So one option would be to provide the direction and then refer the matter to the 2022 budget deliberations. However, if we know what council's preference is, we could look at using some consulting money to try to get some better, I guess, outlines of what that may look like, depending upon if it is to be replaced, to be retained, to be enhanced, or to be relocated. Mr. Sefi, did you wish to elaborate on the infrastructure element at all, or any other element?
Thank you, Mr. Beckham, Your Worship. Just very briefly, I guess just a couple of comments. One is it's unfortunate that I guess there is some I guess concern out there in terms of padding of costs. I can assure council that staff is always doing its utmost to present council with the best numbers. The better design that we have, the less contingency is required. So typically we start off with conceptual designs that require 40% contingency because as council's aware, we'd rather not come to council with requests for more funding. So that is actually not something that is, I guess, particular to the Township of Langley, but as a general practice in the industry, 40% contingency is generally a rule of thumb that is used when we have something only in concept. And as the design proceeds and progresses, that level of contingency then reduces and gets reduced to 15% or 10% when you have detailed design. Beyond that, Your Worship, it's really a question of staff presenting council with the best options. And well, actually all the options, not just the best option, all the options. And the recommendation is really nothing that staff is attached to, is really based on a cost benefit analysis, which as professional staff, we're obligated to provide council with. So really the recommendation that you see in front of you is based on exactly that, a business case scenario for cost benefit analysis. Council obviously has to consider other aspects in terms of, the bigger public interest, broader issues. And that's why the options are all in front of council with the various costs, keeping in mind that none of the options have been through the detailed design process. So they're all conceptual at this point, Your Worship.
Thank you. All right, I'll turn it over to council for questions before we entertain any motions. Because I know I'm sure everybody has a lot of questions about this. So Councillor Long, I'll start with you.
Yeah, well, it's not only questions, it's just we're in a huge quandary here, I suppose, because things have changed, it appears. I mean, let's go back to when we first talked about this. The report said something about November 2021, but that's when we had a public, when it came to the meeting. I think we discussed it several months earlier, or maybe even a year earlier. But the answer could be as simple as this: when was the last time the pool was open? It's been closed for a number of years because there was problems with it. So let's establish that first of all. The pool hasn't been open since what year? Can someone tell me that?
Is there someone on staff that can respond to that?
Yes, Your Worship. The pool has not been open since 2020, the beginning of 2020. And that's when the issues resulting from the age of the facility, as Mr. Backen referenced, were first brought to council's attention. That was January.
But it wasn't open in 2020. It would have been 2019. It would have been the last time it was open.
It hasn't been open since 2019, I guess. Yes,
2019, which would have been around Labor Day 2019. So we've got a hole in the ground that is hooped. We had options to fix it. Well, I think there are bigger pools than my next door neighbor has than that one, so it's not a very big pool. Putting money into it was not really a very smart option, so council kind of agreed with that. then replacing it with one that was like it seemed even more ludicrous, because not only you wouldn't want to put in $1 million to fix up something that's not going to last and it's very small, you wouldn't want to spend $2 or $3 million doing a like is replacement. This whole concept of finding other locations is just kind of coming up now, and I guess it's because the time frame has been so spread out. What I'm trying to say is that this is something like the pool hasn't been swimming since 2019, but all of a sudden everybody really wants to swim in it because it's not there. It's kind of like always wanting something that you ain't got. And I'm trying to be respectful here to everybody's opinions. But the fact is, what Mr. Safi and Mr. Bakken have said is that it was based upon the numbers of users. Back in 2019, 2018, 2017, there was historic numbers of how many people were using the pool, and there really weren't that many people using it. Today, it appears that the whole world is going to swim in one if we put it there. And if we don't have a pool there, everyone's going to go home, very upset. But the fact is, there weren't that many users. So what I heard from the delegation, and I don't really want the delegation to be influencing council's decision here. I mean, the delegation came. I had some issues with some of the things that were presented. But council, we're going to have to make a decision based upon facts, based upon experience and so forth. And relocating a new pool was never in any plan that I saw. So we have to fix the hole in the ground. I believe we should just cover it up and take the $1 million that was put and put the spray park there. And a future council can start embarking upon an exercise of building $25–30 million pool somewhere else, because there's no room there for it. It's already been pointed out to us it's not the best location, perhaps. I don't think it's a problem having the spray park there, because it is still right adjacent to a public park. But I think we should just go ahead and do what we originally said we were going to do. And if there is a need and a requirement and a want and the funding for a new aquatic facility in Fort Langley, then that's another separate project. So my final, I don't know if I can get that out into a motion, but I wanted to get ahead of everybody and get that information out there before somebody else makes a motion. But I'm just curious, when the recommendation came to us a year and a half almost ago, perhaps even 2 years, to do the spray park, was that $1 million not in the budget somewhere? So in other words, if we were to proceed, if council gave that direction today, to proceed with the spray park, but embark upon other discussions of a new pool somewhere someday, is that money there right now, Your Worship?
Mr. Safi?
Your Worship, as council may recall, it's I guess worth reminding ourselves that even though staff proceeded with obtaining some public feedback specifically to do with the various components that might go into a spray park, that process was not concluded. It was based on council's direction to not proceed with that. So staff was not, I guess, presumptuous to put anything in the budget without council direction in terms of the process that we are now reporting back to council on. So to make that long story short, the answer is we do not currently have anything in the budget. As far as construction is concerned, we do have some very minimal planning funding, I believe, in the amount of $50,000 or thereabouts.
Well, it's kind of a shame, because had we proceeded with the original plan, which looked to me like the most logical solution, we would be probably opening the park next week and using it. Last question, it was on the 3 options that are showed on page 1 of this report, never mind all of the other stuff that was in surveys. It talks about 2 being some kind of all year round with some exercise. Can 2 and 3 be combined? Is there enough room to put a couple of climbing walls around so that kids can also play there, but also maybe teenagers and even adults can get some other kind of exercise there?
I'm sorry, 2, just to clarify.
Number two said adventure park, climbing walls,
okay, you're looking at that. I was looking at the
stairs, ledges, rails, etc. Which means that would expand the use not just for kids on the spray park. And of course, I should probably exclude myself too, because I have grandkids now that would love the spray park. But this idea of some obstacles and climbing walls and exercise machines for teens and adults, could that be combined with the spray park if council so directed?
So the answer is yes, Your Worship, it can, but it will have a financial impact, because the number that currently has been anticipated and estimated is to do with the spray park, providing additional components, including what would ordinarily go into parkour would then likely have an impact on the costs.
I don't think it would cost that much more. But anyway, at the end of my diatribe here, I think we need to proceed and fill the hole and put something there in the interim. And this whole concept of a bigger, better, new located pool is a whole nother chapter in the life of Fort Langley Aquatics. Thank you.
Yep. Councilor Richter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question of clarification first. So the motion that's there, are you proposing to divide that to first receive and then second give direction?
Yeah, I think that we can do that. But right now, we'll just have the discussion. We can quickly do a receipt and then move on to direction. Yeah. No problem.
Okay. Yeah. So for the direction part, I'm actually intrigued that the Fort Langley community associations, all the various ones that are there, might be willing to work together to come up with a solution for this problem, if you would. I mean, it's clear from the feedback, and there was no shortage of feedback, that basically 78% want a pool. And I'm wondering if they want a pool or they want activities for that sort of 11 to 15-year-old age group, as opposed to the younger ones. I think that's something that needs more discussion. So I'd be very supportive of moving a deferral on the second part for a staff report on the Cashado delegation, as well as the request for additional time in the formation of some sort of a coordinating committee or group to explore these questions in more detail. Thank you.
Okay, we'll hold off on that. Thanks. I recall my first term when I had the task force on the Aldergrove pool, and we worked all term and came up with some good plans that we couldn't afford and moved on with what we did. But certainly always interesting. There's so many different ideas of what we should have and really what we could afford. Councilor Arnson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, as a veteran of that experience, I can also say that that was a huge challenge, obviously, for those of us who were on council at that time. I did have some comments, and it's further actually to my support for the direction that Councillor Richter just outlined. Further to Councillor, not to be argumentative, but further to Councillor Long's comments that the relocation aspect is just sort of coming out of the blue. In fact, I think there are some people that have considered this for some time. Uh-oh, that was a loud noise. I'm okay now. And so I think that very much having to do with the public engagement, which showed this option, that really the only thing to do at this point that makes sense to me is that we need to consider deferring this deliberation until we get more information on 2 points from my point of view specifically. Number one is, where could it be located beyond potentially what was in the original port? And two, what would be alternative financing models? Because to me, that was a huge stumbling block, and we all continue to refer to the fact about how expensive this is going to be without consideration for creative options as to how to get the funding that's required. So I'm going to be supporting that deferral when it comes forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, thank you. Just a brief comment, and then I had a question as well. But you know, certainly if you ask people what they want, and you have sort of a unlimited of what they want, you know, it's no surprise to me that people want a pool, that they want an improved, larger, bigger pool, because you're basically offering that as an option without really impacting them, you know, maybe in a financial way. So I'm surprised actually it's not greater. The fact that it's a 74% is actually a low number. I'm surprised it's not 90 or 95%. But anyways, I guess my question is, we've had a pool there that has been closed for almost 2 years. And the delegation today sort of said, well, you know, we just need some more time to come up maybe some creative ideas and for some community work on it. What maybe through your worship to staff, other than the obvious, we just don't have a pool for another period of time, or a spray park or whatever we decide, what would be the implication of waiting and maybe working on this over the next 6 to 8 months? The only thing I can think of is that we just wouldn't have a facility, whatever it is that we decide to do. Is there other implications that would come out of this? Would there be a possible loss of some grant funding that might be available or something like that if we took our time over the next 6 to 8 months to see if we could arrive at an alternative option?
Mr. Seffi or Mr. Backen, do you have any comments?
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't know if Mr. Backen wishes to speak, but I guess the implications, Councillor Whitmarsh has referenced one of them, which is really not having a facility for however long it will take for us to determine what it is that we wish to have, and then implementing that decision. Beyond that, as I'm sure you can anticipate, Your Worship, costs will likely not go down, so the costs will always keep creeping upward. So we can anticipate, I think, fairly reasonably that the costs will increase. And as far as grants are concerned, one never knows because, as Council, I'm sure is aware, they are typically related to, I guess, political decisions in terms of timing of when the senior levels of government might wish to make them available, depending on, I guess, other factors that are not technical but rather political in nature.
Okay, so there's just to follow up on that, there's not a grant or anything like that we are trying to obtain imminently as a result of this. We're just moving forward with approximate costs, but there's no grant that we're trying to access or anything like that at the current time. Is that correct?
Your Worship, if I could jump in. Mr. Seffi, if I could jump in, there is no grant specifically at this time because there's no defined project specifically at this time. Most of the grant projects, most of the successful grant applications are related to projects that are going to be, I guess, shovel-worthy or shovel-ready. And at this point, we don't really have a strong concept for a project. Just to briefly go back, we started the questioning in terms of, well, did we think it was meritorious to replace the pool given its age, structure, location? And the general thought process was it was not because of those elements, but there should be some replacement. The public consultation then began with the focus of, well, what would be suitable? And I think the thought was a spray park. So what should that spray park look like? At that point, there was some concern from council and the public that we were limiting. And at that point, we went forward with a broader analysis. And you see that survey before you where you've got, as was referenced, people saying, well, let's retain the pool. Unfortunately, it did not include the economic analysis associated with that. So as a consequence, as was referenced, it was a bit of an open-ended question in terms of, gee, what would you like to see or have retained? The factor that's missing mostly here is the economic consequences of it. As was referenced then, once we have a concept that we know is suitable given our overall inventory of infrastructure, assets, pools, and play areas, we can then go forward. The timing for such an initiative, though, is what's a bit concerning. I think it's fairly safe to say 2021 will be lost, but if we had a direction now, we could probably begin to do the studies and consulting work to come up with something that might be in place for later 2022 if it's not all that complicated. If it was a complicated infrastructure piece, we'd be looking at 2023 at the earliest. The longer we defer the decision or the determination of what we seek to construct, the longer it's going to have before that structure can be in place. So right now, if we're looking at 2023, it'd be very easy for that to slide further, and if there's further public consultation, further direction or further thought processes as to what the scope and scale could take, such as a great idea of a community consultation trying to bring the parties together to try to find a way to construct it, which I think certainly has some merit. The problem with those initiatives, though, is as we've seen with many of our initiatives concerning partnerships or sponsorships, is they do certainly raise meaningful sums of money, but it's usually very small in comparison to the overall project itself, maybe 5 or 10%. So it certainly is significant, but it has to mean that we're, as a council or community, ready to fund the balance of the project itself if it's a project of significant scope. Sorry, Mr. Seffi, I interrupted you, but I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Backen. That's great. I didn't have anything else to say. You covered it all.
So just for me to summarize, and I'll end with this. It seems that our delegation today requested maybe another 6 months. It seems to me that if we did go down that path, then what I'm hearing is that that would probably push the project, whatever the project is, to 2023 at the earliest. So we would lose a potential season, and that might be worth it. I mean, maybe that's worth it in the end if we receive the funding for this pool and we got the money together. 1 extra year might be worth it. On the other hand, the other concern I've heard you mention is that there could be a limit on how much money they actually raise, and we end up having to fund the vast majority of it anyways. I'm wondering if maybe last question, if there's ever been, or if we could consider something where there's a time frame as well as a minimum level of fundraising, or we wouldn't be able to move forward and instead we replace it with a second level project such as a spray park, unless they can raise certain money in 6 months or whatever that might be. Maybe that's more hypothetical, and I don't need maybe an answer from staff, but I guess I'm thinking that if we put some parameters in, maybe we could move down that path, and if the criteria is not met, then we move to a spray park, and that's the decision. I'll leave it there and let others comment.
Yeah, Mr. Backer.
Your worship, we could. I suppose it might help to look at what our previous fundraising initiatives have been, and those have been primarily through sponsorship. We've seen that, I think it was the ACUCC, between the Otter Co-op and the Alder Credit Union, we were able to raise about $500,000, but it was by each party $50,000 a year for 5 years. And that was, I think, probably the most significant amount we've received. And I think would be certainly worthwhile trying to re-energize that and try to find out some sources for that. The only other amounts that we've seen that have been, I guess, larger than that historically have been through things such as the Hospital Foundation, where there's been specific donors that came forward with specific, I guess, bequests, in part based on estate planning. So it certainly could be done, and we're happy to look at that. The concern only is then is that the longer that process takes, the longer it can be for us to be operational with whatever council desires. So if we take 6 months to a year to raise funds, then we could do the consulting planning after that. We might be able to have something in place for 2023 if it's fairly basic, but if it's something more substantial, as we've seen with some of our other initiatives, it's going to take at least another year.
Councillor Kunst.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess you kind of answered one of my questions is about funding. And I mean, even if we did have a project ready or some sort of concept, would we be considered? Would it be considered, even though we have like a Olympic-sized pool with a water slide just 5 minutes away? Like, would that still be something that we would get federal funding for? Through your worship to stop.
Mr. Backen.
Your worship, it would be an impediment, but it would certainly not eliminate that possibility. And I'll just briefly describe the circumstance. Right now, our challenge is we don't have a shovel-ready or shovel-worthy project, so we really need to go forth and define what that's going to look like. So let's just hypothetically assume it's a 25-meter pool again, and we have a location, and maybe it's the existing location, maybe it's a new location. We need to then take that to the next level, which is more detailed design drawings, which is going to take some period of time. But realistically, that process of decision making and I guess consulting would probably take, in their best case, 9 months, maybe 12 months, maybe a bit less. We then have to look at the grant opportunities that exist at that time. As there's some speculation, there could be elections sooner. We could be in a new election cycle, and that means that the grant programs tend to reflect election cycles in terms of what's going forward. Not always. There's been some changes to that, but it's probably a safe assumption that the majority of the funding would occur in that way. So we'd be looking at what the grant window is then at that time, say 1 year out, and then trying to determine what our contribution could actually be. The fact that there may be a similar facility is certainly something that's taken into account, but it would depend upon the policy dynamics in place at that time. If there was some policy reason as to why this area should be looked at or enhanced or advanced, it certainly can be. But it would take a creative argument at that time, or a supportive MP or MLA that was really going to bat for this project, and would likely mean, to be successful for the scope and scale that we're talking about, that we as a community and as a council would need to make that our number one priority or project at that time to elicit the funding, because they're much more concerned about the priority than they are necessarily about the other elements of infrastructure in the area.
Okay, I guess my last comment, and I guess, you know, it's, I mean, I want Fort Langley to have a pool, you know, of course. But I'm reminded that we are still, you know, kind of not even through COVID yet, and we don't really know what the ramifications of, you know, our, you know, the budget and everything else. And I guess the optics of it, you know, looking at a new pool right now when we know that there's a lot of businesses struggling. I just want to, I guess, carefully, you know, if we're going to do this, to make sure that, you know, we aren't, you know, impacting people. They're just opening up their tax bills as we speak. And, you know, it's going to be really tough, I think, this next year. And so it's just a comment. So again, I appreciate the delegate coming forward and advocating for a pool, for an amenity for her you know, area that she lives in. And hopefully, you know, we can come up with a good plan. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Well, an awful lot's been said, and particularly said from the community as well. I did want to compliment staff. I mean, they've done the best they possibly could. There's been an awful lot, 1,000, give or take, a few responses or emails or social media, whatever it is. The community did speak out, and it's interesting because they've mentioned that pool is a priority, and that's something that came up on an open. So the pool is a priority. Now I want to ask a quick question through the chair. The first thing is it came up on the delegation of Ms. Cachado is that the money for the pool in the initial report was she indicated, whether true or not, I want to clarify, that we have expanded the baseline for that money, if I may, through the chair?
I'll have staff confirm, but I believe the reference was option 3, which is like for 3 to 4 million. So it was discussed last time, as I recall. And option 5, which is a new option in this report from what we haven't seen before, is 7.5, but that's a much larger pool and more facilities around there. But perhaps Mr. Sefik can provide more information on that.
So, Your Worship.
Go ahead, Raman.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Ferguson. There was a minor adjustment to that option, which we have called option 3, which is also known as like-for-like replacement. That minor modification from the previous estimate to the one that's being presented to Council as part of the report today was to go from previously 2.5 to 3.5 million to now 3 to 4. So it was just adding another level of contingency based on the fact that this was, I guess, worthy of that level of contingency being added to it. So it was previously 2.5 to 3.5, and now it's being presented at 3 to 4.
So okay, thank you. Also, next quick question. It came up that did Maple Ridge either build or improve a pool for $6 million, if I may, through a chair? He might not know that. I was just wondering.
Effie, do you have information on that?
Thank you, Your Worship. I understand that the City of Maple Ridge did have a project that they were not able to complete. We don't know the specifics of why, presumably because of financial constraints. That's the assumption. That was $6 million.
Okay, but they didn't complete it?
No, not that staff is aware.
Okay, so that's fine. And also, okay, now they looked at now that's not in the report, but can you just give me some kind of you may or may not, and if you can't help me, that's fine too. I'm looking at other locations on the Fort Langley and perimeter areas. The Lions, do we own the Lions, the back of the Lions or the whole Lions? I go there for committee meetings and there's a basement there. That's quite low. Potentially, would that be a big enough parcel for a pool, either 20 or 25 meter, if I may, through a chair?
Your Worship, I'll have to plead ignorance in terms of the reference to the Lions. I don't know where that is.
That's Glover Road in 88.
Just on the,
the building.
Yeah, the building.
Yeah.
Then down below is there's
Yeah.
a park there.
Yeah, where we planted trees. It's an arboretum kind of a thing.
Yeah, it's a park. It's
It's
almost
like a park.
floodplain.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the Township of Langley Park, and I can't recall the name of it.
Yeah, you may not know these, but these are all, if I may, Mr. Safe, you might not have an answer. These are all the type of things that the community are kind of asking, and once they wrestle with that, maybe we can give them a short, if I may, I know who's going to make the referral or motion of some sort, for them to give a short period of time where they can meet together with a group. They've got a number of organizations which are talking about it, discussing it. I know a bunch of folks in the area that had phoned us and talked to us, said they were keen about raising money and other things. That's a tough thing to do, but I wish that well on anyone, especially if they can get a big supporter to provide funds. It's always tough. And they could give a short timeline and come back, because once they do that, they might end up going, as I said initially in my opening remarks, the existing pool might be the best and the only choice, or best choice, a choice from that. The amount of other comments made, those are questionable, of course, and because nobody can predict the future. So that's where I said it's a difficult for all of us, mayor, council, staff, the community. And back to those who mentioned about the pools, I did not think when I was on council that we would ever build the Walnut Grove pool, because it had some tough starts, and I was on the task force for that as well. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, I've got a couple more repeat questions. I'll just ask a couple of questions of my own. So I want to thank staff for the report. First of all, it gave us some options and some new options. Certainly, they all have a price tag attached, and some I appreciate staff recommending and explaining why they don't recommend some, and they recommend others. Certainly helps me. I look at repairing the old pool for $500,000, which has a high amount of risk. I think we tried that at Aldergrove for quite some time to keep that outdoor pool going with repairs, and eventually it just kept failing. So I agree that may be too high a risk to go that direction. Option 2 is major renovations. Now there's something that's $2.3 million. It takes the existing pool, does the renovations and repairs that are needed. But again, we end up with the same size pool, and as I've heard mentioned, there's people's backyard pools bigger than this one, so that may not be the right option to go either. Like for like, replacement on site, again, the price goes up, so now we got a brand new pool, basically the same size again. So I think, again, as an option 2, not recommended. Option 4 certainly has its merits, and option 4, by making a spray park, get something there soon. We could, I could, check with staff if we wanted to make a decision, have staff come back with some information. Maybe we could pre-approve it, get this thing built. So at least by next spring, there is a facility there that can be used, and then take the time and do the study and see if what we could do in a location that's more suitable to a larger 25-meter pool. I know that's something that the township would like to do. That could take some time, but not take that off the table. And then option 6 maybe is, it maybe more allows for more use for more user groups, more ages, that sort of thing, coming back with something that staff could go back, perhaps use some consulting money and give us some options there. But it would be helpful, I think. So there's several parts to this. We could go ahead with option 4 and then ask staff to see if we could pre-approve that and get that thing started. At least there's something there. Otherwise, it sounds like we'd be sitting here like we did in Aldergrove for 20 plus years discussing a pool, and finally something came along. And then going back and putting some consulting money in and coming back with a design that council could consider. But Mr. Backen, just want to ask you on that, getting something now for $1 million, and is that something we could, if council was to go that direction, to pre-approve for next year's budget, and we could have something for the spring?
Your worship, timing would be tight, but I think that would be feasible to have something. Mr. Seffi, you're more in tune with the timelines and the economy out there. If there was some direction provided today with a pre-approval for 2022, what is the construction timeline or horizon if we assume it's something along the lines of the original your original suggestion?
Thank you, Mr. Beck. And Your Worship, I have the benefit of having Mr. Chauhan with me here. And upon conferring with him, we are quite comfortable and confident that if direction was provided today, in terms of a spray park at least, it could be delivered by next spring sometime.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'll leave that out to council. It's something that I think we could get something there now. And I really am afraid that if we go down the road of a $7.5 million pool, that may take several years. And has been pointed out, it may not be the best location. There may be other areas that staff could look at for that area. If council
Your Worship, I'd like to make the motion.
So
I started off by saying exactly
so I'm going to go back to the list. So Council Long.
Yeah. So I mean,
first of all, Council Long, if I can interrupt, let's get the receipt out of the way. I'm going to ask for a motion to receive first, then we're going to go into some of the details. So if I could have a motion to receive, Council Kunst, and second. Any seconder? Council Long. Okay, on receipt only. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, now we can start testing council.
I want to make Your Worship, what you say makes so much sense. I mean, we have to fill that hole in the ground. We need to move on with something. These other concepts that are coming out are certainly deserve some attention, but they're down the road. So I'll make motion number, option number 4. I move that we get that conversion happening, and I like your idea of pre-approving so that there will be something there in the spring. And that doesn't say no to all these other ideas, but it'll get something happening in that hole in the ground right away. So I hope that, at least I got it off my chest that the motion's made. I hope there's a second and that council will support it.
And just before I take a seconder, while we're Mr. Back, and if we were to add to that motion and also to have staff come back with options for a larger pool in another area, but that could take some time. So I'm just wondering if that's appropriate to add to this motion.
No, that should be separate.
Okay, we can do a separate. We can test
likely separate motion, Your Worship.
Yeah, we'll do separate. Okay, so is there a seconder? Councillor Kunst, second. So on that motion, we'll have discussion. Councillor Long, did you wish to speak to it?
Well, I already have, but council, this is what we have to do. Okay, it's a tough decision. You know, the delegate talked about easy decisions and tough decisions. Well, you know, it would be easy just to say let's defer the whole idea and continue to talk about it and get all people's hopes up and so forth. And maybe there are some dreams out there that can be fulfilled. But the tough decision is to do something with the hole in the ground that we have right now. And I think there's plenty of and you know what this report is missing, and I'm not snagging staff by any means, but the report we first saw talked about the usership of the old pool, and it was fairly low. So this option, the spray park, is becoming very much more popular. People want to get wet in the summer. It's something that can be delivered. Staff are told that. The motion, I believe, Your Worship, pre-approves the budget, so we can get something going, and certainly we can start a task force on other options for aquatic facilities in the fort. So I hope we can support that.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like this may be a way we can get at both of the areas. So in general, I probably support the idea of going towards a spray park, provided that we're also going to continue to work on, however long that takes, on the idea of a pool. My only concern with the spray park is that spray parks, and I've seen some of the latest spray parks, and they're wonderful facilities, but they do tend to cater to a younger demographic. Younger kids. I'm wondering if there would be any merit in looking at, you know, I think it's been discussed before, is the spray park, in addition to some the adventure or parkour kind of thing attached maybe to the spray park. That kind of facility, there's only one really in the area. It's in Langley City, and it's one of the best around. I know people that use it, and people are driving from 20 and 30 kilometers away because it's such a great facility. So I'm wondering if there's something like that along with the spray park that might be a best thing for a place like that. And then also to continue looking at an outdoor pool. So I do support number 4, but I almost think we should look at 4 and 6 combined into one and see what staff would recommend on that. I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, no,
Oh, sorry, it was Councillor Richter was next.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I couldn't read my scribble. Thanks.
Councillor Kunz can speak first. I'll wait until she's done.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, no, I really want to support something happening there for the kids that are there. And I actually like Councillor Whitmarsh's idea there with the parkour. And everyone should just go down to Penzer Park here in the city. And it's pretty cool when you see, you know, some of the kids now. I don't know how it fits into that landscape there. I guess I had a question though, because I sort of sensed from the delegate that putting a spray park by the cemetery, it seemed like it was sort of a bit of a, like it was the cemetery piece that maybe was quite negative, or that and maybe through your worship to staff, does that impact anything that we're going to do with the cemetery in the future?
Mr. Sefi?
Your worship, I'm going to ask for clarification. Does what impact the cemetery? If there was a desire by council to expand the footprint, it will impact other things, including trees and including, I guess, potentially the expansion plans for the cemetery. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So, you know, I guess that's a consideration then, how that will impact what we want to do with the cemetery. So I guess that's just something I guess we need to sort of figure out.
Point of order, I thought that it wouldn't interfere. What Mr. Sefi said is only if it was expanded.
That's right. So a spray park is the same footprint, so I don't think it would interfere with the present
Okay,
plans,
but if we expanded it and added something, then it would. Okay, yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to ask that question, and
thanks.
And I like the idea of you know, allowing for more time to sort of sort out, you know, where we could potentially put a pool and the costs involved and everything like that. So anyway, I feel this is a good option. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I have a real problem with asking for public input, and then when we get the public input, we ignore it. And I mean, a spray park was the number 3 choice, and it was a very distant number 3 choice. Like it was only, what was it, 23%? So like 1 in 4. That was their preference. So I would like to put forward a deferral motion on this one. Or a referral, I should say, a referral of this motion back to staff for a report on the Cashado delegation and the request for a 6-month time extension and a coordinating committee.
Okay, is there a seconder? Councillor Arneson seconds the referral of this. So discussion on that, Councillor Richter, did you wish to speak to that? Or have
yeah, I mean, the public, it seems to me, is saying they just need more time to work together to come up with a plan that is best for their community. And I mean, either way, we can wait 6 months to get input, like from a committee, or to get the report back from staff. Hopefully it won't be 6 months for that. But it seems to me the problem is not the pool per se, so much as it's activities for children of a certain age group. Yeah. And I think that's what needs to be explored here. So that's what
I have to get some power. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, Mr.
I have to get some power to my headphones.
Okay.
I missed the last your last statement there, Councillor Richter. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
No, I can't hear you.
Said what I wanted.
Must be mine.
Can you hear us now, Your Worship?
Wait a second, I gotta fix.
Testing.
Your Worship, I think we can hear you, but you can't hear us.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I just had to, by plugging it in, it changed the settings. I'm back. Okay, sorry, Councillor Richter, I'm sorry, I had to plug it in, or I would.
That's fine. I love technical difficulties. Yeah, I'm just saying, I think the community is saying their first choice is a pool. They want some more time to talk about it. I think we should honor that request. So that's why I'm putting this, I guess it's a referral motion to staff. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So on the referral, Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'm in support of the referral. I think that there's been obviously a lot of conversations and analysis of the situation, trying to come up with the best possible result. I'm also bothered by the fact that we put forward an engagement process, which is clearly indicated and not even in a marginal way, what the expression of the community is, and then to turn around and say, oh, okay, because of funding and timelines, we're just going to give them something that there's really, unfortunately, at least for the people who have expressed an interest, not much enthusiasm. And I would just like to point out, I think some of the comments around the table today were slightly of a red herring nature, in the sense that, you know, if we're just focusing on grants, I think that there's lots of other ways that we could get money for this project. So I wouldn't discount the fact that there may be more creative strategies in order to help to fund this, rather than just relying on a shovel-ready project. The other thing is, if $1 million at this point, if that's projected cost for the spray park, if that goes forward, to me, I just minus that out from the money we'd otherwise have available for a pool that the community did want. So I think it's really fair to the community, based on their expression of interest, that we allow them the further time and latitude to consider these options. Because I feel that a lot of these creative thoughts have not come forward because the process was created in a certain framework where people, you know, couldn't necessarily express these other interests. So I don't think it's suddenly coming out of the blue. It's just people are starting to put their creative hats on and think, well, how could we get this? So I'm going to support the deferral or referral, because I think that that's appropriate under the circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Long?
Well, Your Worship, I think I'm not feeling too good about this, because when we talked about what the community came forward with, we said that would be a separate process. We want to do something with the hole in the ground now. The motion was to put the spray park in, to advance the funding so that it can happen by spring. Staff said that can be accomplished. This whole idea of another pool is still on the table, but it should not be rolled into this motion, because the deferral motion is going to kibosh anything that we can do with that hole in the ground between now and the near future. There's no point in waiting, in my mind. It's quite clear that what's being requested, perhaps by this 78%, is not going to fit on that property. You're going to have to take down trees. We haven't even talked about that. Many of us are very concerned about that. In fact, we already had that issue, not issue, but we discussed the tree protection early on in the meeting, and it's going to take away the caretaker's suite, and there'll be all kinds of impacts on the property if a pool was to go there. So this motion that is now being asked to be deferred puts something in that location, fills the hole, and put something there on an interim basis, not interim basis, put something there right away. And I think we should have a separate motion that would support putting a task force together, or consulting with the Parks and Recreation Committee. I don't know if I've seen any new pool in any planning documents that, while I've been around for Fort Langley, especially with Walnut Ground down the road. But if we want to go down that, great. But let's not lose this motion that was first put on. So I don't really think they fit, Your Worship. So I would suggest we don't vote for this, but rather have a subsequent motion that will continue the discussion about a potential bigger facility elsewhere in the Fort area.
Thank you. No, just to be clear, I accept the referral because I felt it's appropriate. However, if the referral is defeated, I think we can still have a subsequent motion that would accomplish what you've been talking about. So, but this is the way council will go through the process if we feel that. And I agree. I'd like to see that consultation for a pool, but I don't see it going on this site. It's too small a site. Councillor Ferguson.
Yes. Okay. Oh, so I think the interesting thing is this is a difficult thing, and as being mentioned, a lot of ideas being thrown around, some at the last minute. Lots of times we as a council, we as a community ask for public input, and many times we don't get any, whether it's a development application, whether it's a development permit, whether it's something within our works, or there's many examples of that, and we don't get much of a response. Here's an example of something where we really had challenge about what we're going to do with a facility that had, as our administrator said, come of age. It's getting too old and a difficult facility to extend. So what we have now is a group of people that said, we want to be involved. For what? For our community. And I've said it before, we may come around full circle. It's happened before. where they'll look at what they have right now. They'll look at what we're doing, and their wisdom or that lack thereof, they might find, well, maybe council's right. We can tweak it a few times. We can make some improvement, and we can proceed accordingly. And we also need to address different age groups, 11 to 16, 15, 16. I'm not sure those particular ages, but we also want to address the needs of young kids to learn to swim. And that's important as well. So the referral makes sense to me. I think it does not negate what was said before as far as initially about the initial motion by, I believe, Council Long as to, what we can do in the meantime. But I think we can do both if we include the community, and that's where I'm coming from. So I'm going to, for that reason, I'm going to support the referral. Thank you.
Councilor Kunst.
Yeah, I, to be against the pool, or like for advocating for the spray park is somehow now being said that I'm against the pool or not listening to the public. So I kind of have an issue with that because I feel like we're listening to the delegate because she's asking for more time, but we're also saying, hey, you know what, we could potentially put a spray park in there, and we want to do something with that pool. So I have no problem if we want to refer it, but if we're going to refer it, then I'd like to include that option of a spray park with a potential parkour or something, and everybody go check it out, take the time, and it sounds like if we have a little more time, then maybe that will happen too. So I'll support.
Is that an amendment? I'll certainly second that.
Okay, well,
so yeah, anyway, so there we go.
Councilor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, I think it was stated that here that no one, at least I haven't heard anyone say that we shouldn't have a pool or shouldn't consider it. This was something to do to maybe get both, and that's what's to me what's just good about this is the idea is we're looking at both issues. We recognize that to get a pool, it's going to take a bit of time. There's going to be a group that's probably going to have to work on it. We're going to have to look at creative ways to fund it, and that's going to take some time. And so while we do that, which I think is important, maybe another motion we bring, while we do that, we can also do something on the immediate. I don't see why this has to get referred to staff. I think they put together a comprehensive report. They've given us lots of information. This is really a decision that council has to make. If we want to defer it because we want to take more time to think through it, that's different. But to ask staff to go back and get more information on basically what we already have, I'm not sure that I would support a referral. I maybe take a deferral to give council another couple of weeks to they want to really think through it. But for now, I would not support the referral. I think we've already got the information. It's time to make a decision. And I think we can do it all.
Thank you. Councilor Richter.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just think from a point of clarification, what I thought I understood from the delegate was that they wanted more time to look at combining both options in the same location. So a pool and a splash park. And that this is something that could be done. It would have to probably be planned over a multi-year time frame. But I'm not opposed either to looking at the inclusion of the second choice, which was a 35% choice, which was the parkour park. But basically, this motion just refers it to staff for a report back on the Cashado delegation and the request for a 6-month time extension and a coordinating committee. That's all the motion does.
Councillor Long.
Well, that's totally different than the original motion, which is when you had the trouble with your headphone, Your Worship. So essentially staff, and maybe I could...
No, it's exactly what I wrote down before.
Okay, excuse me. Let's
write down the original motion, Councillor Richter. The original motion, and staff, maybe they could collaborate and tell us what they said. Again, what we heard staff say, if they were given direction today, they could have a spray park there in the spring. If we defer it, that's the end of that. So we will not be filling the hole, and we will not have a spray park there in the spring, I wouldn't think. So, and we've already got to where we are today because of all the deferrals. So let's get this thing built, and then we can certainly talk about the pool on separate motion, which is the way you were actually approaching it in the beginning, Your Worship. The deferral motion just really puts us in a bad spot. because it doesn't talk about the original motion, which is to get a spray park there in the interim. There's no way there's going to be room for pool and spray park and an adventure park and a cemetery and the caretaker's suite in that current location. It's not even a possibility in my mind. So, Your Worship, because I know the council doesn't often listen to me, please have staff tell us again what they can do if we go ahead and don't defer this today.
Okay, so I'm going to speak now. So I'm going to respond to you and I'll also speak. So staff have made it clear that they could have a spray park in by the beginning of next year. I am going to vote against the referral, but I'm not voting against having the time to look at the pool. That's a large expenditure for the township. And not saying that Fort Langley doesn't deserve it, but I think I agree with the delegates, take some more time. However, I look at Aldergrove as an example. There was a pool there and it was filled in, and there was lots of debate and concern about losing that pool, even as we're building a new one. But a spray park went in there, and that's a great spray park. And there's lots of controversy at the time, but I think people love that spray park, and they now have a facility that we can all be proud of for the entire township of Langley. So I see this very similar. I would like to see this further discussion, further time to look at something greater and better for that area to accommodate all, but I know that we're going to lose some time in this. We're not going to have anything for next spring. So I will vote against the referral, but if it passes, then that's fine. It just defers the whole thing. But I'm just letting you know that I think we can get something started there. I don't think we're putting a 25-meter pool in next to the cemetery. I think a spray park, and I have no problem with it next to the cemetery. I mean, that can be all done by landscaping and screening. It's right next to a park on the other side, a beautiful park, which is attached to the school. So I think I have Councillor Ferguson last, and then we'll move on to on the referral.
My hand down. Forgot to put my hand down.
Okay. So this is on the referral. I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
And opposed? So there was my hand there. There we go. Councillor Whitmarsh, Mayor Froese, Councillor Kunst, and Councillor Long. So that's defeated. So we move back to the motion with the park. We can still go back to the other. Councillor Arneson, I had you on the list just after the. Okay, I got to get the right list. There's too many lists. I think we're good. Anybody else want to speak to the water park and pre-approving? Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Kunst.
No, I just want to be absolutely clear. Maybe if the clerk could read the motion again,
Sure.
Or whether it's number 4 or something. I'm not sure. You read the exact motion or whatever.
Ms. Bauer.
Motion is for option 4, which is the spray park, which would be pre-approved for the 2022 budget.
Okay. Well, I kept hearing during the last discussion the fact that that's not in the fact that we were also going to be exploring other aquatic initiatives, which would be in a pool.
That would be a separate motion. Yeah, it would be a separate motion after this if you wish to still continue that process.
We can't add an amendment to that motion. So I can add an amendment.
You
we
can
also continue exploring,
include...
and that we continue exploring the options that the community suggested about a pool.
That would
for
be
the future.
Appropriate. Yes, that would be appropriate to include an amendment to concurrently.
I'll second that amendment. That's the second part.
That's right.
Amendment, all right.
And in that, if I may, I'm not asking for staff to put another questionnaire out, but the people in the public and Fort Langley otherwise can continue, I guess, consulting with staff for input. And we're not asking for another round of things, but they can continue just like anybody else can continue to do to provide input along the way. I mean, it's not part of the motion, but all residents can do that anyway.
Okay, so just before I take a seconder, I want to just ensure that we have the wording right. Mr. Back can maybe help us out. So it'll give staff the direction that I think we as council would like to give staff, that they move forward with further consultation on facility in the Fort Langley vicinity as option 5. Mr. Back.
Your Worship, I think there's a couple of components. First of all, we have the amendment to the motion, which is good, but then there's these varying paths as to what that amendment means. Is it to go to public consultation, which staff probably don't think is the best approach, or to form a task force, as was referenced before, to determine funding, design, and location for a pool, which is a little bit different. Now, that may require staff provide a report on the formation of a task force to examine the I guess, form, structure, and location of a potential outdoor pool in Fort Langley.
I think that's.
I think it would be number two. I'm really not asking for a formal public consultation that we'd already gone through. We know what the answer to that is. I was just asking, as was suggested in the last discussion when we went through the roundabout referral, is that the concept of a pool in the future would be discussed through the, I guess, the ongoing process. I'm not sure if that's the Park and Rec Division or whoever does that. Does that make sense, Mr. Backen?
Perhaps, Councillor Ferguson, if we could I think we could do it as a separate motion.
Okay.
And I think that might be just cleaner. So we could deal with this. If we want to go ahead with this, fine. If we don't, we'll move to a separate motion. I think that might just be cleaner. It's getting a little confusing. Councillor Whitmarsh?
Yeah, on the motion, I mean, I know we're talking about the amendment that Councillor Ferguson is suggesting, and I agree it should be a separate motion. But I'd like to add an amendment that it's a spray park plus some potential non-aquatic enhancements to cater to other age groups. Instead of combining 4 and 6 together, it may not be a full Penzer Park, but at least some other things that can be added to appeal to the different age groups that are non-aquatic, and it could be with the spray park.
Okay. Mr. Backen has some comments, I think, on that. Just
Your Worship, if we want to add additional components, then because of the size constraints, it may be wise then to defer this so we could actually design it. We know what would work, but if we're going to add other components to it, given the constraints that are on the site, I hesitate to actually suggest going with a double-ended process that has both a spray park and something else, just because of the constraints of trees, modular, the caretaker suite, the cemetery, the trees, all those elements. Mr. Seffi, do you have any thoughts as to the size? I think it's going to become, it could be troublesome, but what do you think?
Thank you, Mr. Backen. I was just going to share the screen again with council as you were referencing the various components and the site's, I guess, restrictions, such that council is aware of exactly what those are. And you're exactly right in that if we are talking, and I think I mentioned that earlier, if we wish to add other components such as elements of non-aquatic, such as the ones that have been referenced that are in Penzer Park in terms of parkour components, it would definitely add costs, and it would be a question of whether they can be actually accommodated on the site as well without impacting several components. And as you can see, there's parking, there are trees, and there's a caretaker suite. So again, what we had anticipated as part of the recommended option was essentially taking up the footprint, which is where the red outline is, and replacing that with the spray park. If we are able to accommodate something within that, that would mean, I guess, a reduction of the spray park area. But again, it would likely add some cost. I don't know to what extent, because it's kind of conceptually we're talking about some components, so we'll have to determine what those costs are. But definitely, if we're talking about beyond what we anticipated to be the spray park footprint, then we're looking at impacting other aspects, other components of the Fort Langley Community Park and the cemetery, potentially, depending again on the scope.
Thank you. Back to Councillor Whitmarsh. Yeah, I think it is a very constrained site. Looking at what we did at Olive Grove, comparing it to here. Are you?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I guess I was just thinking. It seems a shame to not consider it, but if it's clear that the site is constrained and we couldn't actually consider it, then I'd withdraw my amendment. The amendment for sure, but it seems a shame to not try and consider it. I guess I'll leave it without, and maybe here others might have comments, but I won't bring that amendment then.
Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that what we're doing here, so we're back to move option 4 and pre-approve it for 2022. That's what we're doing right now.
Yes.
And then the amendments, whether it's to add non-water park features or to plan for a pool in the long term, that's going to be a separate amendment or a separate.
That'll be separate motion. Yes.
Okay. So right now, the only thing that's in front of us is we're moving option 4 and pre-approving it for 2022.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
That's it. Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, was your hand up from before? I don't know if you took it down.
Well, I'm ready to speak again. I mean, I thought that we had a really good discussion last time regarding the deferral. So that didn't pass, but a lot of good comments about that age group from 11 to 15 or 16, a lot of good comments on that. And a lot of, are we just building this for the tots and the spray park? I like those kind of things. There's nothing wrong with that. But I was hoping to add a component that would do something else to address those initiatives. And that's why I thought it was good to have involve the community somewhere along the line to come up with some ideas. Mr. Safey gave an answer, but I don't know what can be put in that envelope, or whether you need to, if you're got an architect or a designer, we're designing right here on the spot. And whether we have to take out some parking spaces or whether we have to take out the care tender, I don't know the answer to those kind of questions, but I thought it was a good idea to look at what we could do with that age group. So I'm not sure where we are. I thought, gee whiz, I'm kind of lost now, because I don't want it just to go to where we were before, because we haven't really gained anything. And those are my only points.
I appreciate that. Thanks. Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, I guess when I mentioned we were talking about the parkour, and I'm reminded that it's actually very near the power lines in Langley. So obviously it's space that, is not going to be used by anything else. So it's probably something to remember. So just for clarification again, we are this motion is to support the spray park, but not to sort of say, we're not going to do the pool, but we're all actually supporting the delegates' request for more time to discuss what we're going to do with the pool. Am I right?
That's not this motion. That'll be subsequent motion.
Subsequent motion. Okay.
We're going to basically testing with council. Do you want to put a spray park in and get something done now? And then let's look at something bigger, because I don't think they'll fit a 25-meter pool in that space anyway.
And alternatively, if we don't do a spray park, we don't do anything, what happens with the site?
It stays the way it is if we give no direction to staff.
So then it's just going to be ugly old pool, or will it just, they're going to tear it down? So we need to do something here is my point, right? That's just what I want to sort of.
Yeah, staff are looking for some direction. That's correct.
Yeah, okay. So I'm in support of putting a spray park there so that we get rid of this hole in the ground. And then obviously, have a discussion about a pool in the future. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Arneson.
I guess I find it problematic that there is this sentiment that if we go ahead and pre-approve this, then we're going to do this. And then afterwards, we're going to talk about the motion for what we're going to do with respect to the pool. So I find that indeterminate and lacking in a lot of detail, because if I say, yes, I want to support this, I don't know what the implications are for the timeline, the budgeting, or anything else, because, those are very vague kind of circumstances. And I think it would be all too easy to say, well, let's just put the spray park in and then we'll let it languish. So unfortunately, I can't support just putting the spray park in without knowing what our other plan is going forward. Thank you.
I'm trying to keep track here on this motion. Councillor Long, this is your second time. Councillor Ferguson, you've spoken already. I see Mr. Seffi wants to make a comment.
Have I spoken twice?
Councillor Long? No, this will be your second time. Councillor Ferguson has, though. So,
okay.
So Mr. Seffi has some comments. Maybe we just.
Well, I was just going to try and prime Mr. Safey, because you heard three of us three councillors say, gee, couldn't we add something to the spray park that'll make it a bit more attractive to the teenage crowd? And I know that Mr. Safey was hesitant, and I know that Harb is there too. Could we not ask staff to give that some thought and maybe move some things around and put a climbing wall in or
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. That's not the motion that's in front of council right now.
I think
Councillor
what
Richter,
Council Long,
Council Long,
I think what Council Long is saying is that staff could consider some of this discussion. I think they're very good at that and come back to something.
Yeah. And don't forget that on the map that Mr. Safey showed us, there's the pool house, so that's going to be gone, right? So there'll be some more room in there, and and who knows what kind of contraptions are available that are multi-use too. A spray park thing could turn into something. Anyway, I know that staff have been listening, and I would like to see us do something, and I'm hoping we're going to support this motion. But perhaps staff will come back with some other ideas, or do we need to?
I'll ask Mr. Safey.
Let's move on to something that we can be proud of. And in answer to Councillor Arneson, Your Worship, I heard you say many times, right after we dealt with this, we're going to have a motion to do something with the future planning for a pool, right?
Yes. Okay, Mr. Safey, did you took your hand down? Did you have a comment to make?
Thank you, Your Worship. I took my hand down because you did acknowledge me. Thank you for doing that, Your Worship. I guess a couple of points, comments that I hope would be beneficial for council. One is that the initial public input step that staff was authorized by council to proceed with, to receive input from the public regarding spray park components. Based on that, we have received some really good feedback from the community as to what they wish to see. So that is just to give council some level of comfort that it will be based on what we've heard back from the community, if in fact this motion is to pass. The second part, and I recognize that there may be a need for an amendment, might be in terms of what I guess I've been hearing from members of the council, it may be possible to incorporate parkour components, if feasible, subject to such components not impacting the budget, not impacting existing critical components such as parking, such as the caretaker facility, and such as plans for the expansion of the cemetery.
So you're thinking an amendment to this motion just to have staff consider other components that would accommodate.
Mr. Mayor, I really want to object to amending this motion. I think we need to deal with the motion in a crisp, clear fashion.
I hear you. I think that's fine. We can come back and add. But I know, let's just, everybody's talking. I see there's a list, Ferguson, Richter, and Whitmarsh. We've all spoken twice. Let's test this idea with a vote, and then we can move on. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
And what exactly are you voting on?
This is pre-approving a spray park for that site.
So option 4, pre-approval for 2022. Right. Okay.
That's right. Okay, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And opposed?
I'm opposed.
Councillor Ferguson, Arneson, and Richter opposed, so it carries. So now a subsequent motion could be.
Well, yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think I was going to say, I mean, I was looking for some help from staff. I don't know why we couldn't have included
If you wish to make a motion.
Yeah, I do. Here's a motion that we will continue studying the options for aquatic facility and other facilities to accommodate age group 11 to 14 or 15.
Mr. Bracken, do you have any, just want to make sure we got a good, concise motion to staff that accommodates what council has been discussing today.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I think Councillor Ferguson has a meritorious idea, but it's going in a different direction. So where we left the discussion before was that we proceed to provide a report to create a task force for the funding, design, building of a pool, and I guess that would include a parkour element with that in Fort Langley. I think Councillor Ferguson may be suggesting that we go a different direction and we actually do a feasibility study for a public process to review it again differently, which I guess is a step before actually going to the task force. So it will simply be the will of council as to what we're trying to achieve.
Sure. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, I just want to say the reality is that there's a number of different steps. I realize that we're also making motions on the fly. What we're going to need is the ability to explore for the future aquatic facilities for either Fort Langley and also the age group that would be the 11 to 15 or 16. And those things in themselves, they're not resolved easily. They will mean we've got your spray park going already, but consequently that in the background, you're ensuring to the residents that you're going to continue exploring some of their questions and concerns, and whether you're able to make that or not, I don't know, but that's certainly where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I think Councillor Richter, in her referral, basically was to have the option 5, I believe it is, or other options. No, maybe because I want to get a good motion that kind of captures what we're discussing, because I do want to see this go forward for more information to come back to council. It's going to take some time.
Okay. Well, I think the wording that Councillor Ferguson had there, continue the study for future aquatic
facilities
and other options to accommodate other age groups. That's
specifically the older group, I guess, older 11 to 16.
Look, basically to review recreation facilities, including a pool in the Fort Langley area. That's basically what you're saying, I think.
Okay, what is
Ms. Bauer's busy writing, so we're going to get the clerk to read it back, then I'll look for a seconder. As soon as she's just writing it out now, just give her a second.
Okay, to continue the study for future aquatic facilities and other facilities in the Fort Langley area that would include also the age group between 11 and 14.
Go 16.
Okay, youth. How about youth? Why don't we just say youth? We don't need to be that specific, because I'm sure they'll all like it.
So Ms. Bauer, just to clarify, are you interpreting that to mean that the staff continue to explore, I guess, and review future aquatic facilities for the age group 11 to 16 in Fort Langley? So it's really just to have a watching brief on the matter, to oversee it, but I guess report back at some point, but it's more just to consider and review?
I understood it was for staff to consider and review and bring back to council.
Thank you. Is that Councillor Ferguson? Is that capture?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, that sounds like.
Is there a seconder?
Putting the word youth in, not.
Yeah, youth. I think youth would be more.
Youth is fine with me.
Yeah, youth and the community. We really want to. Everyone's going to be enjoying this one. So, is there a seconder? Councillor Kunst. Okay, on that motion. Councillor Ferguson, do you want to speak more to it, or you?
No, I think a lot's been said. Thank you.
Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that it's an intentional motion, that we intend to do good work on this and move forward in a positive direction. This maybe doesn't seem quite strong enough for me, but it needs to be that we are intending to move in this direction and get public consultation, not public consultation, we've already done that, but to work with community groups to discuss how we're going to move forward.
Yeah, there's a component that staff will report back to council. Okay. So at that point,
if that's the case, then I'm fine, but it has to be intentional. I don't want it to be wishy-washy.
I don't think you're wrong at all, Councillor Whitmarsh. I think Whitmarsh, you're absolutely right, and we hopefully continue through this process.
Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I'm a little confused on the exact wording of the motion. Could the clerk read it back, please?
Yeah. Yes.
Motion is to direct staff to consider and review and bring back to council for further consideration the future of aquatic facilities and other facilities in Fort Langley that would specifically include activities for youth.
So that brings back to council. So and then from there we decide we want to do a task force. Everything. At least we're going to get some information back. Councillor Long.
Yeah, that's not bad wording. Yeah, lengthy, but there it is. You know, I wonder, what would we not refer this to the Parks and Recreation? Used to be the commission. I mean, what role have they played in something like this? Because this is pretty out there stuff, and I'm happy with it. But I would think that would be a good first step.
Well, I think that could be a step once staff report back to us, and then we can go, because that'll be part of the consultation.
Yeah, I think they should be consulted because we're in our little bubble, even though it's a big bubble of talking directly to the residents and public. But we have a Parks and Recreation Committee that should have expertise on that. So yeah, let's hopefully.
I think there'll be a stage where we'll involve them. Thanks. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor and opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay. Let's ask Councillor Woodward to come back in.
Your Worship, can we have a 3-minute break, or do you think that's too risky?
Too risky.
Plenty after?
We've got a lot to get through. If we can just hold on for.
I'll have to go off camera.
Is Councillor Woodward?
We may have to take a 3-minute break. I'm having some challenges getting him back in.
Oh, okay. So how about we're back in here at 5:20? Let's take a couple of minutes. We're trying to find Councillor Woodward.
Hello, Councillor Woodward. We were just having some problems getting you back in, so we're taking a 2-minute break and we'll be right back. Just give it another minute. If those that are here could put their cameras on, please. Just waiting for Councillor Ferguson, Richter, and Arneson.
Councillor Arneson, Councillor Ferguson. Okay, we have 6 here that I know of. Councillor Ferguson, are you there? And Councillor Arneson? I see 6. Oh, there's Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Arneson. Just we're going into bylaws. I'd like to have everybody here if we could. Just give her a minute. Councillor Arneson, you there yet? Give her one more minute and then we'll start. Oh, there she is. Welcome back. Okay, we've got everybody back. Thank you. Now we're going to move on to bylaws for first and second reading. F1 is rezoning application number 100643 and development permit application number 101193, bylaw number 5723. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Long moves it. Seconder, Councillor Kunst and Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I was disappointed to see that there were 111 significant trees on this property. Only 6 will be retained, and the replacement value is only 62 trees. So I'm not supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'll call the question. Oh, Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to have a question, I think similar to this on all of these actually. And I'll direct staff's attention to, council's attention to what page was that? Yeah, page F1, page 10, public consultation. So I just had a question to staff. If we've amended the policy to allow for PIMs on Zoom, why are we still waiving PIMs?
Mr. Suppy.
Your Worship, the direction from council was to apply or reapply, I should say, the requirements for PIM only for those coming to council on June 28th and onwards. That was the direction given by council based on consideration of in-stream applications that would have been otherwise ready to be processed and brought over for council's consideration.
Okay, well, I think that clarifies it, Mr. Mayor. I think, I think on this one, I don't think we're going to make an issue of it on this one, but I think I'm going to be making an issue of it here coming up pretty shortly. So I appreciate that clarification.
Thank you. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And opposed?
I'm opposed.
Councillor Arneson, Councillor Richter opposed. Carries. F2 is official community plan amendment and rezoning application number 100217 and development permit application number 101107, adding the properties, and this is bylaw 5710 and 5711. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Long and a seconder.
Ferguson.
Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, this is not a very attractive design at all, and I'm opposed to it on the basis of design.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll call Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, I had similar thoughts. I mean, I don't know if staff has some comment though before I start declaring it. I mean, I found some of these canopies a little bizarre, and you know, I'm hesitant to comment on architecture on these townhouse developments too much because a lot of them, you know, could be categorized this way pretty easily as you know, not going to win architecture awards, to put it that way. But this one here, particularly, they kind of stood out the way these renderings. I don't know if staff have some kind of comment whether they, you know, these canopies hanging out over the top of the front, they don't look very good in the renderings.
Mr. Seppi?
Your worship, my personal opinion is that I would agree. I don't find them appealing, but if they do meet the guidelines in terms of the basic criteria that have been put forward, it really becomes a matter of opinion. And collectively, council can direct staff to work with the applicant to make amendments, keeping in mind that the application is at this point for land use purposes, so council can do that either now or later down the road.
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, I want to ask about the procedure on this because I don't think I would do this very often, but Mr. Seppi and I maybe agree on this one. You know, I certainly have that opinion. And if we're not going to do it, then obviously, then why do we look at the DP at all? So I just want to ask about process though, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I can certainly vote in favor of first and second. Can we, and I know we're not technically approving the DP until third or final, but maybe you could suggest that maybe council would reject the DP and ask for that to be improved so it can still carry on through the process.
Yeah, we could do that if council so wishes. It could be an amendment to, or actually, just trying to check with the clerk. So we've already moved both. So the process to remove the DP at this point, rather than rejecting it.
Well, I don't think I'd be removing it. Maybe council could vote that we won't be approving this in the future. And if you want to maintain the timelines, then you've got a month or 6 weeks to make some changes.
Yeah, so this could go to third reading. That's one way, and then we can decide then. We could also refer the development permit back to the applicant by an amendment. Mr. Backen, you have a suggestion?
You're on the right track, Your Worship. We have to be a bit cautious. As Councillor Woodward alluded to, we have a use issue before us. The DP, which is the form and character, is accompanying it. As Mr. Seppi could, it is possible to actually deal with the form and character peripherally. The challenge is, Mr. Seppi's indicated that it does technically meet our guidelines. So as a consequence, I think we want to be focusing on the deficiencies in those guidelines as a matter of council's interpretation. What I'm trying to say is that whether or not it actually meets the guidelines is a matter of interpretation for council, the decision maker, and that is a separate decision than the use and density. So it might be prudent to simply indicate by passing it at first and second reading that there is a grave amount of concern, a grave concern about whether or not it truly does meet the form and character requirements. And if it came forth as it is, it may have some challenge getting council support at the DP stage.
So, Mr. Backen, can staff take that as direction, or would you wish an amendment that staff work? We'll pass it, but amend it that staff bring this to attention to the applicants so that they have assurance, or council has assurance that it's brought to their attention.
And I think we can simply bring it to their attention because if it stays as it is, I think we're getting a very strong message that it's not actually meeting the requirements of the DP guidelines that are in place. We'd have to take that away to make sure that we're on solid ground, that this is really a guideline issue that resolves in council's decision-making, council's jurisdiction, not that of staff.
Okay, thank you. Councilor, does that assist as a direction?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll let others speak first. Maybe there's not support for this anyway. I mean, I have a number of questions about that response from Mr. Backen. I mean, if we don't have legal standing to reject the DP, then why do we see them at all? So I don't really know if that's 100% the case as maybe I've learned it to be, and maybe I'm wrong. You know, if we don't like the character of the development, I just heard that I'm not allowed to do much about that. So what's the point of seeing the DPs at all?
Oh, you can. I don't think anybody said that.
Your Worship, actually the reverse. I think that's where the confusion is. Council has unfettered discretion, and it's council's decision as to the form and character guidelines. As you may have heard, there was a previous staff interpretation that it met the guidelines. So now we have contrary evidence. What I'd like to do is take it away to make sure that we're clear that I don't believe staff said that it met the guidelines, that I think they thought it could have been interpreted to meet the guidelines, and that's why it advanced to council. Council must be unfettered in their discretion as to determining if it meets the guidelines, and I think we want to make sure that we focus on that at the DP stage because of the discussion we've had so far.
Yeah, so I mean, I want to have a suggestion here that, I don't want to get into a back and forth with an architect about whether it meets the guidelines or not. That's not the objective. The objective here is, I think maybe there's a majority here, hopefully there is, that doesn't like the look of it, and maybe they could just change it in order to proceed with the rezoning. If I have to refer back the rezoning where the council has more authority, then I'll make the motion to do that later on after others talk. Thanks.
I think to be clear, this can proceed to first and second reading. We don't approve the DP until fourth reading. At third reading, we can certainly I believe we can send it back. So it allows staff to make some comments to the proponent. They can come back at third reading and explain what they're doing, or they may change it. But as I understand it, moving it forward now does not take away our authority to deal with it at the next stage. So I'm just saying that. So, Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Well, I'm glad to know that I have unfettered discretion also to say that I don't care for this design. I think that in terms of just giving information back to staff, for myself, I don't interpret that the existing design elements of this building actually meet our guidelines, because I don't think it harmonizes with what else is in the neighborhood. So I personally find the exterior aesthetics to be lacking. The roof line, I think, needs to be adjusted. Excuse me. And the front yards, I think, of the units could use some work myself. So those are my comments. And I'm not really wanting to put this forward until those things are addressed, irrespective of what other technicality we can use to later on make a determination about this. I just don't think it makes our benchmark requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, well, I guess I feel the same as the other councillors that have talked on this so far. I don't think it's a good look, but I would support passing first and second reading now, and asking staff to advise the proponent that this is going to be a challenge when we get to the DP stage and after third reading, that this will definitely be a concern, and that they should plan on changing it, or they will likely not get support. So. But I think it passes first and second reading at this stage for me, but do want changes down the road.
Thank you. Councillor Long?
Well, I guess it's to each his own. I mean, I can remember some councils not liking the colors of McDonald's at one time. I think that we're making a mistake by looking at these renderings. If you look at the diagrams, which have got measurements and so forth in it, those overhangs don't seem to protrude nearly as much in the diagram. So perhaps there's a problem with these artists' renderings, which is what we're looking at. I think we should be shouldn't be a jury of the 6 or 8 or 9 of us here. We send these things to public hearing, and we'll hear what other people have to say. I think the proponent also knows what's marketable and what isn't. But I have to agree. I made the same notation: funny roofs. But it seems to me that perspective that we're looking at on page 38 doesn't match the diagrams that I see on page 34. They do not show those things protruding quite as much. I think we should, I don't know if staff can let the proponent know that there was a concern. I'm sure the proponent already knows, because he's watching, or she is watching, or they are watching. And let's see what happens at the next stage. But I've always taken exception to council having some kind of, well, I guess, like Councillor Woodward said, we get a DP in front of us. If it's something we all hate, well, we should say something about it. But I always feel that a bit of variety is always good. And I think there is an issue here with these drawings, because that certainly doesn't look like that. Maybe staff can comment on the diagrams on page, well, they're all the way from page 28, even sooner, 29, 30, 30. Don't show those protrusions quite as they do in the renderings. Can I have a comment through you, Worship?
Sure. Stephanie, do you have any comments on that?
Your Worship, thank you for the opportunity. I guess I don't know what I can add other than saying that it would be beneficial to find out from council if the desire is to proceed. As council, let me just take a step back. There's a need for a hearing for the development permit, as well as a need for a public hearing related to the land use matter, which is the zoning. So I guess the question in the back of my mind as council was deliberating was whether council wishes to see the current renderings go to the hearing for the development permit, or whether council wishes to see revisions before the application proceeds, keeping in mind the intent to be concurrent, such that we have a public hearing for the land use and a hearing for the development permit go forward concurrently for council's consideration and for the public to provide feedback. So I guess the question is, does council wish to see amendments at this stage, or proceed post-public hearing with respect to potential amendments that the applicant will be requested to incorporate based on what the applicant has heard and staff has noted this evening?
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Your Worship, sorry, in all due respect, if we can hold the picture right there. In the rendering, it looks like those parapets, or whatever you want to call them, the roof line extends 4, 5, 6 feet. In the diagram we're looking in front of us, it doesn't appear to be that distance at all. So what does a builder do? Grab a rendering and start building the house, or does he, or do they grab the plans that are being prepared that we're looking at in front of us? So I don't know. I think there's an error in those drawings.
Thank you. Councilor Richter?
Yeah, I don't understand why we wouldn't just stop it right now and send it back. I don't care what the land use zoning is. I care that what's being proposed for this lot doesn't fit in with the surrounding community. And I think if we just send the DP back, we're limiting the options for what these guys can do, or these people can do, in order to make it blend in with the neighboring communities or the neighboring developments better. I also don't like the fact that there's 5 significant trees on this property and they're only retaining 1. Like, why couldn't they try to retain the 5 that are left? So I would like to move a motion that we just ask staff to inform the developer that we're not happy with this development. He should redesign it and then bring it back to us for first and second.
So that means to defeat it, so we can vote. I think council can vote as they see fit. That would defeat it. It would then go back and they'd bring it back to us. So that's one option, certainly to vote against it. Or
no, but do we not have the option to say?
You do. Yeah,
no,
you do have the option to
I
vote.
don't like this at all. Any part of it. It's not nice.
Okay, that's fine. But that's so there's a couple things that have happened here. So council can vote either in favor of it, if as a council, if it passes, it moves forward with the comments that staff already have, and they'll be getting back to the developer. And I think the proponent will understand quite readily from this discussion that if he comes back with something or without some answers and to our concerns, that the development permit may not go ahead, or we can defeat it at this point. So either way, it works. So at this point, I'm going to call the question on the motion. All those in favor and opposed? Councillor Richter and Councillor Arneson opposed, so it carries. And Mr. Sefi, please note to advise the proponent the concerns raised by council. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you.
F3 is rezoning application number 100598 and development permit application number 101141. This is Manor Lane Properties, bylaw 5718, bylaw 5719, and bylaw 5720. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Arneson moves it, and seconder. Councillor Whitmarsh. Discussion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Oh, Councillor Richter.
Sorry, I didn't get my hand up soon enough.
That's fine.
Yeah, this is F3. I'm wondering how come there's 22 significant trees, none are retained, and there's only going to be 24 replacements. And I'd like to ask whether or not this particular development is even going to be built, or if this is just being done to discharge a land use agreement.
Mr. Sefi.
Thank you, Your Worship. In terms of the tree question, the proponent is proposing to develop and construct a building that provides for underground parking based on the proposed zoning, Your Worship, and based on the tree replacement provisions of the bylaw, it does meet those requirements. And as far as the intent, while one can never be certain as to what motivates landowners and developers, as far as the process is concerned, staff has been working closely with the applicant and their agents, and those discussions and applications have included submission of detailed design drawings for the building, as well as a housing agreement that is intended to ensure long-term, in perpetuity, rental tenure of the building, as well as dedication of 30% of the units to become affordable. So those aspects typically would not have progressed this far unless an owner was interested in constructing.
Okay, thank you. I'm still disappointed about the loss of trees, though.
Thank you. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor of F3 and opposed? Councillor Richter is opposed. Motion carries. Thank you. F4 is rezoning application number 100589. This is Neufeld, bylaw number 5717. Do I have a motion, please?
Yeah, I'll move it.
Councillor Long and a seconder. Councillor Whitmarsh. Discussion. Councillor Richter. Mute. You're mute. Councillor Richter, you're on mute.
Yeah,
there you go.
thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay,
I'm a
that's
little
fine.
concerned about this one because this particular development is going to have a major impact in the area it's being proposed in. I believe this should have a public hearing, and I believe that there should also be a developer open house that's been offered in conjunction with it. So I'd like to move deferral on this for a developer open house of some sort. Online, so that area residents can have input into this plan. The other thing that bothers me about this plan, there are 6,281 significant trees on site, and there will only be 2,198 after development. So there's no replacement trees being offered for the basically 4,000 trees that are going to be removed. That's a horrendous loss of canopy.
Thank you. Is there a seconder to the deferral? Councillor Arneson seconds it. It's on the deferral. Okay, the names are still up there. Councillor Woodward on the deferral.
Yeah, so can I get a clarification on the deferral? I would have preferred to have a chance to speak prior to that.
Yeah, the deferral is to defer for a public information meeting.
Okay, so as long as we're clear on that, because it was an open house and it's going to be online. So if we're going to, on page F4, page 13, we're looking at and requiring that they comply with policy 07164, since it requires the subject application hold a public information prior to proceeding to council. If the intent is to have them hold that public information meeting, then that's fine. That's what I was going to do anyway. I just want to make sure that that's 100% clear that they'll be complying with this policy.
Yeah, that's the intent of the motion, and the public needs to be aware of this.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I wanted to ask some questions of staff. First of all, my first question is, has the applicant indicated to staff that they were going to have a public information meeting regardless, if I may, through a chair?
Mr. Seffi.
No, that's not my understanding, Your Worship. That's not something that the applicant has indicated to staff.
Okay, next question is the trees. Now, they're reading the report. There's an interesting to see what the trees would be retained. Could you comment about what sustainable tree or what, whether they're birch alder or whether they're blackberry? I'm just wondering, sustainable trees or significant trees are different. Is there any way you can comment about in the report? I know you've mentioned how many significant trees are going to be cut and how many are going to remain, if I may, through a chair?
Your Worship, the definition that we have in our bylaws does not recognize or distinguish between different species, but rather the size of the tree. Diameter at breast height, DBH, and currently it's 300 millimeters, which is in the tree replacement provisions of our subdivision and development servicing bylaw that determines how an arborist engaged by the applicant is to count the number of trees that are identified as being significant. So it's based on diameter at breast height and not the species.
Okay, because I was just trying to get the count. I've got some trees from somebody had sent something from to us from the community, and that's different than what the applicant has sent us. So I was just trying to determine the differences of how many are going to be retained and how many are not going to be retained. Anyway, those are my questions. Thank you.
Councilor Long?
Okay, I'm so confused here. Okay, certainly about the trees. We've just heard a response on that, and I have different numbers too from, I received an email about it. But here we talked about the public information meetings, and it's very, very clear. Our policy says that if it's an application before June 28th, it doesn't apply. Now, we could say, would you please hold one? And that would be okay. But why? How can we take this one and say, well, we have to have a PIM on this, and we're going to go with our policy, which is our policy, on all the others. So I see that as very unfair treatment. Now, not that I wouldn't like to see a public information meeting, but I'm also aware when the fellow phoned me and said they are having one before. So could we not simply instruct staff to please ask the proponent to do that? We should probably ask every proponent to do that if possible, although June 28th is just around the corner, I suppose. But so we're discussing a deferral now for a PIM. And I heard Mr. Safey say that the proponent didn't say they were going to have one, but that's contrary to what I heard. I heard that there is one planned. So what do we do with that?
Thank you. Well, we'll deal with the deferral now, and if it fails, then we could also amend it if you wished. Councilor Whitmarsh.
Well, I'd like to make that amendment because, in all fairness, this is inappropriate to defer it. I think we should say.
Okay, well, we have to deal with the deferral first.
Can I hear what the motion is? Because we were going to vote on that, and that could.
The motion is to defer this first and second reading until the proponent holds a public information meeting. That's, as I understand, is that correct, Ms. Bauer? Yes, that's what so the deferral. I can't make an amendment to the deferral. Councillor, where are we now? Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yes, thank you. I guess. Yeah, I have a question through your worship to staff, and that is around this public information meeting. I understand that the proponent is doing that, as well as many online opportunities and other things to give feedback. I'm wondering if just through staff, can you just clarify again if this proponent is doing a public information meeting, including online opportunities or not? Because I understand they're already doing this, and if they are, then it makes the point of deferral. It doesn't make any point to defer it.
I'll check with staff. But
Your Worship,
go ahead, Mr. Staff.
Did you want me to?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Your Worship. So the requirements that we have for what staff calls public information meetings are quite specific. That requires fundamentally the input to be received before application is processed and brought forward for council. So that clearly hasn't happened. So if the applicant has informed members of council that they do wish to proceed with public information meeting, that is fine, but that's not something that has been shared with staff. The other important requirement is for such meetings to also be attended by staff. So we have not been advised or invited to attend and observe and take notes at such a meeting. So I guess a couple of important points to keep in mind.
Okay, so that's helpful information. So it seems to me then that having that public information is important, and the idea that staff is there. So if the proponent is already going ahead and doing this, it seems that it would be as simple as inviting staff. And so maybe we should defer it until we get the information from this, which is, according to the proponent, they're already in process of doing. So maybe it's only a deferral till the next meeting and we'll have that information. I don't know, but I'll leave it there and hear what others have to say.
Thank you. Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, from what I understand, they contacted staff, and they said that, you know, well, they maybe, you know, they didn't have time to do a public information, but they were going to do it anyways. So they've been, you know, collecting or delivering notices or whatever, and wanting to get that public feedback. And they have a website apparently, and they're, you know, open to, you know, going to have a few days where they would be open to having conversations with, you know, people who are concerned in the neighborhood. So it sounds like that maybe there was no communication with staff. So I don't know how, you know, if we defer this, what impact that has on that. But anyway, I just wanted to say that from what I understand, that they are doing that that work right now. So.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, thanks. Well, yeah, definitely some of that is a little concerning. I mean, I don't have this information that apparently some of you have about the process that's underway. So I haven't heard anything about apparently public information consultations ongoing. There's none of that in the report. So I don't want to, you know, send an idea that, you know, different people get different processes. I would like to see first and second not considered and voted on until that PIM is done. I don't see why that's onerous. I don't see why that's an issue. You know, it seems to me that also too PIMs have special notification requirements, and staff are saying that they don't know about it, haven't heard about it. How are they going to be present for it? So I think it's important that if some are following this PIM policy, that all follow it in the same way. I don't know why we would delay or approve first and second until we see some of that feedback that could impact a referral or potential modifications at first and second. So again, I'm not sure why there's accommodation around some of that occurring for this developer, but not for others. I find that very interesting. I'd really like to know why that is. And I don't understand what the concern is from Councillor Long, but I think as we've seen that there's no public input that Bob Long won't ignore anyway. So I think why not just allow the process to
Yeah, sorry, Councillor, to speak to the motion, don't.
Yeah, and why don't you speak to the policy that says
okay, Councillor Long, Councillor Long.
Well,
Councillor Long, I've already asked Councillor Woodward to speak to the motion, please. We want to keep.
I think that is speaking to the motion. Some are trying to bypass the public input process, and it's pretty obvious why. So
no, you're trying to put requirements in that aren't required.
Councillor Long, we keep this.
Yeah, am I up yet?
Not yet.
Well,
I would like
Councillor Woodward to tell me why.
Councillor Long.
Yes, I would like to know why.
Councillor Long, we're going to go through a debate here. I have my time to speak to, and I have some comments, but I don't want to interject. So
all right,
I'll wait for my turn.
So there used to be a rule that if you mentioned another councillor.
Point of order, has Councillor Woodward still got the floor?
No, he still does. So Councillor Long, please.
Oh, he does. Oh, I'm sorry.
Please have some decorum. Thank you. Councillor
Well,
Woodward, carry on.
There's no end
to the motion. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll do that. I mean, I'm a little frustrated with some of the comments. So, you know, I think public input is important, and I think the process is important. And I'm not sure why it would be waived for this particular application. And I'll just leave it at that in terms of not saying too much more in regards to that. So I would like to see the PIM. I'd like to refer it back to the PIM, get that consultation work done, documented by the staff with staff present, get that in the report prior to granting first and second reading to zoning bylaws. And for me, I want that input, and I want to attend the PIM. I want to hear some commentary from the public. I can't attend a PIM I don't know about, so maybe Councillor Kunst can, but I certainly can. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Arneson.
Thank you, Worship. You know, not to be facetious, but perhaps my invitation to this information was lost in the mail or went somewhere, because I also was not aware. And I would point out, for me, it is important that we have a consistent procedure that everybody follows, irrespective of whether or not there was this June 28th date. I think that council has every right and ability to make a specific requirement, especially for something of this magnitude. I would underline the fact that we are talking about a huge change to a land use in the area that's been discussed and rejected for a long time. I won't go into the history of this. So I do find it frustrating that, in fact, many times, if somebody wants to reach out, and has in the past with a different iteration of this same proposal, that they actually got a hold of me and said, would you like to discuss this in any way prior to it coming to council? So I am concerned that potentially some people have more information and opportunity to go forward. And particularly, I wonder why we would want to have a process where there is some concern or ambiguity about who has been invited to this. If we have a process, we should follow it, and we should follow it to the letter. And if we need to have this for this, then I think we should defer the matter until such time as that's happened. Thank you.
Councillor Long.
Okay, Your Worship. I'd
Councillor Long. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like you to afford me a full explanation of some of the things that have been said, especially by Woodward.
Okay.
I would like to know why it says on here, and we've discussed it earlier, and it's right in front of us in black and white, that PIM is not required by our very policy. So all this nonsense about, trying to skirt around or give some special accommodation to this opponent is absolutely nonsense. It says right there in black and white that there isn't one required. Yet we were told, some people got a call, some people didn't, that he was going to do a PIM anyway. And I thought that'd be nice. Why not? How can this motion is completely out of order that we would defer this for a PIM when nobody's required to have one?
This motion is in order.
I'd like to go step by step here because I'm getting pretty excited. We've been at this a long time. Let's start with that one, and maybe Councillor Woodward can explain why this is different.
Okay, Councillor Long, just stick to the motion, okay? If you're not in favor of the
the motion,
that's fine. But,
Your Worship.
Okay.
I'll take it. The motion.
I put myself on the list, so I'm going to say something.
Let me finish.
I just want to remind Council that back in time, when COVID hit us, that a motion was made by Council that public information meetings would be suspended due to COVID. I don't think anybody disagrees on that. A very short time ago, I brought a motion to Council, which was accepted unanimously, that we would reinstate public information meetings. And as I understand, that date is June 28th. So therefore, I find that we are treating this particular application same as we have treated all the other first and second readings since the motion for suspending PIMs came in. And so therefore, I'm not in favor of deferring it because I believe that they've followed it. However, it would be nice if they did, and they can, maybe some got information, but as according to Mr. Seffi, there wasn't an official request, but how could they when we have a motion that they can't do them? So I'm concerned that maybe, whatever happened, I don't know, but they can't do them anyways by policy, so that they're maybe trying to find other ways. Because this is consistent with other first and second readings, since we instituted the no public information meetings, I won't support the deferral, but I would support first and second reading. And we are treating this the same as the other ones we've done today. They didn't have public information meetings either because of our own policy that this council adopted.
Your Worship, does that mean, in a point of order, that this deferral motion is out of order?
No, the deferral motion is in order. Council still can do that. So, but we'll have to go through the deferral motion. Councillor, okay, who have we spoken about? Councillor Kunst, for second time.
Oh, yes. Just wanted to make a comment that when I got the call, I had asked this person how many other councillors he called, and he said he was going through the list, and he'd actually already talked to Councillor Woodward. So anyway,
that's hearsay. Just speak to the motion, okay? We're not going to debate who heard what. This is really about a motion. Okay, Councillor Whitmarsh for the second time.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that I think we are following process. We haven't done anything different for this particular applicant than any other applicant. We agreed as a council that we would suspend the public information meetings until June 28th of 2021. So we haven't done anything special. I do think this is a significant property, so I think the information would be very helpful. So I understand why members of council would like to defer it. But in the meantime, this proponent's gone ahead and decided they wanted to get the information anyways, even though it was not required. So they're actually going beyond what was expected or required by council, by staff to do this. There was no special invite to certain councillors. I certainly didn't get invited to it. I'm just aware that it was going to happen. I didn't get invited to it. And they're going beyond what was expected of them. But if council decides that they would still like to have the information because this is a significant piece of property, they could go ahead and do that. But this is not because it's out of the ordinary. We are simply following process and treating everyone the same.
Thank you. Councilor Richter, it's your first time.
I did not get a call from the developer. I have not been informed that there's a public information meeting being held. I do live in the area, sort of, and my concern is that this original development dating back to 1987 resulted in the tall timbers, which I think is a masterful community designed around trees. And what we have here is wholesale removal of 4,083 trees. Like, if they were able in 1987 to build around the trees, why aren't they able in 2021 to build around the trees? And I think the public in the area deserves an explanation. I also think that taking this many trees out of this location is going to dramatically change the water table in the area, and it could very well affect all those beautiful trees that are already in the tall timbers development. Now, we've had periodic letters that have come to council around this development or around this area of development about protecting trees, protecting trail rights, etc. But I cannot begin to reiterate what a massive change this is going to make for that particular corner of the township. It's huge, not just in the tree loss, the wildlife loss, the bird loss, but the increased traffic. And I think the public has a right to be aware of this before we rush it through because we had an arbitrary date, and quite frankly, Mr. Mayor, I supported it. Maybe I didn't pay full attention. Had you said it was to June 28th, I probably wouldn't have supported it, because I probably would have said we could go ahead with it immediately, and we should be going ahead with it immediately. But it is the magnitude of this development that I think necessitates full public consultation in the area there that is going to be so dramatically affected by it.
Thank you. Okay, we've got Councillor Ferguson for a second time. And
Yes,
Councillor Long, you've just hang on.
thank you.
Okay, Councillor Long has already spoken second time. Councillor Woodard has already spoken second time. So
Mr. Mayor, no.
Point of order, maybe?
Mr. Mayor, I actually,
I have
I
two
spoke
check marks.
once
now.
I spoke once to the main motion, Mr. Mayor.
We're on the deferral motion.
Twice to the deferral.
And I've got two check marks on the deferral. Councillor Ferguson, go ahead.
I have not spoken
Okay.
twice on the deferral, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead,
What?
Councillor Ferguson.
Okay, so, yeah, well, all of us get emails and calls from people, and like others, members of council mentioned, I always tell them to make sure you phone every member of council and or email around. Sometimes maybe people are busy and they are not able to, or actually doing Township of Langley work and not able to respond to the proponent accordingly. I always say it's important to get your information out. I think, Mr. Mayor, I think the reason why it went to June the 28th, I think that the staff had to put together all the information and all the Zoom stuff and technology and stuff. So it took some time. So otherwise it would have been done right away. That's my understanding. Okay, so back to the issue. I remember, as Councillor Richter has indicated, being in the audience because I lived in the area during the, I believe it was a Good Brand application. And the reason, one of the reasons, despite just trees, is they were 7,000 square foot sites. So they were quite significantly small, and the impact would be huge. But from what I understand also, and I wasn't there at Tall Timbers long before I even lived in Langley, that application, those lots are not even an acre. I think they're 1/3 acre. So it's interesting. It's an excellent development, Tall Timber, lots of trees and things like that. Lots of branches falling down on garages, but it's a beautiful area. So those are all just a little bit of information I remember. If, you know, we have to, Mr. Mayor, I want to point out, you've ruled this motion in order, so that's important, because I guess we could have had this motion for every application that we receive for a public information. Council decided not to do that. I understand this is a challenge and a significant application. So council in their wisdom have decided to ask for a public information meeting. The applicant wants to do it anyway. They probably would like to proceed as well. So knowing all that, I believe that it's important to get the information and proceed accordingly. But I did want to say that you've ruled it in order, so I guess we have to vote accordingly. Thank you.
Okay, just for Councilor Woodward's information, Councilor Richter moved it, Councilor Arneson seconded it. I had your hand up, I asked you, you did speak, and then went through the list and spoke again.
Yeah, the
So,
clarification,
everyone.
I had my hand up prior to the referral, which
Yes,
sometimes
but I did go to you, and you did speak.
the rest of us to talk.
That's right.
So now there's a referral motion, and I wanted to talk on the main motion. And
Okay,
now
but we're not on the main motion. Yeah.
Yeah, but you wouldn't, I had my hand up to speak to the main motion, and you jumped to a referral prior to letting others talk.
Fair enough. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call the question on F4, the deferral. All those in favor?
I'm in favor.
Opposed? Mayor Froese, Councilor Long, and Councilor Kunst. Opposed? It carries. Thank you.
I'd like to get some consistency on, Mr. Mayor, whether you're going to take referrals right away or you're going to be consistent on managing that process.
We're all going to blurt out. I'd like
Okay,
to
thank you.
public input.
We're going to move on to bylaws for first, second, and third reading. And we go to G1. This is the Drinking Water Conservation Bylaw Update, bylaw number 5716. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Arneson moves it. Is there a seconder? Councillor Kunst?
Second, Ferguson.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, you have your hand up. We wish to speak to this. So before, Councillor Richter? You're on mute. You're on mute.
Yeah,
You're on mute. There we go.
Thank you.
No problem.
I have a question about why we would exempt lawns, make a water exemption possible to protect lawns from nematode. Why wouldn't we just let all the lawns die, and then we wouldn't be worried about using water or using drinking water to water them? So where will the water come from that's going to support this particular exemption? Is it coming directly from Metro water, or is it going to come from our own aquifers? Will it be blended water? And will there be increased water costs in order to for owners to get an exemption to fight nematodes? Like, I'm not understanding why we would even consider this, given climate change and all the other protections that have been put in place to protect drinking water in high periods of drought and extreme hot, dry, warm weather.
Sir, Mr. Steffi, if you could respond, please.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you for the questions, Your Worship. This is an invasive species, Your Worship. And with that, the consequences of not taking action, staff believe, relates to all three legs of the sustainability thinking mindset. From an environmental perspective, they could do damage not just to lawns, but beyond that. It also,
that's not in the report. It just says grass.
Grass, that's correct. Invasive species. Economically speaking, Your Worship, they do incur significant costs to homeowners. And I guess from a social perspective, inaction would result in aesthetic issues within the community in terms of the streetscape. Beyond that, Your Worship, in terms of questions, this is something that will not cost additional to homeowners, nor to the township. It only pertains to those on the municipal system, which includes the Metro Vancouver water as well as our groundwater that is blended. So anyone on the municipal system will be able to apply for a permit. And finally, Your Worship, this is something that is consistent with what's been requested throughout the region and being implemented by other municipalities.
Okay, so follow up, if I may, Mr. Mayor. What areas of the township are we talking about that have a problem with these nematodes?
This is just a precautionary measure, Your Worship. This is something that, as I said, we're hoping we don't have to deal with, but based on the pervasive nature of the invasive species, we may have to deal with it, but staff is not currently aware of any specific areas having to deal with it.
Okay, so if there's no problem, why are we doing this? Let's just vote it down and wait until a problem appears and see what happens then. I just want to say, I just think this is a bad use of water, particularly in the hot, dry summer months.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I did have a couple of questions, but just to comment, because I've actually had the chafer beetles myself. Generally, they didn't exist in British Columbia, but I think with the changing climate, hotter and drier weather has made it a problem. And currently, I'm suspicious that we actually have chafer beetles in our yard in Murrayville. And I'm not sure yet because I have to look at that and see more closely if indeed they've nibbled all the roots. So that's my personal perspective on the challenge of chafer beetles. But I do have a question, a couple of questions to staff about the way that this process is going to be managed further to the staff report. So my first question is, so if people are getting this free permit, if we're going to support this going forward, if people get the permit, will they have to display it outside in the way that we require other permits to be displayed? Is that what the process would be? That's my first question. And then the other one was the potential for abuse. So in the, unfortunately, I don't like to think these things, but some individuals may take advantage of the fact that they can go out and buy these nematodes, which are biologically inert. The problem with allowing these chafer beetles to continue to eat your grass is that it really creates a very unsightly problem where you attract other pests because they come all to eat the beetles. So the next thing you know, they're tearing up your lawn. So I'm just wondering about those two issues, whether a permit has to be displayed on your lawn so that the neighbors know why you're watering continually for 2 weeks. And the other one about whether or not there's going to be any follow-up to make sure that people are actually complying with this rather than just continuing to water their lawn. Thank you.
Mr. Sefi.
Thank you, Your Worship. In terms of the display, yes, the permits can be displayed. In terms of penalties, there will be close monitoring to make sure that there is no, abuse of the permit conditions. And another point of clarification, the permit is only going to be required with the process, I should say. The permit will only permit the maintaining of the sprinklering for a period of 2 weeks, because beyond that, it's no longer going to be necessary. So that treatment period is only 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, subsequent to which the issue will have been dealt with. So hopefully that addresses the questions.
Just for further clarification then, so if you have a reinstitution of the problem after 2 weeks, for whatever reason, you just apply for another permit. Would that be the case?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? Councillor Richter opposed. It carries. Thank you. Move on to G2, Drainage Development Works Agreement Bylaw number 5697 for first, second, third reading. Could I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councillor Kuntz, second by Councillor Whitmarsh. Discussion. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed?
I'm opposed.
Councillor Arneson and Councillor Woodward opposed. It carries. Thank you. Move on to bylaws for consideration at third reading. And each one is rezoning application number 100661, McDonald, bylaw number 5715. Can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councillor Long, second by Councillor Whitmarsh. Discussion. Call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? Councillor Arneson, Councillor Richter opposed. It carries. H2 is rezoning application number 100543 and development permit application number 101171 and 101211, M3 Management Incorporated. This is bylaw number 5686. Have a motion, please.
So moved, Ferguson.
Councillor Ferguson, second by Councillor Long. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Arneson, Councillor Richter opposed. It carries. Move on to H3. This is rezoning application number 100612 and development permit application number 101166 in Terra Developments, bylaw 5709. Could I have a motion, please?
Moved, Whitmarsh.
So Whitmarsh moves it. Is there a seconder? Is there a second? Councillor Long, thank you. Discussion? Councillor Ferguson.
Just have a quick question for staff. I know we're going to be discussing the election sign bylaw, but the Zenterra seems to have a great big huge sign up on 200s. Is that considered kosher or okay with our planning and development staff, if I may, through a chair?
Mr. Seffi.
Your Worship, as I understand it, at least the sign that I believe Councillor Ferguson is referencing, because Zenterra has more than one site that they're currently working on, I believe it relates to not the subject application, but rather an independent site.
Thank you.
Well, maybe you can look into it then. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor, H3. And opposed? Councillor Arneson opposed. It carries. Thank you. Okay, correspondence. What do we have? J1. We have one piece of correspondence. Could I have a motion to receive? Councillor Kuhn, second by Councillor Arneson. Councillor Richter.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I would like to make an amendment that Council write the Premier BC and Solicitor General in support of funding training for law enforcement and developing a provincial awareness campaign to prevent human sex trafficking in BC.
Is there a seconder?
I'll second that.
Councillor Kunst. See no discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor of the amendment? And opposed? Carries unanimously. And now the motion as amended. All those in favor? And opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. Minutes of committees. We have K1 is the Agriculture Advisory and Economic Enhancement Committee, May 26th, the Tree Protection Advisory Committee, May 27th, Heritage Advisory Committee, June 2nd, Tree Protection Advisory Committee report, June 14th. It's for receipt. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Kuhn, second by Councillor Whitmarsh. Session. All those in favor? Opposed? And it's carried. Thank you. K2 is Tree Protection Advisory Committee recommended motions. And I just wanted to check with staff. Maybe Mr. Backen could help introduce this now. I appreciate we had a good presentation, and both co-chairs spoke to it. This is a report that came from a committee. It seems generally we send it back to staff to come back. And one thing I did miss out was in this report, maybe I missed it, was the original report that went to the committee with the changes that staff had, and now the committee sent back one that had those changes incorporated, but I couldn't tell the difference. So personally, I'd like to see this go back to staff as we would with all committee reports, and to come back with the report from staff.
I make that referral, Your Worship. That refer to staff.
I'm just going to ask Mr. Backen.
Under the bylaws, yeah.
Second referral.
Yeah, just hold on a sec, Mr. Backen.
Your Worship, Mr. Seffi could probably speak to the differences to the bylaw. You're quite correct. This was a matter that was worked upon by staff and with the committee members. There's been some consultation back and forth. Attached for your reference are the bylaws that they promoted, and the comparison to the original bylaw. I don't believe is in the package. Mr. Seffi, is there a document that compares them specifically?
In terms of the changes that were made by staff previously versus the ones posed by the committee, it can be prepared, Your Worship, and presented to council. But it's currently not in front of council, I don't believe. I'm looking through the package myself, Your Worship. I don't know if there's been a distinction made between what was proposed by staff previously to council, which was referred by council to the committee, versus what the committee has been working on over the past few months.
Okay, thanks. That was one of my concerns. All right, for fear of making the mistake second time in one night and not going through the list of those who would like to ask questions, I'll do that now. Councilor Richter.
Yes, I was under the impression that the version of the bylaw with the blue and the red ink that starts on K1 page 47 and runs through is the version that was in fact approved by the Tree Law Committee or the Tree Protection Advisory Committee. So I'm not quite sure why attachment A isn't attachment B. So maybe that needs to be clarified. The other thing that is missing in this list of recommendations is the recommendation that the Tree Protection Advisory Committee continue until the community forest management strategy is complete and participate in the presentation of this strategy to council. So that was something that was referenced by Catherine Gray in her delegation or her presentation to council today. I don't see it in this list. It should be included. So I guess maybe I want to make sure that the actual bylaw that the committee voted on and approved to send to council, and they did that on just last week, I believe. Councillor Whitmarsh will know the correct date. That is the one that we are voting on today, and as well that the Tree Protection Advisory Committee be authorized to extend their mandate until the community forest management strategy is complete, and that TPAC participate in the presentation of this strategy to council.
Yeah, thank you. So I believe the motion or the recommendation is the bylaws. What you've referred to as the extension. Generally what happens, I think, my experience has been a task force has a defined end date, and not often, there are occasions when they need more time, and then they'll come with a motion recommendation from the chairs asking for an extension. I think that'll be appropriate. It's not.
But she included that in her presentation.
Yeah, so it's not here, so that would have to be a separate motion. And generally, it would come from, like, Councillor Whitmarsh is the co-chair, so he could bring it forward if he wished. Ms. Bauer has her hand up, so Ms. Bauer. So I'm not sure. Just looking at what I see in front of me here.
Just to clarify the motion on the extension, that motion would be coming forward to the next council meeting. There was, due to the time constraints following the last meeting, the minutes were not prepared in time to be in this agenda. So that motion is on the next set of minutes. It's coming through on the next meeting.
Yeah, that's helpful.
Okay, so that means that all the motions that the committee passed, which included all their changes to the bylaw, won't be coming forward till the next meeting, in which case we should be deferring this to get the correct.
Isn't this a referral that we're doing?
No, we haven't. There's no motion right now, so we're just questions. Ms. Bauer.
Discussing the deferral, yeah.
The motion that is in front of council currently is the completion of the last meeting. We were aware that that bylaw was coming forward, so we were able to hold that part. Unfortunately, any motions made beyond the bylaw were not complete in order to be on the set of minutes to be forwarded to council.
Okay, and the other question that I have, Mr. Mayor, is that there was a discussion between staff and the committee with the urgency to get this particular set of bylaw revisions in front of council for this meeting. If we defer it to the next meeting, which is 2 weeks away, will the requirements be met?
It's really up to council now. The committee's made a recommendation, but I don't know which requirements. Ms. Bauer, do you have any comment?
In order to pass a bylaw, it would take a minimum of 2 meetings, so it could still be complete. First, second, and third would have to go at 1 meeting, and then we would have to either have final reading the following council meeting or have a special meeting more than 24 hours after. It would depend on the type of public consultation that council wishes to do. As you aware, the limitations on gatherings are changing, but we would not be able to do anything of a larger gathering until probably after July 1st, and that would depend on current public health orders.
Okay, so what's before us today is not really the final work on the bylaw of the committee. And I don't think we should be voting on anything until the final work of the committee is in front of council to vote.
The bylaw is actually the final work of committee. As I said, we were able to get that into the agenda as staff worked very hard in order to have that done on time for the agenda.
Okay, well, I mean, just looking at page 47 and comparing it to, go back here, to page 26, it seems that it's the exact same wording. What am I missing here?
Yeah, so I think one that's why I just opened up with some questions. One thing is that if it goes back to staff to come back with, number one, we could refer back to staff to come back with the cost implications, the public input opportunity that they're recommending, and then and go from there. And the staff's interpretation, we can then go through the readings, first, second, and third, and then, and again, it depends on what type of consultation there is. So there'll be a delay between that and fourth reading because of the consultation part. But right now, this came from a committee, so it's nice to have it as a staff report coming back, which I understand staff had a lot of input on this and worked hard with the committee, and I do appreciate that. But I think the process is we normally refer it back to staff, and it comes back.
To bring back the okay
recommendations. Councilor Whitmarsh, maybe you can, as a co-chair, can add.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, the recommended changes to the bylaw from the committee are all here in our package. What's not here, as Ms. Bauer has indicated, is that some of the other recommendations that they have, such as the committee meeting until after the community core strategy has been presented to council, so needing an extension till that's not here on today's meeting. But that does not. That's not directly related to the bylaw itself. All the recommendations from the committee for the bylaw are here. They wanted to bring it to council, and it is true, as Council Ricker suggested, that they wanted to get it to council as soon as possible, so council could make decisions and work towards trying to approve it by before the summer break. That was sort of the target strategy. But as you can appreciate, four members of council have been attending the meetings and are probably quite well versed in what's been discussed. Many other members of our council, the other 5 members of our council, haven't been to the meetings, and the documents that you have in front of you are quite significant. There's a lot of changes, a lot of recommendations, wording changes, and so on, and you would have received it on Thursday. And so not only do we have that coming from a committee, but we don't have really in here what are the implications of the changes from a staff perspective. And it'd be helpful to know, at least I'd like to know in more detail, the actual financial cost of those changes, what staffing changes might be, other kinds of implications that might be faced by the community with this new tree bylaw. You know, there was a lot of great work, as I said, by the committee. They did a tremendous amount of work, and I'm very proud of the work that was done by the committee members. But that doesn't mean it doesn't have implications that we have to consider as a council. So based on that, it would make sense to me to refer this to staff for a report on the implications of the changes, what that means, and so that we can have an appropriate discussion, and also so that council can have more time to digest the material in it. And I'm hoping that maybe staff could come back at the next meeting in 2 weeks. I recognize that's a pretty short time period, but since they have been quite involved in the process, that maybe within 2 weeks we could have a staff report on what the implications of this are, and then we could discuss it more fully. But certainly we want to move it along in respect to the task force and the work that they've done.
Thank you. Ms. Arneson?
Yes, thank you, Worship. I just want to underline to the rest of the council that either you weren't able to participate or don't know the extent to which this has been totally vetted and integrated with staff right until the last period at the end of this report. I'm only saying this because this was done in such a sense of trying to expedite this for the purpose of trying to save more trees. So I can understand from a procedural point of view what the norms are, but I want to make sure that council understands that there was every measure put in place to pre-vet this. I understand we need to digest it, but I'm hoping that we will also consider then the potential of, if necessary, having a special meeting for the purpose of making sure that this is passed if we're approving it, because further delay is only going to exacerbate what's already been highlighted as a challenge with the existing bylaw. So I'm not taking away from the fact that people need to be able to understand what the implications are. But at this time, I know the hour is late. I'd actually like to hear from Mr. Chu, if he was available to talk to this, who's a central figure in all of this and as our staff person who has been most responsible for this, just to comment on any of the questions that are being asked. I think since it's before us now, it would be prudent to avail ourselves of his availability if that were the case. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that's why I'd like to hear from staff too. I'd like to hear from staff also, and I think it might even be in a form of presentation. Who knows? Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about this. The implications of the changes from the staff perspective is missing. I'm worried that that might undermine the work of the committee. I think staff have made it quite clear that from their perspective, what they need is a bylaw with more teeth, which is what's been done. They also need one more arborist and a clerical support position to be referred to the budget process. So if the implications of the changes are limited in scope to that, then I think I wouldn't have problems. But otherwise, I would be worried that that particular addition, which was not really discussed by the tree committee, would undermine their work. And I have no desire, given the fact that I've witnessed how very hard they all worked on this bylaw. They put in 2 extra special meetings just to get through it. And I don't want to undermine their work in any way, shape, or form.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward?
Yeah, can I have the current motion read back, please?
There is no motion.
There is no motion. Okay, so
No.
I'll just.
So I wanted to avail everyone the opportunity to ask
Okay,
questions.
so yeah, that's my confusion. So there is no motion, there is no. But what are we?
There's no motion on the floor right now.
There is a motion.
So so I just want to clarify this. So all this discussion, there has been, the first 4 points have not been moved at this point.
That's right. There's no motion.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Whitmarsh, do you wish to make a motion? Mr. Chair.
I guess I would like to make this a referral motion. A referral motion to refer this to staff to either in a report or a presentation to us at the next council meeting on the implications of the changes, what that means for this council and our community going forward. And I think Councillor Richter is correct that financial implications were not discussed by the task force because it was not part of their mandate. Their mandate was about tree protection. So I'd like to.
So I'll get a seconder first, and you can speak to it.
Okay.
Point of order, Your Worship. There was a motion made, myself and Ferguson, to refer.
Well, I didn't accept. Sorry, I said we're going to go to the questions first. I know you.
I'll second the motion. I'll second Councillor Whitmarsh's motion.
Okay, Councillor Whitmarsh, if you want to speak to that,
Yeah,
that motion.
okay, well,
I want to get on the floor.
Thank you, and I so that's helpful. I think we should refer to staff to get that information. I think it's important that we progress as quickly as we can. I thought maybe through your worship that maybe Mr. Seffi would be willing or able to make some comment. He's worked quite closely, was at a number of meetings, and maybe he could make a comment as to staff being able to present to us or have a report for us on the implications of the tree bylaw by the next meeting, which I think is in 2 weeks. So maybe Mr. Seffi could respond.
Mr. Seffi?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the opportunity. Your Worship, just I guess to to put council's mind at ease, I am fully versed with what staff has been doing. I am, even though Mr. Chu is not here with me, I am in constant contact with our staff. And maybe what is also not known for all of council is the fact that unlike a typical advisory committee, which has a technical staff support and administrative staff support, this committee has had 5 staff supports. If you exclude myself, who've also attended from time to time. So if you did include myself, that'll be like 6. We appreciate the passion of the volunteers who serve on the committee, and we appreciate the hard work that has gone into this. But as was referenced, I think what's been, I guess, three aspects that I personally would like to have the opportunity to explore a bit more fully. One is one that's been referenced by members of council, that's the financial implications. Reference has been made to more additional staff, but we don't know when, we don't know to what extent. The other aspect that something like this historically has been referred by council, if not by staff, that's missing is referral to a wider sort of audience, if you will, for wider public input. This has been the focus of the committee, which, as you heard from the co-chair, has been primarily, I guess, those that are close to the issue. So it would be good to get some broader public input before council considers the application of the bylaws, rather than as part of the typical typical bylaw reading process. And finally, Your Worship, the third point that it might be worthwhile contemplating is, what are other municipalities doing? It may be something that has been reviewed by the committee and the staff support, but in terms of, I guess, more recent trends, what staff is hearing is the move away from the diameter, for example, is an issue, is a big topic. What we're hearing is that the 300 is actually the correct number. Those that have gone to 200 are actually going back or thinking about going back to 300. So maybe a review of other municipalities' practices might be worthwhile by staff, and presenting all of that together with the committee's recommendations collectively. And I know that Councillor Whitmarsh is hoping to get this information quickly. And even though I hesitate to make a promise or a commitment, we'll certainly do everything that we can in our power. Staff has been working overtime, the 4 staff that have supported the committee, to be able to comply and fulfill the wishes of the committee. And certainly, if that was the direction of council, to bring back something by next meeting on the 28th, we'll do everything in our power to do that and make it happen.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, I mean, I had the pleasure actually of attending a fair number of them, not every single one, but a fair number. So I'm pretty comfortable with the revisions. So I think we do have not a typical problem where maybe a lot of us have witnessed the process and are quite comfortable with the amendments that are presented. I think staff participated in the committee. They could have had input or all the way along. I'm trying to think what, other than funding, I'm trying to think, maybe it could be clarified for me a little bit. What are we going to hear about that I haven't already heard from the committee process or is in the staff report? So, what I learned from witnessing the committee is we created a tree protection bylaw that hasn't protected or saved a single tree. So I would prefer that we just get on with the revisions that I witnessed. Were pretty thoroughly debated and reviewed and considered, and I'm pretty happy with them. So if there's a funding issue, that to me would be separate. Maybe that could be reviewed prior to final adoption, and after the subsequent input opportunity, that's part of the original recommendation. So I'm not sure what we're going to learn in a presentation. Maybe it can be summarized again, and I'm certainly open to getting a presentation, but I'm not sure what considerations staff couldn't have worked into the committee process already, because I witnessed quite a few conversations with a number of staff members. So what are we going to learn that I can't have read in the document already?
Thank you. I think Councillor Whitmarsh, who has gone to just about every meeting also, summed it up in that not everyone has had that opportunity that you have had. I think this is significant, and so we'll see how the vote goes if we want to proceed with the referral and come back in a couple of weeks, and staff can again.
Well,
so I'm just saying that's the gist of it. So we can vote how we.
Yeah, no, I understand your position, Mr. Mayor. I think you made that very clear. For me, I support the committee's work because I guess, like you said, I've had the opportunity to witness it. I'm not understanding the logic for a referral. Maybe some want to weigh in, but it's not final adoption here. There is an input opportunity coming. What's the point of having this committee, which I think was a pretty good panel of experts, to now delay it further? So I'm sort of 51-49 on this one. I can see that some may want to consider it, but I personally don't feel the need for referrals, so I guess I'll vote accordingly. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to call the question on the referral. All those in favor? And opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, got Councillor Woodward, Councillor Arneson, and Councillor Richter opposed. The referral carries. At this point, I would ask for an adjournment till after the public hearing. A motion to adjourn till after the public hearing. Councillor Whitmarsh, the seconder. Councillor Kunst, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed and carried. So we'll reconvene at 7:15 for the public hearing. Is that appropriate? Yeah, we still have time. So because we've gone a little bit over time, we'll reconvene at 7:15 on this channel for the public hearing, and then we'll go straight back into our regular meeting. So thank you.